Hello! Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hope you guys can hear me alright. Today is the 28th of July. For anyone who may not have tuned in for a while, we're on session 18 of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Why are there sirens here? The farmer mate on you! Currently in the later stages of the game's 4th act within the city of Illusionera. In the hopes of getting through the tail end of these quests so I can get back to the material plane. Greetings to Ash, Blade, and Palpin, or her. Hope you guys all doing well. Let me get myself punched in. I actually cannot recall 100% where I left off. I think it was after Wenduwag's quest? But I can't recall if I was... Did I just level up? I feel like all those quests and those high priority targets we eliminated might have been enough. I didn't even bother checking. Let me see here. Hey Dixon. Yeah, I'm hanging in there, dude. How about yourself? Doing good. Today went surprisingly well considering how it started out. Was it because of work we're talking about? Hey Eddie Slayer. Welcome back, friend. Let me see. Did I level up? Right, I think I just allocated the main parties but not the rest. Right, so I still have to level them up. And we do have items that we need to at some point lay away. Like items we know we won't use. Cool. Also, why is my ammo not working? Oh, because there's an overlap with some of the skill checks, that's fine. Sam Regal answered me in chat this morning while watching Candela Obscura. What, he did? Like, directly? I've had Matt Mercer respond to one of my tweets ages ago. I think I experienced my one and only fangirling moment. BSG, how's it going, man? Let's see, at work right now, power went out, so everyone is in the break room waiting to see what happens. Why the outage? Or do we not know? Rather abrupt, isn't it? But yeah, we as far as the quests go, we did a few of the companion ones. These two we gotta wait. Dark Moon Rising, I'll be taking Voldrift with me. We got the quest for Greyboar. The Wicked, this is after we've done most of the events in Illusionera, and Finian's Awakening is also once we're back in the material plane. So these two can be done, with the Wicked pending. I'm not sure what the requirement is to progress my Mythic quest. I think it's physically impossible to be locked out of it, because it's your Mythic path, so I assume as long as I... Probably bumping with Arilu Vorlesh and getting that Mythic point is what you need. I gotta visit Valexia. This one... Like, a couple of these are kind of technically the same, because they all sort of, like, meld with each other. Like, all four of these have the same essence. You need to mingle and rub shoulders with sufficient people of note. And that it all concludes. This is the side content, which we'll do at some point, and then we can ignore that. So most of these make sense. So we've got a few of them out of the way. Are you going to stream some Exile Code? No clue why power out. I do plan to go into some modicum of overtime, yeah. Because if my maths is correct and based on what people have told me, it's going to be 11 PM my time, so usually an hour before I would have wrapped up otherwise. I just don't know which of the... Like, what's going to be announced first? I should probably look at the schedule. Also, hello to you, Jake. Today was one of those special work days where they do everything different, because the higher-ups decided there should be 5 days in the year that should be different for some reason. 2 weeks ago was also one of those, and it started at 6:30. Now, naturally, you'd assume today would also start at 6:30, so I set my alarm hoping to arrive at 6:15 to do some quick prep work. I'm in the process of waking up, but all of a sudden I get a call from work asking where I was. Also, they did start even sooner. It was 5:40, and apparently for some reason they decided today's... But they didn't tell you. Hello to you, Uplal. Is this game basically BG, but in a Pathfinder universe? Basically... So, I always assumed Pathfinder and like D&D 5th edition were the same thing. No. They've splintered and gone off their own. So, Pathfinder is its own tabletop game. And, as you put it, in its own universe, yeah. There are similarities, but there are also some vast differences as well. So if you're familiar with BG, which obviously would go off the old school D&D system, there are enough similarities where you can draw parallels across. But yeah, this is set in a different universe, and it has its own rules. It still relies on the mighty D20 to make decisions, but offers a considerable more amount of customizability. It can be very complex, and for many folks, including myself, even though I've got hundreds of hours in these types of games, it can be a little overkill. So this isn't quite as streamlined, but the trade-off is you get to create. You have a lot of choice, a lot of different ways to distinguish and create a character. But hello to you, Blank. There won't be a next league though. Wasn't Crucible confirmed last league? I'm not sure what you mean, because Crucible is the one that's out at the moment. The next league is pended for the 18th, give or take. They technically don't on the public planning, but the special work days are always wrong with their starting hours on those planning, so I always ignore it. So I take it they'll still blame me for showing up late, probably. Hey, Crack. The one time it was correct was the one time I didn't double check with my boss. One slip is all it takes. Played ton of D&D, but never played Pathfinder at all. May have to check this out. Yeah, you're best off starting with Pathfinder Kingmaker. So Pathfinder Kingmaker came out first, and then Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Both are excellent games. It can be pretty intense if you're not familiar with the Pathfinder rule set, because while there are a lot of similarities with the like D&D 5th edition, or for example the rule set Baldur's Gate 3 will be using, there's a lot different as well, and it can be quite overkill. They definitely tend to use bigger numbers. ExileCon is tomorrow. Yeah. So around about like 11 PM my time, or about 7 hours into my stream, allegedly is when things are going live. So I'm going to be hoping to watch that. Wait, it's not tonight, is it? Or am I mixing it up? Because I was told it was going to be... Wait, I'm going to... Wait, is it today? I'm confused, because I thought it was supposed to be on Saturday and Sunday. Wait, is it? I thought it was going to be tomorrow. Because it... I guess it turns 29th once it's past midnight. Wait, this changes everything. I'm not prepared. Today is tomorrow for them. Fucking Kiwis! And their times! I thought... Today is tomorrow. Do you know that statement is so fucking annoying? Wait, hang on, that... I don't have the energy. I'm still bouncing back from yesterday. I thought, mentally I was going to brace myself. Wait, hang on. That changes everything. Jesus Christ, I am fucking brain dead. Path of Exile. Dude, I am functionally brain dead. Where's the timer? Ah! It is in 7 hours! Fuck! It is, yeah, just check the website. Oh no. Well, great, I get to see it earlier than I intended. Uh-oh. Hang on, I'm gonna tell my folks that I'm gonna be up for a stupid amount of time. Give me a sec. Actually, I'm an idiot. They're napping right now. What am I doing? I'll have to tell them later. Yeah, they both nap at this time, so I don't want to disturb them. I'll tell them a little bit. I thought it was going to be, like, tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's no way to put it, I guess. So I got the time wrong. Well, you guys have me for extra Omega overtime, then. Professional streamer, yep. Dude, all I had to do is go onto the Path of Exile website to double check. I was just convinced. For fuck's sake. I am functionally brain dead. Well, it's because Ash did do a pyramid, a very extensive one, while I wasn't here. This coffee is way too warm. Everything's going wrong, guys. Coffee's too warm. PoE's ExileCon announcement is tonight, which I thought was tomorrow. It's all falling apart. Head up it. Well, there you go. So yeah, I guess we'll be doing Pathfinder for about 6.5, 7-ish hours, and then we'll need to knuckle down. Oh boy. Oh boy. I miscalculated. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder if my dashboard still shows that. No, not anymore. No, it's not there now. I'm still gonna could pull that up and show you what the crimes that Ash committed while I wasn't present. No worries, Dixon. Go for it, man. So yeah, I guess I'll be on for a while. I don't know what is being shown when, so I figure I will react with all of you guys. 24-hour streak confirmed. We'll see. We'll see. I'll need to remain on my toes. Thankfully, there isn't much I need to do specifically when the announcement is made. Oh, excuse me, I can just chill. Dear Lord. This is Smith right now. What is this? Yeah. I was like, yeah. I've got a plan. I know exactly what I'm doing, and this is my plan. Whoops. I'm a genius. Wait. Oh no. Yep. That was literally me. I was like, it's the perfect plan. I'll have energy drinks, coffee, the whole 9 yards. I'll just be on uppers, and then maintain focus throughout the whole thing. I should be awake from my nap by then. Grocery delivery site's fucked today, so we have to go pick up our order around 5:36, then nap after. Well, I think the stream itself's going to last for a while. Just jump in whenever you get some time. Take a few days off after. I genuinely can't. There's 3 days left in the month, and I do have my goals to hit as close as I can. Kind of suddenly take random days off now. Okay, so let's get the most tedious part out of the way. I need to make sure everyone's got their levels allocated. So let's see, where is Greybore? Greybore is level 16. This is just a straight up Dragon Disciple level, so nothing fancy. Wait a second. You didn't mention attribute score increase. Well, generally it's going to go into a strong. We'll do perception and athletics. Generally, I'd go for buff, sense vitals, I guess, for more sneak attack damage. Nice. Hey, Load. How's it going, dude? Needed that half day Wednesday. I have so much shit to do today, not counting store stuff. Yeah, you had me quite worried, especially when it came to the headache. Let's see, next up we have got Regil. Regil is also level 16. He's now going back into Blood Rage Primalist. Into... I think yours is all dexterity increases. Yeah, they're all dex increases. Dykes. Kind of making sure everyone has enough perception so we never miss anything. Improve initiative, he's going to be quick on his little legs. Oh, I get another thing? Oh, yeah, next thing we go is power attack. Then...
Applause, please!
Crack, thank you very much for the shinies, man. Appreciate it. Thanks. We'll add that to the pile. Hey, Alpha John. I've only got 2 mods, Toy Box and the Buff Bot. Everything else is the same. In fact, I only have Toy Box because it wouldn't work. It wouldn't make the Auto Buff mod work. But everything else is generally the same. Let's see, Stonefish, Shocking Grass, yes, Sickness, Mage Armor, Fire. I'll go with, I don't think he'll do Enlarged Person himself, but, yeah. Resist Energy, Build a Traditional Round. Let's go with Bull Stronk. Oh, is that, oh yeah, you're right, it's 42069. Holy shit. I totally missed that, man, thank you. Then we got Seal, who is also going to go level into Cleric. I think with him, the attributes, if he's going to be going Wisdom, we'll add these 3 here. Then we got Dayren, level 16 Oracle. It's time for that sweet, sweet holy aura. Nice charisma. He's got the reason. Oh, he's got 1 more point. Oh yeah. Where are you? There's unholy aura. And there's holy aura. Now, why is holy aura? Because it's typed 4 times in big capital letters. Must be important. Did you design this character setup? No, not myself. This was Spike Carnage. One of my viewers, Bladewing, told me there is a spreadsheet which kind of has character builds. The main character that I'm doing is built by one of my viewers, but the rest, they've been done. I got a separate spreadsheet for those. Lindsay lovers, don't you dare. Let me double check this. So, a brilliant divine radiance surrounds the subjects, protecting them from attacks, granting them resistance to spells cast by evil creatures, and causing evil creatures to become blinded when they strike the subject. Right. First, each warded creature gets a +4 deflection bonus to AC, +4 resistance bonus on saves. Unlike protection from evil, this benefit applies against all attacks, not just attacks against evil creatures. Second, each warded creature gets spell resistance. Nice. The third is nice. It protects you from domination or being charmed. And if an evil creature succeeds on a melee attack against a creature warded by Holy Aura, the offending attacker is blinded. Right, yeah, this is a very good, just general solid buff. Yeah, as to see what the spreadsheet has, just like Holy Aura, Holy Aura, Holy Aura, Holy Aura. So next up we got Ember. I haven't finalized everything. It's just at some point in the game, you will be put into a situation where you need to have the secondary party ready. It's mainly towards the end of the game, so this isn't for a while. But I tell you, nothing's more tedious than trying to like machine gun allocate all of your points for your characters because you didn't do it gradually. So best to spend a few minutes now than having to spend a couple of hours doing it later. Dispel magic. Go with Feeble Mind for that one. Dispel magic. And legendary proportions. Alright, that brings us to Wenduak, who is actively in the party. Level 16, she's back to Slayer spawn. Obviously more dex. Boop. 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 And I think that just leaves us with one more, or are we done? No, just Sealer. Sealer's the last one we need. Sealer will nab Resurrection. Believe Stronk. Yep, we're going Stronk. I think I already took. Oh, I thought I didn't take Resurrection. I thought I had. Okay, and that's it. Everyone is now, I believe, leveled, including the horse. I hope. Yeah. So let me save that, so we don't have to worry about this, and then we can continue with the quests. Started a playthrough a few days ago to sate my desire for BG3. That's the exact reason, right, I'm playing this. I found it a massive pain to micro the whole crew. It can be pretty exhausting. One thing that has helped that I was late to the party was the buff mod I was talking about. Basically, you can assign certain buffs to be cast. With the way this game works, at a certain point, you have enough spell slots, and some characters are spec'd into mythic feats that significantly prolong the duration of buffs. So it's like once they're cast in an area, you're good to go. And this mod makes it where you click it, it skips all the casting animation, just adds those buffs instantly. It can be a very, very big time thing, but once you got it set up, it can be a little bit infuriating in the beginning if you're not familiar with the system. So we got to do quests. I need to do both wool gifs. So wait, let's get the initial crew. Yeah, I'll have Wenduog maybe sit this out. No, I'll have Staunton sit it out. I'm trying to keep as many ranged as we can. I'll do Woolgif's first, and then once we've done his, we'll yeet him out, and we'll switch back over to we'll switch Woolgif for Greybore, and then that'll be those companion quests out of the way. Anyhow, so my quest would take me, if it's Woolgif's, I believe the mansion is in the upper quarter, so the shortcut here is you go to the 10,000 lights, we take the back exit, which then goes to the upper district, and then we find where the mansion is, I think. I also gotta check frickin' Volgers. his bar. He's not been set for his buffs, by the way. Ugh, I'll have to do that as well. Like I said, micromanaging. But I'm going to show you at some point. Alright, so let's see.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm going to take all these off and just reassign them. I've not played with him for quite some time, so these two I always leave here. Did I assign all the spells for you, pal? Those are fine. Yeah, he's got extra slots now. Let's see. What do you want? Foxish cunning. And you can't really go wrong with extra use of bark skin. That's fine. Definitely greater invisibility. Alright, he's mostly fine. So let's see. Spellbook. Yeah, so it'd be like this, wouldn't it? So what's our boy got? So this would fall under normal buff, I would think. Honestly, he's not going to be as long enough. You know, I'll leave it be. I'll do his buffs manually. I can't remember. Did I give him? I don't think I gave him any sort of extended duration. No, I only give him abundant casting. Yeah, I'll do it myself.
Ask nicely.
What I'll do instead is we've got that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Oh Jesus, yeah, he's going to buff himself a fair bit. Japers. Let's see, Displacement und Haste. Which of these will I not be using? I don't think he'll need... There we go. That's pretty much all the buffs. We'll classically play for BG3. Haven't fully decided. In my Discord I've got a poll open right now, which I think I'll run as the month concludes. I haven't checked it in a while. Where are we at? Right now the class that's sorry, the race that's in the lead, or rather tied right now, is Half-Orc or Tiefling. And then the class, Warlock's got a pretty good lead, so it's looking like it's going to be Warlock. So it'll either be a Half-Orc or a Tiefling Warlock. But I won't know until we get to the end of the month. If there's a tie, I'll make the deciding vote as to which one I prefer more between the two.
There are many roads to success.
Oh yeah, the back door. We gotta take the back door. So we if you don't have a high enough reputation, or if word hasn't gone around, you're unable to go there. You haven't voted. Well, I haven't made a command for this because just in case. Like, ideally I wanted folks that, you know, regularly access the socials, if you will. But I'll yeet it here just this one time for those who have not done the thing. So it'd be, that'd be for the race. And that one would be for the class. There you go. Acclaimed Rampage if Barbarian wins. That would be if folks are deliberately trying to, you know, do some rigging, gerrymandering the whole thing. Alright, wait, that wasn't the back door, was it? Oh. Right. Well, regardless, there is more than one way to get up. I can still go through the main door. I gave myself one extra loading screen unnecessarily. They shouldn't stop me. I am prolific. I'm the champion of the arena. They wouldn't dare stop me. They wouldn't have the fucking balls. I cannot believe the Exile Con reveals today. That completely threw my brain for a kilter. Also, in answer to your question, evil playthrough, there isn't really an alignment system. In this case, the game's just trusting you to actually make the choice like how you would. So you go in with your own framework. Okay, I believe they shouldn't attack me. At least not yet. The mansion is that one there. Now this thing is bollocks, because you'd think you just run in a straight line, but it doesn't work like that. Illusionary works on portals. So I believe I gotta take this one to go down. I've almost sussed this place out. Yeah, motherfuckers. This is what took the most time in my 2 previous playthroughs. It was trying to figure out how to navigate this place, because everything is constantly like warping and moving. So here we should find our boy. The game allows you to RP the character as you want without tying you down with trying to remain in a certain arbitrary system bracket. Yeah, like it will lock you out, so to speak. The only time I think this is a potential issue is the Paladin. Like if you make a choice that objectively goes against the oath you swore, hence you can unlock Oathbreaker. But barring those circumstances, generally it tends to play fair. Alright, I believe our boy is waiting just up ahead here, so I'm going to move us here. I'll do the normal buffs now. So Volgif's the one who's not set up yet. So that's all the buffs. So here's I'll do manually. So I will cast Babby. So there'll be a little BB. This has a bit of a longer cast time.
Inimosi travisi.
Inimosi Cradisi.
Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi.
Oh, I got 2 anticipations. That means I do have enough room to do the thing I was originally planning to. Oops. And then these 2 would happen as, or 3 rather, as the battle would commence. Which should happen probably now, so we'll do the short ones. That's
My tail is restless.
Alright,
we're ready. Let's tango.
there are many roads.
There he is.
Success.
BG3 has way too much effort stuffed into it. It's ruining the expectations on... I read that article. That was silly. I feel like, you know... There was that tweet that caused that controversy, where someone was like people shouldn't expect like this will be the new norm for these types of games, but to lower their expectations. It's like, hang on. Hey, Carly. Let's see, Votiel is waiting for you in the main hall of the mansion. The spikes of his powerful shoulders and back bulge out violently. Bulge out violently? That's a potential LMD. I need a spawn Big Fellas would come to gaze at his inheritance. Pathetic, stupid nobody. Do you think you'll be lucky a second time? Run, little tiefling. Run away and don't stop, and maybe you'll survive a little longer. But I'll still find you no matter where you run, and I'll suck your eyes out of their sockets like grapes from their skins. Ooh, that's some great visual imagery. Yeah, if you're paying, what was it? It was £50. I'm gonna be very harsh with the critique. My judgment of a game is like the harsher I am is in proportion to the amount of money thrown down. If I spent like £10 on something, I'm a lot more forgiving. Like 50 or 60, I'm gonna be a lot more critical. Not as harsh. It's because like I said, I understand why you are. Why some might say, "Man, Ash has been unreasonably harsh." You know, if I played BG2 the same time that most folks had, and then BG3 is what it was, I would definitely be quite similar. But I'm able to both enjoy. I thoroughly enjoyed number 2. The only thing that was holding it back was, well, the technology that was holding it back. Like, I imagine if, let's say hypothetically, if the game had been made now, Christ, man, the shit they could have done with that game. Holy moly. And the fact that it still held up so well after 20 years was a testament to why it did as well as it did. You're a DOS fanboy. Yeah, I liked Divinity. It definitely had its shortcomings. But, yeah, I had my fun with that. That's why Cyberpunk was so disappointing for me, besides being a good game in general. I enjoyed it. I just had one slight hiccup, which was day one. OBS was having some technical issues. That was resolved in 24 hours. But yeah, there was definitely some issues with that game. I think it's managed to win out in the end, especially with the animated series that came out. I don't know what plans they have for the DLC, but I would like to return to Night City, because I definitely dug the setting of it. And I like the iteration of it that I played. I genuinely enjoyed. Yeah, no, that's fair. Poppin'. Let's see. I quit DOS because it was too campy and it ruined the good bits. Yeah, honestly, I can 100% see that being the case. One thing that always annoyed me, and I'm sure like it's a symptom of the other stuff. For example, the stealthing mechanic. Nothing was more annoying than conjuring a rock out of nowhere. If it was a spellcaster or something doing like some sort of an illusion, fair play, but characters would just suddenly turn into that. It just broke the immersion. Thankfully, in BG3, they've addressed that, where the character will actually like take a more, a stealthy approach and kind of move slowly. Turning him into the worst one for me, Ash. You were in a zone, yeah. I forget what the reason why it was, but the terrain, almost like the walls and the floor, were almost like flesh-like. It was really fucked up and pulsing. When you went to stealth there, you would just conjure this kind of like... there's this weird shell of like flesh. I'm like, how the fuck did I do that? Like, where'd that come from? Default were exactly where I expected. Still play some with friends, and it can possibly be redeemed like a Reaper of Souls expansion, but I also know Blizzard's a shit show, so it's not going to happen. I would have loved to have played the game, dude, but honestly, it'd have to be either half the cost or outright free for me to try it. I just current price tag, I'd rather not. That's a good point, Ash. The target dummy. For the minor illusion. I'm not sure if they've fixed that, so we'll have to see. But yeah, we'll see what comes up. DOS 2 invokes the feeling in me that it shouldn't be taken too seriously. The story is pretty dark and very high stakes, but it will. Yeah, it kind of pokes fun at itself. So there are plenty of moments where there is a genuine seriousness to it, but it's almost like a punchline is always waiting that kind of takes the sting out of it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think the cow quest that's been referenced is 2 NPCs. If you don't have the speak with animals perk, pet pals. They've I think you're supposed to get a potion for them to turn them back into normal humans, or at least humanoids. There's a layer of it there. You know what it's like. It's like you're trying to play a D&D game, but the trickster mythic path is everywhere in DOS 2. There's like that cloak of it being draped on everything. Let's see, we got Votiella. So you think I was just lucky, you lizard? I had the chief with me then. And now I don't even need the chief to kick your ass. I came for my inheritance, for my power, and when I get it, we'll see who's laughing then. Woljif looks back at you and whispers, I think I'm a bit too far there. No, it's fine. Do you reckon he'll kill me quickly after that? And the thing I just said about not needing you, I was just saying it, but I didn't mean it, so don't get any ideas. No, we got this. Let's see, why are you so eager to destroy Woljif? He hasn't done anything to you. He and Igefelis are all guilty before my mistress by virtue of their very birth. To be blamed from the sins of your progenitors, sometimes even generations back. Lady Hepzimira, the strongest child of Baphomet, hunts down her unworthy brothers and sisters because she alone should stand before the throne of her father, the Lord of Labyrinths. I will tell you now, Igefelis was killed you pile of refuse, and the story will be the last thing that you hear. No one can escape from Mistress Hepzibah. You pile of... I always gotta call me refuse. Igfelis tried. At first he settled down here in Alushanera. He thought that in the lands of Nocticula no one would get him. I found him for my mistress. When he sensed me, he locked himself in his treasure room like a cowardly rat, not wanting to accept his inevitable death. I carved through his henchmen and reached his hiding place. The bones of those who did not have time to flee crunched beneath my feet. I tore down the doors of the treasure room, pretending to myself that I was ripping about the pathetic coward. But inside, I found only a corpse. My lady was so pleased, but... The demon's small eyes squint suspiciously. I knew something was wrong. The corpse lay in front of me, but I felt sure that Igfelis had escaped. I tortured his servants until they revealed the secret of the moon of the abyss. I made them search every corner, but the moon was gone. How many years I searched for it, and then I found not only it, but this tiefling as well. Lady Hepzibah will reward me when I bring her the horned skull of a defective spawn that dishonors the blood of Baphomet, and she will reward me twice over when I reveal the escape of that scum Igfelis. Well, he's very single-minded and driven. Let's see, is Woldriff a descendant of Baphomet himself? Yeah, so you're telling me I'm related to old Baphomet. How'd that happen? Lord Baphomet conceived many demons, many bastard children unworthy of their father. One of them was Igfelis, who made his way to Golarion. His blood, and hence the blood of Baphomet, flows in you, tiefling. Lady Hepzibah will destroy all who defile the purity of this blood. I'll blame the dad. God, fucking hell, Baphomet's worse than freaking Zeus sticking his dick in anything with a pulse. What is this moon of the abyss? Ask the tiefling if Igfelis left the moon for him. He should know the answer. Nobody explained nothing to me. I don't even know why it's so important. Why does nobody ever tell me anything? I don't even know who this Igfelis guy is. My grandpa? Great-grandpa? My uncle? Vortiel howls with laughter. Stupid tiefling. You don't even know why you're going to die. The demon that caused you to be born will also be the cause of your death. And how'd you know your boy Woldriff would be here? I was informed that the tiefling I was searching for had set foot in the streets of Alushanera. Where else would he go but to the mansion of his ancestor looking for treasure? I suspect Stitch will pick up the game, and if he wants to play multiplayer I might too, so I'll try not to be a total fucking salt monster. But man, the stupid vampire puns are gonna make that hard out of the gate. Look, just because you said... you see, you only said the word hard, right? I can't turn that into LMD. I can't be like, hard, you say? You skipped my comment before. No, I saw it with regards to the Lady Adventures. I wasn't entirely sure how to respond. In that, I agree. The game does that a lot. There'll be a lot of like super tense moments, and then something will, it'll pivot to it that kind of pulls you out of it. Well, at least at the bright side, I know you weren't as keen with the narrator for D2, but they have the same voice actress for the Who Did Malady, and I could listen to her speak all day. She has a very nice voice. Let's see, the Shadow brought me here. The Shadow should have known you were here because it always protects me from you. But why didn't it warn me? Let's just fight. Alright, so this guy's been talking a lot of smack, so I'm going to smack him.
I will resist.
This guy's weak. This guy is fucking comically weak. It's over. Dude, what the fuck, man? That is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for y'all. Disgraceful. Although I think there's a round 2, allegedly. I do love her voice almost as much as Katarina's. What chunks I have seen? Actually, I just realised that because pretty much the entirety of BG3 is going to be voice acted, including most of the, if not all the narration, that should actually give my vocal cords a reprieve. Even though some folks like to hear me read stuff. Hate the fact that one of the first things they revealed about BG3 is the fact that one of the characters... Yeah, honestly, I'm going to give you that. Actually, 2 things. 2 of the characters, right? they showcased something immediately in the artwork that frustrated me. First was Astarion, although, to be fair, when you do the character creation, you can make your own character or you can play it through the NPC characters. And it's already revealed there, but you literally see in the artwork, you know, the vampire fangs, the eyes, the blood streaking down, and then there's Will, who I did not recruit in the early access, but it's quite clear that, judging by the demon that is perched upon his shoulder, you know, draping her arms around him, it's clear that he's entered into some kind of a bargain, or at least that's his quarry. Like, you're tipping your hand. Whereas, you know, when I had played BG2 20 years later than it was released, like, everything I knew about the characters, I knew fuck all. Like, I didn't know what made them tick, and as I learned more about them, I learnt naturally, not through what's much of the artwork was, or you know, any sort of trailer that kind of spoiled that. Can we also talk about the 13-year-old goth in their Mars basement, named Shadowheart? Code name, probably. Wait, I'm trying to think who the full character roster is. Okay, here we go. There's Ikfeles. Revenge on Hepsimira and her henchmen. I want to make a rogue with Shadow Monk dip so I can teleport into the shadows and stabby stab. Wait, do monks get teleportation as a Shadow Monk? I haven't looked into that one yet. Is it like DOS where you can start as one of the actual characters, or you can make your own? You can make your own. So yeah, you have the option to create your own custom character, or you can play through the NPCs, the recruitable party members. Supposedly, you're encouraged to generally make your own, but there's nothing wrong in playing as one of the characters. In fact, some things I'll give you an example. Let's say you make your own character, and moment to moment you'll see how certain NPCs react. And depending on what skill checks you do to try and glean more about them, you'll either learn more or not if you succeed or fail. If you then go through that same process, but play it as the character, you'll actually see the motivations as to why they're feeling not so inclined to be as forthcoming. So you can kind of see it through a different lens, and there's some things I don't think you'll ever truly be able to learn, at least not at its core, unless you play as them. Allegedly. Let's see, a gigantic demon shadow separates from Woljif and menacingly hangs in the air. At times it seems to grow. As if the atmosphere of the abyss is feeding it and giving it additional strength. Woljif. The voice of the shadow is deep and... Woljif. The voice of the shadow is deep and low, and it seems to penetrate the mind, enveloping and replacing any other thoughts. My heir. Woljif freezes as if under some spell. He's like, Grandpa! I mean, Your Honor. I don't know what to call you. I've never had a grandpa like this before, and no. I always knew it was your shadow. You're my guardian demon, huh? Ah, well, why not? Always knew I was special, a prince of something, and this is the chief. You should get to know each other. Chief, this is my grandpa. Hello, Grandfather Woljif. The person who told you rogues are bad in D&D 5th edition needs to be slapped. People keep saying this class is bad, or this class is OP. In the end, all classes are playable and can be strong. I love rogues! Dude! So the two I've played, to any decent degree, Barbarian and Rogue. When I was playing as my Barbarian, I loved it because of the obscene simplicity and the obvious thing, Rage. Fucking adore Rage. Glorious mechanic. And then when I made my Rogue, I started to miss that. I missed both the simplicity, because it's very single-minded what you can do, at least with the way I played Barbarian. And I missed knowing that I could have that cut the physical damage in half. But then now that I'm playing as Rogue, I like sneak attack. I like that I can be effective from range if the situation demands it. And most of all, what I can do with my cunning actions. There's a lot of flexibility. And I'm sure in the event where I make a character that's neither Barbarian nor Rogue, I'm going to miss both Rage and the sneak attack and the options I had as a Rogue. So each class pretty solid. Have you seen Vox Machina on Amazon Prime? I still need to watch the second season. I think I watched the first episode, and I just keep failing to get around to it. I think I'll probably do it. I guess it depends on how the end of the year goes. If I do take my 3 to 5 days off, I might watch it then. Kind of pencil that time aside and just sit down. We'll see. But I definitely have plans to watch that. Let's see. It's a pleasure to make the acquaintance of the demon who outwitted Hepzibah's henchmen. It's easy to deceive those who do not know what you know. My grandson Woljif discovered this knowledge without my help, and I'm proud of him. He deserves to become my heir, the one who will take my strength and avenge the fall of our branch of the family. A new Igfelis will rise again. Hey Elixir! How you doing, bud? See, that's great and all, Gramps, but I'm not quite following you. Revenge? A new Igfelis? I mean, I want your power, of course, but like you said, it's easy to deceive and all that, right, Chief? So what do you want from Woljif, Igfelis? We should have gone to how bad Ranger is. No, it was more the Blade was remarking on the fact that there are people that will say objectively like some class is bad, or one is better than the other, but in actual fact it's very easy to make most classes in 5th edition D&D viable. Like, you can make it work. Let's see. I want my grandson to accept my power and become a continuation of me. Tell me, Woljif, do you want to ascend to the top of the world and rule it? If we combine my powers with your resourcefulness, the Abyss will submit to us, and all those who've wronged us will be punished. Are there many wrongdoers, Woljif? Yes, I see. I know. And every wrong has been another step leading you to this moment. You've endured everything. You're worthy of great power, my grandson. I guess say rangers are bad when sharpshooter is a thing. It's a nice option to have. I'm doing okay, Kaput. How about yourself? The best class is the one that you have fun with. Original Ranger, sadly, is just mechanically the worst. But default Ranger, even now? You have design for Exile Calls more so, because I thought it was going to happen tomorrow, not today. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Although it's going to be towards the very tail end of my stream. I won't be doing much talking, since we're going to be spending most of our time listening. I'll have to make sure I have my energy reserves topped up. But yes, I am hyped. So Woljif is going, I'm worthy? Yeah, but I didn't even do anything. Listen, Grandpa, I understand you've been holed up in that crystal for a long time, and so you probably don't know me well. I just steal here and there, trade a little, and never done anything special, you know? Maybe I'm not worthy at all. Maybe you're just wrong. What if later you turn around and say, why'd I go and give you that power, you useless idiot? No, I'm not mistaken. I foresaw your birth, and I foresaw that you would come here. You're exactly what I need, Woljif, and no one can replace you. So how did you survive? Thanks to Aradin. Igfelis gives a low chuckle that rumbles like distant thunder. I do not know if you remember the times when prophecies were not just heaps of useless words, but I do remember. You see, I'm the son of Baphomet. I don't think you need an explanation of who he is. Baphomet conceived many children, but my sister Hepzibah wanted to be the only one. Ah, jealous daughter. I noticed that it's a bit late EU time. It's starting midnight over here. Yeah, for me it's 11 PM. It's fine. I'll persevere. Besides, it's all good news, and you know, PoE is very central to this stream. As what got my stream to where it was in the first place. She marked us for death and hunted us down quite successfully. I did not want to be among her victims. I hid in Illusionera, but I knew it wouldn't last long. In the end, I decided to learn my future. Forewarned is forearmed. I was able to acquire all the knowledge I needed about my future self after many rituals. I saw a vision of how I would put a crystal like a dark moon into a silver setting. I spent a long time trying to understand this vision, and finally, bit by bit, a prophecy came to me. I realized that I would have to die in order to live again, that the dark crystal must become my refuge and the receptacle of my powers. I must hide my soul in the crystal and wait for my heir to come to the Abyss and free me. This crystal is the moon of the Abyss set within a silver mount. I sent it to Golarion for my grandson. Do you see, Woljif? I anticipated your birth like no one else. Makes you think instantly. Hang on, so you're just going to use Woljif as your makeshift vessel and take control. Hoping it's not going to be a long stream, like plus 2 hours, because I have work tomorrow. I think that the full stream is, what, 6 hours? But the core thing I think people want to see is news regarding PoE 2, what the reworks are going to be it in-game or content in general, or, you know, class and ascendancy reworks, and the new league. Oh, and the PoE 2 news. And maybe PoE Mobile, if that's your thing. So why did Votiel dislike you so much? Votiel, he wanted to curry favour with his mistress and nothing more, but you cannot deny his intelligence. Really? He died in frickin' 2 attacks? Or two swings of the weapon? Hepzibah was appeased when she saw my head, but he discovered the truth about the Moon of the Abyss and almost killed Woljif. Hepzibah, the stupid cow, just wants to destroy all her brothers and sisters indiscriminately. But Votiel, his mind was constantly seeking ways to please her, and this desire aided his efforts. Well, he died pursuing his dreams of greatness. So demons don't give something for nothing. What do you want in return? I have only one condition, and it's a very small one. Igfelis shrinks down to the same size as Woljif. My spirit will enter your body, Woljif. It will hide within you just as it hid within the crystal, invisible to you and invisible to others. So you sort of want to take over my body? Really, Grandpa? I thought better of you. I'm your grandson, you know. You shouldn't treat your grandkids that way. You take care of them. Put up with their hijinks and stuff. I'll make puppets out of them. Life has taught you to be too cautious, Woljif. I do not want to take your body. I want to help you. Who were you before you found the Moon of the Abyss? A pathetic thief from a small town. A coward and a traitor. A boy who was hated by his own mother, driven away from everywhere he went, and now look, Votiel is dead. Look at all the treasures that are rightfully yours, and this is just the beginning. You'll become the Prince of the Abyss, my grandson. Igfelis' voice grows lower, more insinuating. As for my living within your body, your success will be my success. I'll only give you advice, as I did in the World Moon, and you'll be free to choose whether or not to listen. However, I see that words will not satisfy you. Let me show you what you'll gain if you agree. You say I've been driven away from everywhere, but the Chief hasn't chased me off yet. So show him too. Since we got into this together, Chief. Actually, it's fine. Forget it. Do what you want. No, show me. I want to see. I don't want Woljif to face it alone. Yeah, I think we have to... He'll kind of relive certain memories and then show him what for. Need some advice for a noob like me. What do you recommend? I'm buying the new PC soon, but I kind of don't like the standard PC screens. Want to buy a TV and play on just a huge TV. No clue there's any difference between a monitor that's made for PC or a normal TV. I mean, for me, I didn't even give it this much thought. It's the reason I use a big fucking screen, and that's because I do switch between like being sat at my desk and then chilling on the bed, and I will, you know, because I exclusively watch everything via the internet, be it YouTube, Amazon, Twitch, etc. I don't want to be sat at the desk all day. I like to sort of chill and have a big screen. So because of that, I always favoured a large TV. So if you have a similar thing where, you know, you don't want to be sat at your desk all the time and you want a nice big screen to be able to watch that stuff, then I'd probably say go with that. But I'd only go for a smaller screen if that's all you need. See, my setup looks like this. My stream setup, like one big screen like that. Game top left, chat right, and then my alerts bottom. I do have a second smaller monitor, and that's just to keep an eye on things like OBS and some other alerts. So let's see, Igfelis shows no sign of impatience, but his darkness seems to become deeper and more compelling. What a loyal friend you have, Woljif, but maybe the Chief just wants to guide you every step of the way. Maybe he's just afraid that you'll become too independent. Woljif looks to you as if trying to find the answer, but then turns away. I don't know, Gramps. Maybe you're right, but even if the Chief mouths off, even if he doesn't do what I like, he's still the best thing that ever happened to me. At least let him take a look. As you wish. Igfelis begins to grow, his darkness pulsating as it surrounds you, until you're completely enveloped and nothing else can be seen. There's only silence, only darkness, and a soothing voice. Close your eyes. I'll show you what the world will be like when the dark moon of the abyss rises. Right, so now we go through his flashback. Hey, Zokatai! How you doing, bud? Is that a consultation with a tattoo artist today?
Oh?
Figured out what sort of tattoo I'll come up with my crappy one with. It's gonna... Oh, a cover-up you mean. It's gonna be a really cool black and white frog. It's an interesting choice of creature. Got a point for the 11th of August to do it. Where are we at now? Okay, so not too far away. A froggo, you say? Yeah, froge. No worries, poppin'. Look away, man. As the darkness recedes, you realise that you're standing on a deserted street in Canabras. However, to call it standing is an exaggeration. You are a disembodied spirit, and through your transparent body, you can see the walls of neighbouring houses. Next to you is a slovenly dressed old woman with a swollen face, her lips pursed unkindly. When she opens her mouth, you hear the velvet voice of Igfelis. Observe, Commander. Say, get back here, you little weasel. Yeah, this is Woljif as a kid. Trying to steal from us, you little rat. Yeah, a boy of about 10 runs towards you, and as he gets closer, you recognise him as Woljif. He looks scared and clutches a piece of bread to his chest. Grandma, help me! You said I should take the bread from him and hide. Hide me, Gran! And she's like, no. The old woman does not budge. Look at you, Woljif. Small, weak, useless, always blaming others, always holding them responsible for your failures. You're exactly the same as you've always been. A boy who is so afraid of the world that he hides behind someone else's back. First your grandmother, then the thieflings, and then the commander. The boy can't hold back tears anymore. Poor kid. Gran, why don't you ever help me? You're all I have. They'll beat me, so hide me, please. You will remain this way forever because you're too cowardly and weak to cope on your own. Only I can free you from this fear. Accept me, accept my power, and destroy your enemies. Come on, do not hesitate. Igfelis turns to you. Watch, Commander. Once he gets a taste of this power, you'll never be able to sway him again. I mean, I'm going to ask him to go for the power. I can't remember if I ever had him embrace that power. Given my slightly more evil alignment, I'm more inclined to agree to him using that power. Steph, want to know something? Sure. I'm in a Lala-only Discord. Lalafell? Also, I'm in Frog-only Discord, and there's a Frog Mask outfit in FF14. So Frog Lalafell specific. It's a very narrow lens. I would say, do you want to be worthy of the power of Igfelis? Then fight back properly. Woljif turns to you when he hears your voice. Wiping away his tears and sniffling loudly, the illusion vanishes and he becomes an adult again. Right, Chief. I can't keep running all the time. I really need these powers if I'm going to survive. Oink! Oink! Attaboy. Attaboy! Power! When the darkness dissipates, you find yourself in a familiar basement. The one belonging to the thieflings. Karisme and the others stand across from you as menacingly as they did before, and next to Woljif is you. I thought better of him, and I trusted you. Oh, he's about to be attacked yet again. You'll never change, Woljif. I love that you have, even in my spirit form, I have mirror image up. 3 discords, Lala only, Frog only, and Lala... Oh god, so it's even more specific. I wasn't wrong about you after all, Woljif. You're a traitor. I took you into the gang because I heard you were a master lockpicker. I was warned that you were a traitor, but I didn't listen. I took you on, and for what? You've only endangered the family. But I didn't betray you. I only took what belongs to me. Right, Chief? It's your fault I've been treated badly. Maybe if you were nicer, I wouldn't have done it. Don't try any of your fast talk on them. It's useless. Deep down you wanted your chief to appreciate you and for the thieflings to love you for who you are, so that they could really become your family, since your blood relatives never were. But look at yourself, a coward, a thief, a loudmouth, a street rat, and even a demon spawn. Who'd even want to accept you? There's nothing in you worthy of any interest. Take my power, Woljif, and enchant them. They'll praise your name endlessly. You'll bask in their adoration. I'm once again going to push him to do that. Does he enchant them? You want to possess the power of a demon, so take what you want from life, as all demons do. And why not? I need their sincerity. I don't have time to balance on my tail and perform tricks while I beg them to pay attention to me. Well, let's see how this demonic magic muddles minds. Come on, brothers and sisters, sing my praises. There you go. He's using magic. There you go. He's wild them. He's like, you must become our leader. We'll love you, me. You are the best of all the thievelings. He's warping their brains. Oh, we're back in the present. Oh, the true physical form has appeared. If there's one thing I'm hoping for, they announced this ExileCon is a minion version that makes you summon animals, not SRS, but like wolves and bears. So wait, like SRS gets like a new texture or something, like the bees. The darkness dissipates again, like in the last illusion, but this time you see not one Woljif in front of you, but two. The second looks at Hepzibah, who is before him. He looks like an exact copy of himself, but something in him has changed imperceptibly. His presence is cold, and there is greatness, like an aura of darkness that vibrates around him. Now look, Commander.
No, don't kill me. Have mercy me.
Oink! See what my power bestows, imprisoned in the crystal. I felt how he called to me, how my magic was changing. I can defeat Hepzibah, even Baphomet himself. With my power, you can easily crush your enemies, and any crusade will seem like a leisurely stroll. Now come, and guide my heir to the right path. This is what I'll become if I accept your gift, Grandpa. I do look pretty good. His voice still sounds uncertain. Woljif looks back and forth between you and his double. So, we need to decide right now. Then won't be another chance. Alright, I have to ask the Chief one last time. What do you reckon, Chief? Now, I believe that the background changes as well, yeah? And if you embrace the power, you can tell there is a certain... He gains a significant boost in his own confidence, and he's a lot more decisive. Yeah, less simpering. He becomes more like an adult, if anything. So you can see there's a noticeable change. Let's see. Yeah, so take your power and destroy the old Woljif. You can do without him. Woljif's eyes light up with a familiar gleam. What, Chief? You mean have my sweet roll and eat it too? That's my dream come true. And all in all, well, what's left to think about it? Hey, Gramps, I've decided. Woljif takes off the Ring of the Abyss and watches it mysteriously shimmer in the light one last time. Then, obeying some inner call, he removes the crystal from its setting and presses it into his chest. Yes, throw away everything human, everything that holds you, except the power of the Moon of the Abyss, given to me. Without me, you're nothing, just a weakling, just a street rat, but together, we'll win. There we go. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I did do it. I did do this once. Yeah, because I remember the background, because he takes on the more demonic features of the Tiefling bloodline. Woljif stands motionless for a moment and then gives a brief grin. You're out of luck, Gramps. I'll take your power, but I think I'll pass on your valuable advice. How'd you like that? And this is where, obviously, he's like, how dare you? Yeah. And then there's multiple copies. That's the real fight. Right, I remember. So it looks like the OG's going first.
I'll rip you apart!
Oink. Cloak of Dreams. And Insanity. Damn. Try to go for a 2-for-1 special. Hey, Yar. Let's see what happened here. 42 save. So Woljif made the save. A 16 plus that he rolled pretty well. Yeah, so we got pretty lucky. He tried to take control, but he flummoxed the roll. I guess maybe I should go for the duplicates.
Prepare yourself!
He's got some modicum of being able to reflect damage. Do you want to see him die, guys? Watch this. You ready for this? Oink! 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 He must have good AC, because he quite a few of the hits ended up missing. What is your armor class? Oh, 43! Ooh, just barely missed so many of my attacks. Good hits, though. Let's do a... for the king. And then we'll just sidle up and just give him a little smack. Oh, he's on his mount, goddammit. Woljif is actually fighting on his own. There's one down.
They'll beg me to stop!
Yeah, so it looks like if you hit the original, the others falter.
Well, that's that, I guess. And I was just getting used to having a grandpa. He's not the type who will teach you how to fish and fill a pipe, you know, but he's alright. Probably even decent for a demon. Not surprising that Gran remembered him well.
I like this change.
But I don't give a damn about either of them. I can't wait. I want to test out my new power, Chief. With you, I'll be sure to find the perfect place to test it and the perfect folk to test it on. Thanks, Chief. You're probably the last mortal I'll ever thank. And the first, probably, too. You're special like that. To me. Kind of my only ally. Yeah, we're allies now.
I like this version. What are you gonna do now?
What now? That Heb Samira won't leave me alone now, will she? She'll find out who knocked off her servant. So I'll have to go and show her what I'm made of. And then go about my own business at home. Here, I mean. I can breathe easier here, Chief. Here, no one's gonna call me a traitor. Because everyone's a traitor. No one's gonna condemn me because no one's in any place to judge. And no need to think about who's sincere, because everyone's lying.
See, this is such a noticeable change.
Being around normal people felt like being tossed around in a frying pan, you know? Just trying to save my life by convincing everyone I was a good guy. I'm done with that. I am what I am, a scoundrel and a traitor. So I should be with my kind of people. And I'll be the best of them all. I can promise you that. Until we crush that spawn of Baphomet who keeps causing trouble for me, I'm with you, Chief. After that, if I get bored, I'll leave.
Fine by me. Alright, let's get out of here.
Well, so long to the old family nest. I should really take care of you properly. But it's not time yet. We need to lock you up tight so nobody takes nothing. By the way, that goes for you too, Chief. Having me with you is a reward in itself, and we'll snag a lot of gold together. But the treasure in here is all mine and only mine. You hear?
Oh, so he doesn't give you access to the hidden coffers? Oh shit, he doesn't. Yeah, there's supposed to be. I can't remember. There's a false wall here. So I think if you convince Vuljif to forsake that power and lean more on his good nature, he'll be more inclined to share what resides here. But if you have him accept the power of Igfelis, he doesn't give you that. Oh, interesting. He's like, yeah, you know what? It's my shit, baby. If you turn him evil, he keeps it for himself. If you don't, he shares. Well, honestly, I like both versions of Vuljif. Oh, I love the artwork changed as well. So what does it look like in the in his biography then? Oh, very nice. Even the moon shifted. I like this. Cool! Yeah, he's got both endings are very satisfying for his quest. Also really solid character. The only complaint I have is the fact that when he bails on you, when just before Lost Chapel, especially if you're relying on him and you don't use Camellia and you have no one else that can lockpick, you're kind of fucked. So him being absent, it really sucks. But when he's in the party, man, he good. Someone said this in someone's Discord. I hope if Seth went to ExileCon that he got a Bramblejack for his random pin. Bruh, I wouldn't put it past them, seriously. I hope. How about, the biggest thing that'd be the icing on the cake is if someone happened to mention that, like someone at the panel. Shout out to Seth. Hope you get that Bramblejack. I'd be like, you motherfucker. But I also feel infinitely proud that let the meme perpetuate itself. But I doubt we'll get anything like that. I would love to have gone, but between I want to say near the folks at all times. I can't be absent for too long. The price tag was going to be incredibly broad, and then on top of that, I wouldn't be able to stream, it did just be too much, and it's so beyond my own comfort zone. Okay, let's skedaddle here. So that's Vuljif's quest done. Really sucks. I like having him in my party because when he lands his attacks, he fucking does damage. Like, truly. In the last campaign, he was the one who completely shredded Arulu Volesh. He just sidled up to it and just unleashed one of the greatest barrages I'd ever seen. Fight was over before it even started. Alright, so we're going to take this, we're going to send him back, and now we're going to grab Grey Boar. What did it say, by the way? Hang on, let me pause first. There we go. The path to one's true self is different for everyone. Woljif's path is far from over, but an important milestone has been passed. He has accepted the part of his dual nature closest to his inner essence, and forever rid himself of his illusions about who he could become. This could be an inspiring and instructive tale, but unfortunately, or fortunately, this tiefling does not have the makings of an epic hero and is of little interest other than as a curious example of cross-species breeding. Could not really go, not worth to go for less than 2 weeks to that part of the world, and I can't afford to be away that long. It's kind of the same. I certainly would love to go to the land of the Kiwis, but thanks to the wonders and marvels of technology, we shall suffice. Hang on, I need to use the portal, don't I? Yeah, I need to use this one to go down. Then I can use the transporter. This place is so fucking weird. But like I said, I'm getting used to this. It's taking some finesse, so we'll go back to the Nexus. Alright.
Keep your calm.
I'm gonna have a very quick word with Woljif. I don't know if there is a major dialogue shift for our boy. There he is. How many subclasses are available in BG3? Just a base player handbook run. There was a spreadsheet that goes into that. Classes. Yeah, the wiki has those available. I'm sure there are a few that they've kept their cards close to their chest and don't want to make it available until you actually... until the game is fully out. Let's see. I want to know more about you. I've told you plenty already. The Thieflings, Canabris, my family. None of that matters now. I don't want to think about this anymore. Oh, he just cuts it out entirely. Damn, he really does change. Do you want to talk to me about what happened at Eagfellas' mansion? You mean my new powers? Don't worry, Chief. I won't use them against you, as long as you don't stand in my way. I have plans for the Abyss. When we're finished with Hepzimira and all them Baphomets, I'm gonna fix up old Gramps' mansion and think about what I want to do. I know one thing for sure. There's nothing for me on Golarion. I'm here out of respect for you. Woljif looks away and stares off in the distance. You know, Chief, if the wound closes... it'll be good, but will we see each other again? The only thing I regret is that we won't be able to get together with the Mugger Vale and remember our adventures. Although, I'm definitely going to live longer than you. Every 100 years I'll make sure to drink something out of an enemy's skull in your honor. By all means. And do we still have connections? Yeah, nice. So you still get access to the store. Man, I gotta say, man, I prefer this Woljif more.
There are many roads to success.
He becomes a lot more like an adult, I feel. Significantly more assertive, knows what he wants, and is not ready to take any bullshit. Whereas before, he's just constantly wanting to get that little attaboy and pat on the head. It's such a dramatic shift. I like it. I think all classes have at least 3 subclasses. Yeah, most will have three subclasses. With likely plans for others to be introduced. Right, step 2. We're gonna do Greyboar's quest. So we're gonna go oink 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 and oink. Beautiful. Now I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go. Let's go to the 10,000 lights because we need to get to Will-O-Wisp mansion, which should be in the upper quarter. I think I found the mansion. I think. We'll see. This is the one that my memory's the most haziest on. Wizard of Cleric is like 7 or something. Yeah, and obviously there's only so many, realistically, that can be done. Let me double check all your gear. Now you should have +3s. Oh, he's got 4 on one of them. Hell yeah. That's fine. Your armor is +4 hand. I think generally those are fine. Alright. +4 of physical. Might is generally good. Do I have a better wisdom one? +2 mental flow. I mean that kind of does the same, but also adds the old Riz. Intelligence. Beep 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 beep. +10 consequence intimidation ability. Shapeshifter helmet. Well, that's a no-brainer. You can take that one. Your cloak. It is a +3, so I actually haven't really slacked off with his equipment as much as I thought I did. Well, that's nice, isn't it? It means I've not been as big of a whiny as I thought I had. Sure, let's put this close on for now. It's the helmet that's the debatable one. Generally, I try and make sure that I keep his wisdom score. But there isn't really much I want to give him. I suppose this one shares. Oh, they need charisma, but it's better than his predecessor. That'll do. Keep your feet on the ground. Also, let me fix this because this is horrible. Like the way these are all lined up. All right, what do you want to cast? What is stopping you from doing that? Oh, he just hasn't rested. That's why he doesn't have access to those. Fair. Oh, you can leave that there. Mirror image, sense the vitals. Alright, so he's mostly intact. Let me speak till the sugar tits over here. Cell. Burk. These are Wolf's old daggers, which he definitely will need. Full plate 2. Basically, anything that has like a fancy name to it, those are the only ones I tend to hang on to. Mystic Grace. Breastplate 4. Manager's Penance. On the brink. Nice. You can take those, that, all of them. Any +2s will also ditch them too. Nice. Sold. Sweet guard kitty on warm rock. But what is this? It's because of the image links. Oh, little face. Bless. No. I don't know. I'm not experienced what Twitch is doing right now, pal. Alright, so Upper City? I gotta find what was the name? Willowis? TLDR, Greybor was given a contract to assassinate a particular Baelor. And the client insisted that the finishing blow should be achieved with a magical dagger that he be provided with. When Greybor attempted to swing said weapon, it didn't work. And he was none too happy about that, as he himself is very particular about his reputation, and a failed assassination reflects poorly on him. So he's been trying to find out what has been, like, where the cock-up occurred. What was the quest insinuating? Rumors are currency, and anyone who wishes to become... Oh, it's called the House of Wicked Knowledge. Basically, we're going to that one there. To get there, we need to do the same thing again. So, I need to use the portal. Edible? Yes, we've got to go to this one. Once we've done that, we've got to make sure that the zone is correctly aligned. So, come on. Attaboy. Beautiful. Also, saw this guy earlier today in Guild Wars 2. Had a good laugh about this, since in World of Warcraft terms, Shadowlands, SL is Shadowlands the worst expansion ever, and the expansion where WoW and Blizzard had their They were slow. Hang on, what is this? Why are you running? That's our perfect name. How's Dragonflight been doing? I haven't really looked too much into Blizzard-related things. Why is there a chest there? Oh no, I already got it. I got it. I have solved day puzzle. Alright, let's go to Captain Chucklefox's abode. Hey, see you. Are you okay, dude? You don't use that email very often. There you go. We're in the House of Wicked Knowledge. Oh, there you go. There's our boy. The lock's familiar. These locks are used by monster traders from Katapesh who want to ensure their most powerful beasts stay in their cages. It can't be forced, but one delicate twist of a knife, and... It can't be forced, but he forces it. Gotcha. Even though he has hardly any skills in lockpicking. Wait, what's the source of your exhaustion? Let's see, a hunt is a clash between the hunter's cunning and the shrewdness of the prey. When the prey expects a trap, the hunter's acumen is put to the test in trying to subvert such expectations. Willowdus has proven he understands this fundamental principle. The commander bursts through the front door and freezes. For all the tales about the mansion supposedly becoming a citadel, no one's there to assault the unwanted guests. There are no flying arrows, no chilling battle cries, and the expensive furniture hasn't been turned into makeshift barricades. The commander and his companions carefully examine the luxurious antechamber. There are 2 doors leading deeper into the mansion. One bears a symbol of a mirror, and the other a symbol of a knife. There is a bloody pigeon feather in front of the doors, and a note that contains 2 words: "Welcome, assassin." Apparently I just barely succeeded the skill check as 50-50. The commander recalls that the bloody feather is the symbol of Shax, the blood marquis. This demon lord is infamous for luring his victims into labyrinths full of deadly traps. Oh, take some of Baphomet shtick. The door slams shut loudly behind him. The commander... I mean, I guess it just depends which one you feel up to entering. I was having my dad with some renovation, and the weather today went from cool rain to fuck you heat. Also, just kind of exacerbated the the exhaustion. I guess we avoid the one that has the feather. I mean, it says that in front of both doors. Let's just go for the one with the crooked knife. They say that pets reflect the character and disposition of their owners. Well, I guess that explains Ashen's era. If this is true, then the Lord of the Mansion has a truly cruel and perverse disposition. The commander enters a spacious cellar filled with scattered bones and cages. All of them are wide open, and the creatures they once contained are freely roaming the room. They all come from different planes. Some are monsters, some are mere animals, some are intelligent species. Yet all of them shamble around aimlessly. They pant loudly, and drool drips from their slack jaws and open mouths. Slack jaw and open is describing me in the morning. Their horribly mutilated and scarred heads provide evidence as to the reason for this behavior. A merciless surgeon has opened their skulls and taken out most of their brains, leaving only the bits that govern the most base instincts, such as hunger. And these creatures are very hungry indeed. Oh boy. Stitch has this theory that any animal that spends too long with me becomes disobedient and bratty. Disobedient and bratty. Where have I heard this from before? There's a lot of different things we can do to bypass this. They're all the same skill check. Let's go with stealth. Slip past them. These monsters have lost most of their brains and therefore most of their mental acuity. Sneaking through the shadows and hiding behind the massive cages, Ainz Miro quietly gets past the roaming monsters without attracting their attention. 3 doors lead from this dark cellar and its oppressive stink of blood and decay. The commander decisively reaches out for one mark with the symbol of a pair of scales. No matter how gleefully the lord of this place mutilates flesh, he is first and foremost a scientist. A scientist, by definition, is a madman who can put to shame any giggling maniac with a knife. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that his laboratory is furnished with care and order, and there is no hint of the tawdry luxury found in the other rooms. There is a multitude of flasks and vials, with potions resting on the tables, and the cupboards are full of jars containing brains of all shapes and colours. As soon as the door closes behind the commander's back, a huge silvery autoclave opens with a wheezing clang, emitting a wave of foul-smelling brine. A hideous homunculus covered in glistening slime crawls out of the autoclave. Its liquid, malleable body constantly grows new limbs, eyes, and mouths, absorbing the bits and pieces it no longer requires. It seems the monster can't decide what shape it should take. It stares at the commander with a malevolent intelligence. It seems it has better mental faculties than most alchemically produced creatures. The homunculus giggles repulsively as it grabs a vial of acid and aims it at the commander's head. Rude. Let's see, gonna be looking to get my stuff done before shops close. No worries, friend. All shall be on for a good long while, especially given that the Exile Clan chicanery is going to be happening. So we can do Knowledge Arcana, which is a decent chance. Or we can go for the guarantee. Attack the nimble monster, hoping to corner it and finish it off. The homunculus proves surprisingly agile as it scampers around the laboratory, growing more and more limbs. It's impossible to get a hold of the creature's moist, slimy skin. At long last, employing all of his cunning, Ainz Miro traps the nimble homunculus in the corner, catches it, and wrings its fragile neck. With a gurgling sound, the monster attempts to change its shape one last time, and then it goes limp forever. The commander uses this chance to search the laboratory and manages to procure an entire satchel of useful potions and balms. Stepping over the wreckage of expensive lab equipment and shattered glass, the commander pauses before the 3 doors and eventually chooses the one with the symbol of
A full moon, mate.
Oh, actually failed a law check. Yeah, but just barely. Important, not smiling, smug anime girl link. I don't trust you, but I'll still click it in spite of that. Okay, so it's not a smug anime girl? Fuck's sake, man. Really? You had to throw him in my face? The commander enters a magnificent bedroom and ends up knee-deep in a seemingly bottomless pile of soft blankets, fuzzy rugs, plump feather beds, and other covers of all sorts and shapes. They allure and promise the sweetest dreams, if only Ainz Miro would lie down and close his eyes. It's a dangerous temptation. Anyone who allows these fluffy killers to put them to sleep won't wake up ever again. Will crawl over their victim, piling up around them, and then suffocate and smother them to death. Carving through a feather bed with his blade, the commander sees glistening flesh and a thick ichor oozes out from the red in the fabric. Yet no book has ever mentioned such bizarre creatures. Yeah, it's close to doing that. Once again, we'll stick with that, which guarantees a great success. We'll carve a path through the room using the blade. The blade makes short work of the stubborn fabric, revealing muscles and sinew hidden underneath. Ainz Miro clumsily but desperately hacks at the encroaching mass like a butcher carving up a carcass. He fights his way through the sea of shuddering flesh towards the exit. 3 doors with different symbols lead from the master bedroom. The commander decides he would rather take his chances behind the one with a blazing fire. I think you have to pass each one of these. The commander finds himself in a long stone passage. No traps are triggered by his careful steps, yet at the end of the passage his vision grows blurry. The illusion of safety falls apart like a house of cards, revealing an endless fiery field, ashen mountains, rivers of lava, and magmatic volcanoes. Hot wind scorches his face. It's not difficult to conclude that this deadly place is the elemental plane of fire. Ash is here? Apparently ash and volcanic rock tremble beneath the commander's feet. But walking on it seems safe enough for now. The only escape route is the distant 3-way arch of rough-hewn stone, containing the 3 familiar doors. However, in order to reach it, the commander must find a way past the river of fire, in which tiny islets of porous stone are just barely visible. The river spews out tongues of roaring flame that land on the banks and crystallize into dark glass. As a result, both banks of the river have become steep, jagged cliffs of obsidian. The commander has nothing left to do but... both religion and knowledge are out of the question. Go to the other side by jumping from the islet tile. Was it Jetstream Sam it was, right? Perfect, Ash. Einzimero spots several tiny islets in the river of lava and deftly jumps from one to another, avoiding the scorching caress of the boiling magma. He manages to reach the other side of the fiery river and climbs up the steep slope. After reaching the stone portals, the commander has to decide which of the 3 doorways to enter. Eventually he settles on the one with the symbol of a rod. The door doesn't budge. The commander forces it open with his weight and enters the same hall where this dangerous expedition first began. The cozy, comfortable setting in no way hints at the nightmares that awaited the commander inside the mansion. The door outside is wide open, and through the doorway dark figures can be seen clutching weapons. All of this was nothing but a warm-up. The final, decisive battle is still to come. The commander prepares for a fight as he steps outside the accursed mansion. Alright, there we go, I was waiting for this. So these are the guys. That was one hell of a stall tactic. And there's Willowdus. Twitch stream Jet Sam. Show me a good time, Jack! The leader of this gang of demons is grotesquely disfigured even by the standards of the Abyss. A disproportionately large and bloated head rests on a tiny disformed body covered in bumps and furrows like a shriveled walnut. What seems at first to be a mane of hair standing up on end is revealed upon closer inspection to be bone needles sticking out from his pale, blistered skin. Where the mouth should be, there is instead a bony plate formed from yellowing teeth that have grown together. It protrudes out from his torn, lacerated lips. His voice appears to come from a slobbering, undulating hole in his neck, just beneath his chin. More bloody larvae showing up at my palace? I'm getting very tired of these visits. You watching SLCon live? Yeah, that's my plan. I thought it was tomorrow. But regardless, I'd intended to stay awake, at least for the most crucial bits. News regarding PoE2, what the reworks are going to be for the upcoming league, be it Ascendancy, class reworks, or endgame, and the new league itself. I figured that's what I was looking at load. Let's see, what a freak. Even I feel somewhat conflicted. Would killing this creature be an act of cruelty or mercy? I do not wish to show mercy to the scum that set me up. It is technically tomorrow. Well, it's starting 11 PM for me, and then transitions to tomorrow. Who are you? A snort of derision escapes from the creature's throat, and he makes a dismissive gesture with his hands, his dirty nails curling into long, thin spirals. You don't even know who you've decided to challenge. Let these words herald your imminent death, outsider. I am Willowdus, the wizard confidant and advisor to the Lady in Shadow. I am also known as the Vivisector. Greybor smirks, not bothering to hide his contempt. So many words. I'll simply call you a corpse. Less impressive sounding, perhaps, but easy to remember. Wait, FF14 is also doing their expansion reveal? Why did you turn your house into a trap? I was expecting assassins, and therefore I prepared a warm welcome for such guests. I trust that you appreciated my vivarium. When I'm finished with you, you'll become a new decoration for my palace, and another test for those who follow you. You'll be mine. Some of you will be mindless pets, and the more attractive ones, I may use you to meet other needs. Ooh. The monstrosity giggles lecherously, and the sound is shrill and repulsive like metal against glass. Ooh. Horrible. Did you create the monsters I found in the mansion? The demon cackles with glee and replies scornfully. You call them monsters, silly boy. What can you possibly know about it? Those are masterpieces of vivisection. Impossible creations conceived not by nature, but born of my scalpel, needle, and magic. So who do you think wants you dead? My enemies are many and dangerous, and I could spend an eternity guessing, but there's no need for that. Once I've killed you, I'll soak your warm little brains in my concoctions, and read the names of my enemies like tea leaves in their wrinkled pants. And then I'll have a lovely dinner. There's a greedy, predatory gleam in those tiny eyes, buried deep with the folds of wrinkled flesh. Why'd you put a hit out on Darazan and give Greybor a faulty magical dagger? I forgot this, actually. The demon hisses in frustration, spittle flying from the hole in his neck. Nonsense! Why would I want that idiot dead? What possessed him to think that I'm the one who put a hit out on him? And how dare you pathetic amateurs even think that a scheme of mine might possibly fail? If I truly wanted to kill Darazan, he'd be long gone. But no, I don't give a damn about anyone from that swarm of locusts. I expect a such an answer. For some reason, whenever I corner these scoundrels and demand a reckoning, none of them are brave enough to own up to their crimes. And they never go quietly when I slit their throat. So what do you think, Greybow? The dwarf shrugs and says thoughtfully, usually I'm quite capable of detecting lies, but this ugly wretch is impossible to read. And why does it matter anyways? Even if he's not lying, we do well to get rid of it. He just tried to kill us in his mansion. But we were trespassing. Besides, will you ever sleep well knowing this monstrosity is alive somewhere? Well, now that he knows us, probably not. Yeah, so chances are that I'll probably be avoiding that stream. Besides, I'll be too distracted with PoE. Your words reek of deceit. The demon's cloudy eyes flare with anger and his smug giggles give way to a low menacing growl. Soon we shall find out what your tiny, ridiculous, worm-eaten brain smells like. Kill him! The dwarf grins ominously, and as he looks at the demon, there's no mercy in his eyes. I won't lie, I've been waiting for this moment. Tomorrow morning my reputation will be spotless once again. Sweet dreams. It's time to party, guys! Oh, Jesus. Alright, let's take a look at Sir Foxstick the first. So where is he? Oh, he's a little stick. Alright. Not the most craziest AC. I'm sure you've been asked, but are you planning to stay up or take a nap? I'll probably stay up. I thought it was tomorrow. Like, I thought I'd be doing this literally tomorrow, but yeah. I'll watch, ideally, what will be the most crucial parts. News regarding PoE 2, what the next league is, and whatever's been changed. You know, endgame, ascendancies, classes, etc. I don't know, like, in what order this will all happen, but I suppose time will tell. How are the rest of these guys? Wait, is that all he has? No.
No match for me.
Man down. We don't have haste, so I'll have Steve lend me a hand here. I feel like there's invisible folks here. Probably. I'll do a for the king. Everyone gets a +8 to their roll to hit. Actually, it's best not to charge. Actually, this one. Oink! Oh, he's still on his mount. 176 damage down. Yeah, he had stealthy, boys. There's only one thing I want to see from ExileCon, but it will never happen. You got me curious. What were you hoping for? I'll rage, and I'm gonna kill him. Oink! Oh! Yeah, gone. Just gone. That was 180 damage. Yep. Oh, you want better UI? Guys, they're dead.
Desna, guide my hand.
Jesus. Wait, is that Hepsimira? The projection is that of a tall female demon. Unlike many of her kind, she seems slimmer and less stocky. Oh no, it's the other sibling. And less stocky in build. Upon closer examination, you realize that her thinness is caused by extreme emaciation, which makes her look like a withered tree. The skin on her neck and wrists bears the marks of shackles, and her body is covered with flaming seals of Baphomet. Lowering her eyes, the demon addresses you quietly. Allow me to congratulate you. The short work you've made of Willidus proves you're a true professional. I am Horzala, and on behalf of the Assassin's Guild, I congratulate Greybor on completing this contract. You have fulfilled the order we received for Willidus' murder, and therefore you have the right to collect the bounty, even though you're not a guild member yourself. I'm sure you also have many questions about what happened. I doubt our guild is hard to find. There's a notice board at its entrance where the assassination contracts are posted. And who are you? I am Horzala, Baphomet's daughter. The projection looks you in the eye and adds in a aggrieved whisper, Horzala, not Hepsimira. She's my eldest sister, but I doubt you're able to appreciate the true extent of my misfortune. I'm also known in Illusionera as the assistant and right hand of Yoz, the head of the Assassin's Guild. Ah, Yoz. Good pal in the demon run. Do you know what happened here? I may know a thing or two, but we should discuss these matters inside the guild, not in public. Who's going to overhear us? The corpses? Why don't you come here and speak to us face to face instead of projecting an illusion? Or are you afraid we won't like your answers and will make you join Willoughbys? At the sight of the demon's sour expression, Greybow gives an aggressive snort. Alright, we'll pay a visit. Thank you for your answer. The bounty awaits. I'm not sure what reward awaits us, but I truly hope it's a considerable sum of gold and not a meagre payment served up at the end of a blade. Well, I appear to have dealt with more enemies. What do they have? Bullshit. Wank. Boring. Alright, I have expectations of you out of this. Impress me. Scimitar 3. Cloak resistance feels good. And he's got one of the few rings of protection 4 that I've seen. Windfall? This build grants its wearer a +1 luck bonus on attack rolls and all saving throws. Nice! In belt form, no less. And amulet? Wind Breath. Gives you a +4 morale bonus to your initiative. Alright, these are acceptable. They are acceptable. Well, the quest concluded a little bit faster than even I had anticipated. Wait, did I ever go up?
Keep your calm.
I think I did. Yeah, I didn't. Supposedly a shiny here.
I finished here. Is there more?
Yeah, it just occurred to me, like, I wasn't sure if I'd gone up here.
It seems
40
my
DC,
expertise was
Jesus. That is one hell of a religion check. Alright, let's get to... I know where the guild is, I just need to once again subject myself to the wily ways of this accursed place, continuously shifting and undulating.
There are many roads to success.
I don't mind this part, you know, where the level shifts. I just feel like it was very strange what they decided to do with the portals. That part confused me. So, I believe the Assassin's Guild is before you... I'm pretty sure it's down below, so we want to go to the Bad Luck Tavern, I think. My brain forgets. Because it's before you go into the middle quarter. Alright, let's just do some stuff.
I'm the guide.
Some stuff. Wait, is that the method that broke free? No, okay. I thought that was the method that the one that was in the cage. In the flesh market. I thought you just bounced. I was like, yep, just at the bar, you know. Get myself a drink, chilling, relaxing, doing my things. Make sure he's on the damn horse this time. So my brain has forgotten how to do this. I'm actually starting to have doubts if it's actually in this quarter. Wait, is it up above? I don't actually remember anymore. Once again, I despise this place. I think what I need to do is go to 10,000 Delight. This needs to be like the most consistent place that'll get you to where you need to. Because it's in the middle quarter. And you can use that to either head down below or head up. Alright. I will take this exit.
Watch out for trouble.
Yeah, that's where it was. Sorry, I messed up. The Assassin's Guild.
Keep your calm.
It needs to be accessed. Is it on this side? It's basically there. Oh, so there's got to be a door that takes me there, I imagine. Oh, I hate this
There are many
place.
roads to success.
Oh, fucking hate this place. Yeah, so we got to take this portal here. It might glitch out because of Steve. I don't think the elevator will feel compelled to move.
I'm the guide.
Hang on, go down, you bastard. So we go here. then tilt the camera. Yeah, it's gonna glitch out, unfortunately. So the problem we have here is there's something about my companion. So the assassin guild is actually right here, but we can't go in there because it is incorrectly behaving as though my skelly companion is stuck back here, like down there at a different door.
Never stop learning.
Yeah. So basically, the only time this will shift is only if the entire party is here, and even then that's what we do this. So now it'll move. But I can't bring my companion with me, which is very silly. Also, hey Arcana, that's so odd. Never had that happen. This has happened to me the entire time I've been here. So I'd like to go there, but I can't. So it'll go down because it behaves as though. I think I know how to trick it actually. What it's doing is it will put Steve at the last teleporting locale, which right now I believe is the 10,000 delights. So if we try and trick the game by doing this, so we'll go to the lowest city from here. I'll go back up, and then my skeletal companion will be stuck on the elevator instead. So we're on the correct floor, in which case the zone will shift, and I should be able to then reveal the entrance. I think that's what's going on. It's very weird, this bug. So if we now do... oh, I never opened this door, did I? I gotta convince him. This will be fun. I want to go through. Go in. You're clearly not a good at snipe. You look respectable. I've heard your name before, so why not? There we go. Yeah, I don't think I've ever
There are many
compelled them to let me in from here. Yeah, so Steve's actually with me right now. So what will happen is we'll go up a floor, and he should be... Yeah, there's something about the portal up, portal down. Those doors in particular is what's causing an issue. Will you be watching the reveal later? Yeah, I thought it was going to happen tomorrow. Like, I messed up the time. I'm going to leave a lurk later because I've got my niece's birthday party in 2 hours for drops. Yeah, I'll be streaming it. If you get a chance to hop in, by all means, feel free to do so. So now, if I go here... Yeah, it's moving. It is the portal up and the portal down. That's what's causing the glitch. I've not been in this room in a very long time. I think there's some tomfuckery going on. Even though Hepsimera's sibling is here, and Yoz is seemingly the one in control, I think the one that holds the true power is Horzala, but they're trying to keep up this illusion that Yoz is the one that runs this. Because at one point, he kind of speaks out of turn, and she kind of looks at him. Not particularly pleased with that. I know they fixed a bug with pets getting stuck in other places in the last patch. I didn't expect it to become a problem instead. I think this is... I can't remember if this was an issue before the patch. But it's what I've noticed, anyways. I don't think we have much to discuss. You fulfilled your task and thus are no longer of interest to me. Wow, harsh. There's yours. I like this guy. The demon standing before you clearly has a penchant for jewellery. His fingers are covered in rings, 3 gold chains encircle his neck, and 4 bejeweled earrings sparkle in each of his ears. However, such exquisite adornments are not enough to hide the fact that he is a hardened warrior and a ruthless killer. His face and hands are covered in long, badly healed scars, and he moves as gracefully as the most skilled swordsman. The demon's lips curl in a satisfied sneer as he greets you loudly. Look who's here! It's the arrogant Golarian who disposed of our Willowdus. He catches your eye and frowns slightly, giving a pointed glance towards his bodyguards. You aren't about to do something really stupid and start a massacre here, right? Can we just talk? I mean, I could kill you, but... The giant 23 gig whatever patch that came a few days ago? Yeah, it... I'm sure it might have caused a bit of a ruckus. So who are you, the leader of this gang of assassins? The demon gives a dignified nod. Yes, and I'm proud of it. Hey Frank! The Abyss is full of butchers and monsters, so anyone who chooses to be an assassin among monsters and butchers commands a high level of respect. If they live long enough to make a name for themselves, of course. My guild attracts assassins from many planes. No one hires us for simple things like murdering noisy neighbours or cutting the throat of a cheating merchant. As I'm sure you know, it's easier and cheaper to do that yourself, and there's no need to get assassins involved. Now, if someone turns to an assassin, it means that the victim is a dangerous, cunning, and well-protected target. Let's see, I've heard a lot about you, Yoz. You're the head of a highly reputable guild that operates on many planes besides the Abyss. Many of my colleagues would consider it an honor to work alongside you, unlike myself. So this horned thing is one of yours, isn't it? Horzala? Yes, this little demoness is one of my most useful servants. Besides, it's so very prestigious to have a daughter of Baphomet working under you. So here's the part I think that gives it away. Yoz glances at the horned demon with a mix of condescension and possessiveness. She stares fixedly at the floor. I think this is a front. Yeah, here we go. A perception check made here. Yes, master, I'm your servant. For a fleeting moment you notice a shadow of angry displeasure cross her face. A spark of fear flashes in Yoz's eyes, like a boy who realises he's gone too far when testing the patience of his parents. Yeah, so they're definitely posing. So she's behaving like she's under his thumb, but in fact it's probably the other way around. It's almost time for ExileCon. Yeah, I'll be here watching with the rest of y'all. So tell me the truth right now. Yoz raises his hands apologetically. Several rings glitter on his fingers. Fine. I was the one who actually gave Greybor assignments. I needed to light a little fire underneath this cauldron where so many minions of demon lords are being mixed together. I ordered him to murder those demons in Canabras, and I put a hit out on Darazand, although that ugly idiot didn't bother me at all. But he was an ugly idiot indeed, and a vengeful one to boot. That's why I gave Greybor a dagger that was only supposed to wound the Baelor, and that is why using Willidus' name was important. It was the perfect hand of cards. Darazan survived after suffering a painful, humiliating wound by a mortal's hand. No offense, of course. The Baelor couldn't simply let that go, and so he started a vendetta against Willidus, dragging other Descarites into it. Or Descarites? And that was my goal all along, because Willidus was my real target, a target that was very difficult to reach. Yoz seems to revel in his own cleverness. He smirks and smiles with smug satisfaction. The dwarf gives a grim chuckle and whispers loudly enough to be heard. People like you are why us assassins have such a lousy reputation. No respect for agreements. Yeah, I gotta give him props. Such cunning. Your plan was impressive. The demon nods smugly and glances at you approvingly. Okay. So let's see, when I first met you, I sensed that you were shrewd in such matters and knew a thing or two about villainy. Greybor throws up his hands with a chuckle. I have to admit, it was masterfully executed. So, you're the head of the Assassin's Guild. Why didn't you send your underlings after Willidus? Yoz grimaces slightly and replies with visible displeasure. Who says I didn't? I lost a number of capable killers. He collects himself quickly, and the arrogant smile returns to his face. And yet, as you can see, I found a more elegant and economical way to execute this plan. I won't lie to you, this kind of plotting makes me very proud of my own guile. My assistant made sure that every larva in this city knew about the bounty on Willidus' head. I knew that Greybor returned to Illusionera, and I decided to use him. Once more, just like poor Darazan, he had no idea he was merely a pawn of mine. Just as I envisioned, you didn't linger and paid Willidus a visit. I had no doubt that Paranoic would try to kill anyone who crossed his doorstep, but I expected you to overcome him, and I was right. Greybor snorts derisively. I thought your guild had the best contractors. After hearing your story, they sound like amateurs to me. So I do all of this. For money and power, of course. This has been my primary motivation for many years now. Somebody wanted that old woodlouse dead, and clever Yoz has fulfilled their wish with the expectation of being showered in privileges and treasures. You're getting a share of those privileges and treasures, by the way. I trust you're not going to refuse the reward provided for freelance operatives. Trust me, the sum is considerable. Yoz turns his attention to Greybor and adds, I haven't forgotten about you either. You'll be rewarded in proportion to your truly astonishing lethality. Hey, the bad guys know how to sell themselves, man. Oh, I'll take the gold, don't you worry. Is that 100,000? Hell yeah. The demon flashes his perfect sharp teeth and snaps his fingers. Suddenly a thick purse appears in front of you, smelling of exquisite perfume. I had no doubt we'd come to an understanding. After all, we share a common language, the language of gold. Since it was my reputation that was damaged as a result of this plot, I consider it fair to lay claim to 20% of the total fee. Fair. Greyboar nods and gives a grunt of satisfaction. I appreciate your integrity when it comes to business. Hey, we had an agreement! As for you, Greyboar, you've proven your competence. As a token of apology, allow me to offer you membership of my Assassin's Guild. Consider it the recognition of your talents that you have long desired. I promise you prestige, respect, and truly staggering fees. Of course, I won't demand that you serve your current contract. You may claim your well-deserved place in our guild when it expires. So then, what do you say? Will I be welcoming you to the big league? Greyboar turns to you with a very serious expression. His voice is reserved and formal. Eyes mirror, we're bound by an active agreement, and therefore I must consult your opinion on this invitation. So I think there is like there is something that tracks the respect he has for you. So I've made sure to not shortchange him, and generally we do see eye to eye in a lot of what he does. I'm not chastising the guy. I think if you go against that, he will potentially leave the party. So let's see, are you truly prepared to throw in your lot with demons? With a heavy sigh, the dwarf looks you straight in the eye. Is there really much of a difference between me and them? They're the product of the worst parts of mortal souls. They're sin incarnate. Many say the same thing about me. I was never a coward, so I'm able to admit that my soul is black and evil. I murder others for money, and I will never become a respectable member of society, a friend, or a father, but I'm tired of asking for forgiveness for what I am. Here, I'll not be judged for my profession. Greyboar clenches his fists and mutters through gritted teeth. I'm not the freak or monsters they think me back on Golarion. How dare they hire me to murder their enemies and then despise me for my profession? They'll treat me differently in the Abyss. The demons respect my skills. They'll treat me as a professional, not a criminal or a blackguard. It's strange to say this, but I don't feel out of place here. That's what you thought about quitting the business? And become what? A farmer? A butler? Or maybe an innkeeper? One of those who tell tall tales about their adventurous youth to drunk patrons? My soul is that of a wanderer and a killer. My art is my only source of pride, and abandoning it will make me useless in my own eyes. Believe me, I already tried to settle down and find an honest job, and nothing good came from it. I'll quit my profession only when I'm judged by Pharasma herself. Let's see here. I think previously I had him be his decision to make, but this time, given my more evil-ish alignment, I'm going to push him. Advise accept the offer. The dwarf nods in relief, and there is gratitude in his voice. We have an active contract. You could have denied me this, but I appreciate that you are discerning enough to respect my skills. The dwarf does not waste words as he looks to yours. Oh, he's going to sign. Nice, where do I sign? What are you talking about? We're not devils after all. Yoz laughs and claps his hands loudly. Splendid! You've got a bright future here, my diminutive yet deadly friend. Yoz gives a bored yawn, and there is a note of finality to his tone. Well, this is all very enlightening conversation, but I see no reason why we should continue. You've received your answers, and should probably be on your way. Meanwhile, I should get back to plotting another bloody and violent murder. Have a good day. After a suspicious glance in Yoz's direction, Greyboar turns to you. Indeed, this was an unexpected meeting. If you want to discuss what happened privately, I'm at your service. Alright, nice. Yeah, I think if you tell him, oh, it's up to you, pal, I think then it factors in how you've treated him throughout. So if you happen to sort of, guide him in a way away from this path, then he'll do so in accordance with that. But if you happen to, underestimate his skills, not give him what he's due, and generally just constantly, cast aspersions about his profession, like many have done, then he'll just bounce. But this one was a bit different. Killing Yoz gives you the best daggers in the game. Nothing has yet brought me to the point where I was gonna kill him. And I would like to think someone who is supposedly the leader of an assassin's guild within the Abyss of all places would likely have powerful tools of the trade. So him having some of the best daggers in the game doesn't sound too surprising. But I need to head back. I can't remember if there's any extra dialogue. Had our time for chatter, I must devise a way to kill a certain genie who's holed himself up in his flying palace. I've been promised a pile of treasure for his death. Well, he likes his gold. Yeah, looks like most of these guys really don't want to have much of a conversation. Cool! Let's get it.
Focus on the goal.
So I think once I've spoken to Greyboar, that will conclude his quest. And I should then be able to grab what would otherwise be much of the normal partails. Yeah, he's a piece of work. But I can't help but be impressed in more ways than one. Do I take the flesh market path? Yeah, sure, because there's a teleporter right down there. I still need to get my revenge on that meatball,
Watch out for
but we're not destined to do that just yet. I'm gonna do that when I'm finally ready to leave. I'm gonna squish him. Oh, here's the place I didn't go to. I kept forgetting to do this.
I've embarrassed myself.
I think you can walk it. I never went on this side. I kind of stopped dead in my tracks.
I'm glad I was useful
keep
to
your
you.
calm.
I finished here. Is there more?
Boop, boop, boop. Oh, there's a... Ah? What has happened? What did I do? Why are you fighting me? You bastards. Wait, hang on. Hey, that's my escaped slave over there. Or maybe it's not. Who cares? Grab him. I could use a new throw. Rude. Rude! Wait, how many of you are there? Succubus. Well, he's the guy who started this.
This kill is for you.
Once again, I ain't the bad guy here.
Make your peace.
Do. Simply business. Dink. Alright. Oh, man down. Oh, 126 attack. Nice. Jesus H. Christ. When even Steve hits you, I'm embarrassed for y'all. I'm embarrassed for you folks. Alright. Here comes our boy. Gone. Yep. He went down like a sack of goddamn potatoes. What do you have? Composite short bow, scimitar, robe of determination? Whenever the wearer of this robe casts a spell that forces the target to make a fortitude saving throw, the DC of the save is increased by 2. It also grants the wearer a +2 bonus on caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Nice. And you get a bonus to your own concentration and spell resistance. Cool. These are just kind of nice. I can't lie. Once again, I was not the aggressor. I was just passing through and they wanted to fight. And, well, they got what they asked for.
There are many roads to success.
Oh yeah, another one of them puzzle thingamajiggles. Sure, Seth, hey, it's true! Don't judge or cast aspersions in my direction.
I'll prove I'm
So
the
Wendy
best.
will go
Does
there.
anyone require my counsel?
Lies a certain combination.
This part with everything
Actually,
demonic in
we need
me.
to leave her last because she's the one that's going to be picking the lock.
But Desna, please allow me to keep my lovely,
Knowledge is the
irresistibly
key
beautiful
to
wings.
victory.
Beautiful. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
I'm up for an adventure.
Beautiful. Let's see.
Ready to serve.
Take you and your little legs over there.
Only you deserve my
I need to concentrate.
Ooh, okay. This is a bit of an oddball, but manageable. Oh, there we go. And
You called?
are you rigged to blow? No. The reward is welcome respite. It's enhancement 5, so that's nice. Whenever the wearer of this +5 banded armor is attacked in melee while being prone, stunned, or staggered, The attacker must pass a reflex save throw DC of 30 or suffer the same condition. In addition, this armor grants this wearer immunity to fire. Okay, the last fucking bit is pretty important. Dude, I love how it's like, oh, in addition, you get this. Immunity to 2 of the elements. Fucking hell. A little crucial. Open with that. Hey, Nappy. How you hold it, man? That is brilliant. That was said so casually. Bind. I mean, it's thick. It's pretty thick. I'm already impervious to fire and cold. If I wear this, I'll also be immune to acid. But it's actually heavy armor, so that one's above my pay grade. Delamere. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Exocon hype is here. Yeah, dude, I foolishly thought it was tomorrow. But then chat reminded me, no, Seth, it's going to be like today. 11 PM your time. So I was thinking, oh no! So in my head, I had very different plans. I think my niece will hate me if I skip her birthday. Depends how much does your niece like you. She likes you a lot. You know, it's... Maybe you can lose a bit of that... her affinity for you, you know? Are these guys gonna fight? Scam, you freaks. I don't care about your squabbling. And Lucianero is not the place for you to tear one another to shreds. Fight! 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 This cowardly insect has disrespected our lord and master Baphomet. And you gonna let him talk to you like that? The swarm laughs at the branded wannabe. The swarm recognizes only Discari as the true demon sovereign. Dropping straight bars. Shut up, the both of you. This place belongs to Our Lady in Shadow, not Baphomet or Discari, and she won't tolerate ruckus or bloodshed in the streets. Fight! Wait, are they gonna fight? I can't tell. It looks like they're about to fight. Oh, pansies. Boo! You suck! You suck! Ah, that's where the harm of Ardent Dream is. Right, that explains why I didn't go on this side. And there is a portal over here. Right. This place maketh senseth. And can we go up here? Not in the traditional way, anyways. It's all going to be on YouTube. Yep, so you can, or you can watch the Twitch one, I would imagine. So that just takes you down there. I guess I can go to this place. Let's get out of the way. Oh, senior guard. First time here. A fearsome looking succubus steps forward, blocking your path. Are you sure you're welcome here? This is the harem of Ardent Dreams, the palace of Chimera, chief demoness of the city after Nocticula, of course. But when did Nocticula ever care about our petty concerns? Bottom line, this palace belongs to the person who really runs everything around here. Got it? I wish to enter. We'll be cordial. The demon shrugs. You are known in the city. I don't think Chimera would deny you an audience. Come in. Nice. I think I'm a champion of the battle bliss. I represent the oh shit, big dick Irons Miro. Step aside. What is this thing? Uh-oh. Notes on ripped paper. This piece of paper is covered in sloppy writing on both sides. The phrases are incomplete, indicating that someone was taking notes pretty much on the go. Major, Lamashtu, demon goddess, former demon lord.
You are mad, exile.
Ooh,
Mad.
just written. Thank you for the biddies.
How do celebrities stay cool? They have many fans.
I think I've heard some variation of this before. Thank you very much for the biddies. Kid. This is why we cannot have nice things. But appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks. Yes, they have OnlyFans. Let's see, Lamashtu, demon goddess, former demon lord, will swatch you without even noticing. Grovel and suck up to her and pray she's in a good mood. Nocticula, Our Lady, Queen of the Midnight Isles, rules Illusionera in general, and Chimera in particular. Obey all her orders and never turn your back on her. Chimera, Illusionera's steward, bangs Nocticula, naturally in good standing with her. If you want to live in Illusionera, you'd better respect her. Allies, Discari, Demon Lord, rules the Rasping Rifts, Nocticula's ally for now. Made some deal with her. Now his servants are all over the Midnight Isles. Don't touch them. That's not allowed. If you off a Discari cultist by mistake, hide the body, cover the tracks and pretend you know nothing. Important. Discari may be an ally, but he's a spawn of Pazuzu who tussles with Lamashtu. Careful. Baphomet. Demon Lord rules the Ivory Labyrinth. Best buds with Discari. Nocticula's ally for now. Used to bang Lamashtu. Now bunks up with Sokoth Benoth. Dangerous. His cultists can slip into enemy ranks better than worms in your ass. Watch out if you spot double agents. Bug out at once. Enemies. Pazuzu. Demon Lord rules High Mavania. Fights with Lamashtu and by proximity with Baphomet. And then of course this little tidbit of frickin' K-Kona. Sokoth Benoth, Demon Lord, rules the Cathedral Thelemic. Nocticula's brother and former lover. Got the boot, now sulks and wallows in depravity. Bangs Baphomet, but only once in a while. Never change. Okay, so we got... There's something that Shamira does that annoys me. Is there a way to become immune to all mind control effects, even temporarily? That's only if I kill something recently, which I doubt is going to happen. Mind blank. Hang on. Except, as long as a possible, say it again. Can anyone actually cast this on me? Just in preparation for the impending shit show. Oh no, I don't have Staunton with me right now, do I? Anya! Wait, I can cast this? I don't have a skill for that.
Never stop learning. Does anyone require my counsel?
Actually worked. Nice. Okay, my brain is somewhat more resilient. Only somewhat. Yeah, this place could be one hell of a sham court. Crazy boys! Thank you for the 15 months. Holy shit. Appreciate it, man.
Hello.
Hi.
So did you feel that the update they did with Data Tool affected you yesterday given they've removed it now? Read about it earlier today.
Do you feel the update they did with data... Wait, elaborate? I'm a bit confused. I wasn't streaming yesterday. It was because I was off Wednesdays when I streamed. I need some context. Also, let me do it for glass. Oh, this thing. Let's see. Fan outcry pushes Pathfinder dev to delete new data sucking tool and all its info one day after introducing it. Oh. I wasn't aware this was here. The scale of the outburst surpassed worst expectations. A patch to Wrath of the Righteous introduced a third-party analytics tool and a new end-users license agreement, but fans were having none of it. Alcat Games has yanked a controversial new player tracking tool from Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous just a day after introducing it. I wasn't aware this was a thing. On Monday, July 24th, Alcat introduced patch update 2.1.5. A hefty patch to the game that missed all the bug fixes and tweaks you'd expect from this kind of thing. It introduces Apps Flyer, described by Alcat as an industry-standard tracking solution that allows developers and publishers to understand which part of players have purchased the game due to the impact of their advertising campaigns. An analytics tool, basically. Alcat explained in a Q&A on the Steam forums for Wrath of the Righteous that Apps Flyer works by sucking up your IP address, timestamp when you launch the game, platform, the version of the game you're running, and your operating system. It uses that data to create a fingerprint that it then matches against data provided by advertisers. I see it. Giving Alcat a rough idea of how many people bought the game after seeing an ad for it online. Alright, and I'm guessing folks weren't happy and they were like, fuck it, and then they removed it. I wasn't aware this was a thing, so in answer to your question, how did I feel? I feel nothing. I'm a bit surprised. Why am I the only one of the family who has to fix everyone's IT problems? Because you are known as the IT guy. I have found myself in this corner, and the only way I could resolve this was to then basically do what I normally do, which is be a full-on recluse. So they know I possess the skill, but they're not very inclined to reach out because I tend to stay in my own lane. Okay, I was going to do a thing. Hey, virtuos. How you doing, man?
Keep your wits about you.
Hey, it made it look like I could cast this, but I can't. Okay, fuck it, we can't do it. Let's go in. I'll speak to
I'm up for
Shamira.
an adventure.
The update hit me on Steam yesterday, but couldn't see anything on the Steam update, so I was like, okay. Yeah, when I got the initial patch, that 25 odd gig, that one surprised me because I was like, was that a patch due? So that part caught me off guard, but I wasn't aware they then promptly removed something as well. I'm hanging in there, Virtuous. You know, some things are good, some things are bad, but I'm managing. Looking forward to the Exile Con stream later today. A red-haired, beautiful demon sits majestically on the throne, an aura of bright light blazing around her. It's not the gentle, life-giving light that shines on Golarion. This light blinds, withers, makes a person burn with fever, draining their strength. Shamira, the ardent dreamer. And who do we have here? The latest wanderer from another world coming to seek my patronage. Shamira throws a casual glance at Arushale and raises an eyebrow in surprise. So, the rumours were true. Arushale, you really are making friends with mortals now. I must admit I found it hard to believe such a worthy daughter of the Abyss had fallen so low. It's kind of ironic coming from an angel who fell so low. In fact, you should say one who's arisen so high. Shamira falls silent but receives no answer. Well, not that I really care. Your character's in hell right now. We're in the Abyss. Ever so slightly different. Abyss is more chaotic, whereas Hell is a little bit more controlled and regimented, but its own brand of fire. Got cake, soda, energy drinks, chips. I'm ready for ExileCon. I'm definitely going to need a few of those, namely the energy drinks. Because it's the stream is going to be starting usually about an hour before I'd be finishing. Let's see. I came here seeking your patronage. Shamira looks you up and down with a contemptuous expression, then answers with a scoff. So, what use can you be to me, you foolish little mortal? The most powerful demons serve me. What can your pitiful self offer me that they can't? In your mind, Shamira's voice sounds calmer, though it is still arrogant. In truth, there is one thing you can help me with, Golarion, but the others mustn't know about it. Work for me and I'll grant you a share of my attention and patronage. No doubt you've already heard of Nahindrian crystals, objects of astonishing power that grant their owner incredible abilities. Everyone in Elutionera knows they exist, but no one knows what they are or where to get them. No one except for that smug cow, Hebsamira. I want you to find out what they are. My advice is to start searching in that pile of refuse known as the Lowest City. Ask for Zephoria, a predecessor, now a beggar. If that pathetic wretch is still alive, he may know something. Now go. And don't bother returning until you have the information I need. Here, take my mark, so the archday in my palace will let you in. I don't want to waste my time waiting while you wind your way through the streets of my city with valuable information. Your pack becomes a bit heavier, as if something new has appeared inside it. New shiny. So yeah, I can teleport here much easily. On a scale of 1 to 10, how powerful is Shamira? I don't know, because you never fight her. But I would like to think that she's probably pretty scary. I haven't seen her character sheet or anything. The hand of the inheritor addresses you, an undercurrent of alarm in his words. I see greed in the eyes of this fiend. She is ready to offer you a deal, and I sense that more than idle interest lies behind it. We both know Nahindrian crystals can make demons immensely powerful. We're pursuing Hebsamira to prevent her from creating and unleashing upon us an army of mythical monsters, transformed by these crystals. Yet, if you reveal the secret of the crystals to Shamira, we risk simply trading one enemy for another. You know, we need to keep that info to ourselves. Yeah, Shamira. Our mission demands that we make concessions, but it does not mean we must blindly obey every demon's request. Weigh each of Shamira's words. Remember how cunning she is, and do not let her turn you into a tool she can use to commit atrocities. Armor your heart, and do only what you must, not what she, with all her promises and charms, will try to convince you to do. And be prepared to find a knife in your back at any moment. So, you and Hebsamira aren't friends, I take it. In your mind, Shamira's voice answers with an arrogant scoff. Be friends with that miserable cow? Of course not. I'm courting her to learn her secrets, but it's a constant struggle not to put her in her place. Baphomet's minions are far too bold here in the Illusion era. Tell me about these crystals you're so interested in. You haven't heard of Nahindrian crystals? Are all Galarians so stupid and unobservant? If only she knew, man. They are purple crystals. Possessing them grants immense power. Unfortunately, only high-ranking servants of Baphomet know where to find them or how to use them. They use the crystals to gain tremendous power, and now they strut around Illusionera like they own the place. And why should I look for a Sephorian? When I first heard about the crystals, it reminded me of the last days of Sephorian's rule. He was Nocticula's right hand before me. He was plotting a coup, and I was spying on him to turn him into Nocticula and take his position. I remember that he was trying to get his hands on a purple crystal of some kind, and that he eventually succeeded. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but the current situation makes me think perhaps it was a Nahindrian crystal he was after. If so, Sephorian might know something about them. And where shall I look? There is a note of disgust in Shamira's voice, in the depths. If he's still alive, the gravity of Nocticula's punishment would have dragged him to the very bottom of Illusionera. Dig through the garbage. Talk to the vagrants and beggars. You sure don't expect me to do it, do you? Yeah, heaven forbid. And why choose me? Shamira answers with an exasperated sigh. Because you're neither a demon nor a resident of Illusionera. You're a wild card, an insignificant Golarian. No one is interested in your exploits. You will not draw any unnecessary attention. Yeah, after I've just made a name in town and become, the champion of the Battle Bliss. You're not bound in service to any demon, and therefore if you dig up any information, you'll bring it to the one who'll pay you the most for it, that is to say, me. You won't run to your master because you don't have one, at least not here in the Abyss. If I give this task to one of my servants, I could be sure of only one thing, that they would sell the information about my interest to my enemies, and then, if they learn anything about the crystals, they would use this information to benefit themselves, instead of bringing it to me. Oh, ice cream truck. Hey, Mythics! How's it going? Wonderful, because this conversation is beginning to bore me. Okay, gotta go. Going out and come back when you have something useful. But time is precious, and I can't waste it on every mortal who fancies a chat. Not so much for shielding my mind against her. Is the pole in here or outside? I think it's outside. I need to speak to Greybow. So don't worry, I'm back. I need a vacation from vacation. Yeah, how's that been going, man?
Focus on the goal.
It's like you're being pulled by each limb in different directions. You gonna have any time to watch the ExileCon announcement? I'm gonna be going into some overtime. Have I achieved Lichdom? I have not. This mythic path has been like the longest to blue ball you. I'm like part way through. The ritual requires some tinkering with my soul. Normally, Liches spend most of their time strengthening their soul so the process doesn't destroy them. They can kind of yoink their spirit from their old carcass and, you bind yourself to the phylactery. But in the case of my guy, his soul is too strong. Mythic power is resulting in me resisting the ritual, so I've got to find a way to weaken it. Circumstances have also yeeted me into the abyss, so I can't actually get to my mentor to aid me in that final step for Lichdom, which I think will happen once you leave this place, or I've concluded this chapter. Let's see, family got nicely roasted at Noah's Ark, had a blast. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried when he said the weather might change. Weather on Wednesday was perfect. Thunderstorms rolled through just early enough to scare everyone off and leave the park mostly empty compared to normal. Thursday was hot as hell, so the park was busier, but it was a good time to spend in the water. Oh, you got lucky then overall, timing-wise. 40 hours straight, right, easy. 24 hours is bordering on impossible. Let's see, perhaps I should thank you for your help. You assisted me in dealing with all of yours schemes, even though you didn't need to do so. I'm grateful for that. So, can you explain to me just what kind of mess we've involved ourselves in? Greybow pauses for a moment, then slowly begins to explain. An anonymous client ordered Yoz, the head of the Assassin's Guild of Illusionera, to kill Willowdus. He tried to take the target down several times, but Willowdus turned out to be quite a tough nut to crack. Then, Yoz gave me a new anonymous assignment, kill Darazand and tell him that Willidus sent his best regards. However, he also gave me a weapon that could only wound Darazand, not kill him. He hoped it would provoke Darazand and make him angry enough to kill Willidus himself. Of course, you killed Darazand before he even had a chance to do anything. When Yoz found out that we were both in the Abyss, and that I'd agreed to talk to Willidus, he started to give me hints as to where to find this fellow. We lived up to his expectations. Willidus died, and I'm sure you remember what happened next as well as I do. Yeah, so we killed him for no reason? The dwarf smirked cynically. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Was he to blame for the damage to my reputation? No. Was he an utterly disgusting creature whose face practically begged me to sink an axe into it? Did he try to kill us in his own manner? Were the creatures we encountered in said manner the most atrocious and perverted things I've ever met? The answer to all these questions is yes. I don't think anyone is going to cry themselves to sleep over his death. And neither should we. So your reputation's been restored. How do you feel? There's a spark of amusement in the dwarf's eyes. I feel at peace. Now people will think twice before attempting to ruin my good name. I'm grateful my companions didn't leave me to deal with this by myself, even though they had every right to do so. So while I am used to working alone, I appreciate a team I can trust. It's good to have someone who's got my back. This one's more leaning on that protecting one's honour is important. Who would we be without our reputation? A bunch of opportunistic scoundrels who'd be driven away from every door. A dishonourable life isn't worth a copper. Hey, he's got principles. Did something new called Wizard's Quest, where you're given a tablet, interact with characters, solve puzzles, find hidden areas, etc. 100% recommend for those who like things like escape rooms. So this is like a more IRL situation. What do you think of your membership of the Assassin's Guild of Illusion? Greybor hides a smug smile beneath his beard. I think this position rightfully belongs to me. This guild is not as infamous as the Red Mantis, the legendary fanatic assassins who perceive their victims as offerings to their god Achekek, or the silent monks of Anaphexia, who guard some kind of secret knowledge and murder anyone who dares to touch it. Ooh, excuse me. But its name still means something to the discerning client. Illusionera is a crossroads between several different planes, and Yoz's assassins work not only in the Abyss and on Golarion, but also in many other interesting places. The fact that I was accepted into this society is undeniable proof of my professionalism. I'm grateful that you did not insist on the exclusivity of our contract, but allowed me to reap the benefits of my hard work. Alright, I'm clear on that, nice. You've been a good employer, Commander. I'm glad I made this contract with you. That's what I'm here for, baby. That's the site. It's got some pictures to get an idea of what it's like. Wizard Quest. Sounds like an MMO. I'm going to pop that to one side. You've managed to restore your reputation and join the guild. What about our contract? Do you want to terminate it? The dwarf begins to count off his fingers one at a time. First, it would have been highly unprofessional to abandon you after you helped me. Second, the war is still in full swing. My departure would have been a source of gossip, which in turn would have damaged my reputation beyond repair. I don't want people to perceive me as a coward who fled from a good fight. Third, I've long since discovered that working for you is profitable in more ways than one. You're always trying to take down the most dangerous targets, and they make great additions to my trophy list. So he's firmly with us. Nice. Truly rad or die. Okay. Let's do an F5 to commit to the save. I'm going to have da boys mosey on out.
There are many roads to success.
So we need to go. Whose quest is still unaccounted for? So the ones that had to be done, well, they've been done. I can bring. Hang on, this is not the correct order. 1 second. It is supposed to be Staunton, Sion, Delamere, Wenduag, and Arushna. There we go. That's the actual team. The Battle Blitz doesn't have anything, does it? The art of making friends? In the Battle Blitz? You kidding me? I'll go to the Battle Tavern. I gotta talk to some of the beggars. Everything's separated into elemental realms: earth, fire, air, water, and quests are things given ratings for time and difficulty to help keep things at your level. Has my childlike sense of humor too. There's a troll named Shortonus some reason I was on the cusp of thinking, is that a precursor to some kind of a horrible joke? Shart on us. Yep, that is a precursor to a horrible joke. I am firmly disappointed. Wait a second, you can go outside via this door? Wait, is that upstairs? No fucking way. Oh, it's bollocks.
It's a fucking lie, mate.
Let's see. Let's use this door, I guess. Yeah, I freaking hate being in the lower quarters. It's an absolute mess. Yeah, we need to speak to the right individuals. I think it's a very specific beggar. Look at this guy. The beggar raises his eyes to you, his gaze clouded by dull anger. What you want? How can I find it for you? Huh? Who? Who's that? Never heard of anyone by that name, and if anyone has heard of him, they won't be telling you anyways. You might find a beggar in the lower city who would be willing to chat with you, but before you find him, you'll have worn through those nice boots of yours. That's one good pair of boots. Be a shame if you ruined them. How about you just give them to me instead? How about a small donation? Now what? Better be on your way now. I don't need no money and no shady deals with you. I don't want to know who you're looking for. Fine, I'm leaving. Yeah, get lost. Look for this Zaf. For that freak you're looking for somewhere else. If you want him that bad, ask around. Maybe someone saw him, but leave me alone. I can't beg with you hanging around. Fine. Take it same with these guys. Yeah, I think it wouldn't have mattered which beggar you spoke to. Give me coin, otherwise get lost. Dude, imagine if that's what I was like as a streamer. Just some selfish, entitled prick. I'd be like, yo, look, guys. Right, while you know, if you're not fucking giving me money, right, you don't belong here. Fuck. Jesus Christ, man, the sense of entitlement. Jeez, Louise.
Have I pleased
Rude.
you?
Back to work for a bit. Should be able to come back and visit some more in a few. Well, I'll be watching the Exile card announcement. I'm not sure if you're going to be here, but yeah, jump in if you get a chance. Blank, there's some shady stuff going on with payments here. Apparently, if you pay in cash, you pay a 15%, well, it's like a tax, but if you pay by card, only 5%. Wait, why is it more hefty if you're paying in cash? You can't even do it. Because it's preposterous. Some people actually have that mindset and it baffles me. It's a very simple mathematical equation. If one's livelihood is based entirely on the generosity of others, you don't really have a right to any of it. Unless it's completely at the behest of the individual. I think this is the guy I gotta talk to. Maybe? Nope, not him. No, it's the one that's outside the battle bliss. Right? Yes, no? I think this is the guy. But he's not willing to talk.
There are many roads to success.
Find someone among the beggars. So I think we just gotta find anyone who's got the beggar title. So how about you? Are you the key to our success? No. It's one of these. I can't recall which one of them it was. Wasn't there a streamer girl saying that stuff? So stuff like that, and she got hated for it and went viral. I think there was two. There's the meme one that I see a lot. The last that's like $5 a month. That was her. I think her argument was that there was her words like too many freeloaders. According to some article online, it's to make sure restaurants don't write off the payment since it's in cash. They can't hide it if it's on the card. Ah, clear a paper trail. Right. There was Invader Vi. I think that's the one, yeah. Yeah. That was beyond absurd. I gotta speak to the right person. Find someone among the beggars. I think it's a specific NPC that has the beggar title over their head. Bow, dude, they're not here. That's just your average Dresh. How about you, buddy? Can't talk to him. I seem to recall it was someone sitting down and just kind of chilling. That's a lot of them. It's not him either. These guys are all just asking for coinage. Man, I am not sure where to go. I know the NPC in question I gotta speak to. But until you complete the first part, which is talking to that specific beggar, it will lead you
Watch out for trouble.
to the right person. You're kind of stuck. shit, what did I click? I was trying to click off of that. Wearing heels yesterday may have been ill-advised. Oh, is the plague foot being uncooperative? Tax rate has been set at 5%, where payment against services is received through debit or credit cards, mobile wallets or QR scanning, subjects to the condition that no input tax adjustments or refunds shall be admissible. Wait a second. So this goes out the window if you ask for a refund? They're like, yeah, sorry bro, you're not getting that. 24-hour stream when? No, never again. It'll have to be a very, very special occasion. I don't have the endurance for that anymore. Not as young as I used to be. Do not recall where this cockwomble's hiding. So which of these doors do I want to do? Let's try this one first. He's definitely in the outskirts here somewhere. I know where the quest ends, I just can't remember the midway point. Because weirdly heals off and help, it shifts my entire ankle bone structure forward, so I'm not hitting the spot that needs a bone graft. Oh, so the foot's going all the way more front-loaded. Huh, I didn't think of that. I guess I wouldn't, because I don't wear heels. It's not this beggar either. Come on, which one of these jerk-offs is it? Don't be arsehands.
There are many roads to success.
This is bullshit and the game knows it. There's only one demon army left on the field for me. So you've been exterminating them. You have been remarkably productive. Let's see. How about this guy? No. How about these guys? It's him. It's not him! How's it not him? I was convinced it was him because he's the one surrounded by everybody. Oh, there we go. Let's see. The beggar unleashes a stream of angry curses. Look at this stupid Galarian strutting around and pestering everyone with his stupid questions. Can't even beg for alms in peace. What do you want? Are you doing this for laughs? There's not a beggar in the lower city you haven't harassed. What was it you wanted to know again? Come on, ask away and then piss off. Have you heard of Safarian? Well, maybe there was a fellow with such a name, or maybe there wasn't. I don't know, and the others don't know either. What's your problem with this? Go ask around in the middle city. You can even search for him in Shamira's dark hole for all I care. Just leave us alone. Do you know? Yes or no? I don't know, and no one else knows either. Just leave us alone. Go ask the man in charge. Maybe he knows where this Zephyrian of yours is. If he doesn't, then no one does. As soon as you see our gang, start asking around. Our boss never walks by himself. He always has a crowd with him. Okay. Now, so he... Apparently there's one more step, so I think this is the guy we need. Yeah. I think you have to speak to enough beggars randomly, and then it'll trigger this dialogue, which leads you to him. So I was right, it was him, I just hadn't gotten to that point of the quest yet. I'm going to surprise Mr. Stage with fresh banana bread when he comes home. Ooh. Now, you're thinking of having that. Do I go for noodles today, I wonder? Or I could just have a normal banana. Hey, Seki! Yeah, I'm doing better now. Just streaming some more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and we're going to be hopefully watching the Path of Exile COD announcement, or Exile COD, in a few hours. Let's see, the dead eyes of the beggars watch you closely. They hold out their hands and repeat with well-practiced enthusiasm, "Spare a coin, stranger?" Not feeling so exhausted. Well, I was resting yesterday, so I feel much better now. Be careful with them. These beggars are different from the ones on Galarian. They were rejected even by the Society of the Abyss. Just imagine what type of person you must be if even demons don't want to deal with you. They're not as helpless as they may seem, and their leader is untouchable. They say even the Lady in Shadow sometimes seeks his counsel, and some say that it is Illusionera herself who has assumed the form of an ordinary demon in order to communicate with those who inhabit it. Big claims. We have some very challenging skill checks to make. We'll go with Percept. Look closely at the crowd of beggars. Does anyone know Zephyrian? I've rolled 15. Some of the beggars seem to prick up their ears at your words. Noticing that you're looking directly at them, they reluctantly stand. You definitely managed to draw the vagrants' attention, but they do not appear to be in a hurry to share useful information. Well, these could get spicy. Athletics, probably would go with perception again. Study the reactions of on the beggar's faces. Wow, I'm amazed that I failed. I rolled a nat 1. I had to roll a 2. I guess I'll have to go with athletics. Grab the nearest beggar and shake him until his teeth are. Answer me now. Does anyone here know Zephyrian? Another failure. Rolled a 3 that time. The vagrant opens his toothless mouth and laughs in your face. You call that a beating, stranger? We've been beaten, torn, burned, drowned, strangled, cut, and stabbed. They've wiped their shoes on us, eaten us, and pissed on us. What more can you do to me? The only thing you can do is do it with your squeaky clean hands. And the one I'm least likely to pass is just had to be a nat 20. Try and figure out who's in charge. And of course that's going to fail. You're of no use to us at all. The beggars mutter in frustration, then return to their usual business of begging and cursing. Several gobs of spit land at your feet, but they are launched with such dexterity that you cannot detect who's responsible for the insult. A beggar who, despite his foul rags, behaves like the monarch of these squalid slums, speaks sternly to you. If you want to buy information, go to the Bad Luck. Beggars do not trade in gossip. They don't sell anything at all. They merely beg for alms and give others a chance to lift them out of poverty. Go away and do not bother us again. That's a first. So there was 2 skill checks where statistically odds were heavily in my favour, and both of those got flunked. So now you are forced to go. You probably have to speak to the innkeeper, and likely have to buy the knowledge from him. And knowing him, he's probably going to charge one hell of a price tag with that. Hope you're fine. I'm doing okay. Got a lot of work to do nowadays. 4 weeks straight. Oof, that is a busy schedule, friend. Paired my dad's friend's phone with his car. It is over now. I can relax. Although he's using for tech support again. Anyone else asks me something, I'll send them back in. You'll be like, pay me a flat fee for this assistance. So,
Keep your calm.
now let's speak to Burgers. Looking for Zephyrian. Do you know where he is? Let's see. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. It's not my place to gossip with customers. I'm an innkeeper, not a spy, so buy yourself something to drink and stop wasting my time. I've got a special liquor you should try. A true rarity. 100,000. This bastard. So literally the money I just got from freaking yours is going to go to this dickhead. Fine. Okay. The liquor's revolting, savouring of rotten meat and mould, but the aftertaste is surprisingly tart and pleasant. Demon gives a short, creaky laugh as if a swarm of crickets had awakened in his lungs. Zephyrian, eh? Hardly anyone remembers that name. He was an ambitious son of a bitch, sharp and tenacious, but he was hasty in his attempts to overthrow an Articular, and Our Lady in Shadow remembers all too well how she was underestimated by the Demon Lord Virimaxis. So she dealt with Zephyrian before he could stab her in the back. He asked me how much do you want, and I got the look from my dad that means I want nothing. Even though you would have liked to have said, £10. Let's see, she ruined him completely. Well, when that lump of bleeding flesh opened its eyes and moaned, we were shocked it still lived and breathed. On that day, Zephyrian's name was relegated to a Lucianero's past and forgotten. But I've seen him once or twice among the beggars. He sits at the threshold of the Battle Bliss Arena begging for gold, and no one recognizes him. Articular didn't just break his body, but his spirit. So as far as I know, he's never tried to take his vengeance on him, and he has plenty of reasons to want revenge. Oh yes. Alright, well, that cost me a pretty hefty sum. But all things being equal, money is remarkably easy to get, at least at this part of the game. So our boy is literally just here. The vagrant is repulsive even by the standards of the abyss. His lumpy, scarred face makes you think he was put through a meat grinder and then shaped back into a semblance of his former body and left to live out his life. His tall and once impressive figure has been scattered. His arms are covered in the protruding lumps of unset bones that were left to heal improperly. The beggar is clad in many layers of dirty, smelly rags onto which hundreds of keys are sewn, from tiny toy box keys to a giant cast iron key that bows the demon's neck almost to the ground. So, you're looking for Zephyrian. He's long dead, but that doesn't seem to be stopping you. Well, so what do you want with a dead man? Zephyrian, the master of lies and trickery. I remember fighting him. What do you know about the Nahindrian crystals? There's a tale told in Illusionera, a tale about crystals that grant immense power. But what exactly are they, and from where do they draw this power? No one seems to know. I've seen something like it only once before. I found the first crystal on the Isle of Vazglar, and it seemed useless to me. It contained a great deal of power, but it was of no use whatsoever. I meant to give it to my patron, as he would have found a way to use it, but I never had the chance. Some feeble mortal mage managed to steal the crystal from me. So that'd be the storyteller. He locked himself in a tower, examined the crystal, studied it, and managed to find some use for it. But he was under Nocticula's protection, so I never tried to hunt him down. Unimportant update, turns out the groceries delivery plugin is broken, but they're able to deliver them today, just later than I'd like. Delays in that time, but oh well. Okay, well I'm glad you can still order them. Delayed or not. I bet you're thinking I'm just going to tell you the name you seek, and then you can rush off to have a chat with that mage. Not a chance. The mage wasn't a demon. He was a mortal who served Nocticula's arcane needs back in the day. Kicked the bucket long ago. All that's left of him is the tower in the upper city, locked and protected by magic. Oh, he's the one who gives it a key. Many have tried to get inside in the hopes of stealing something of value, but their remains rotted long ago. No use talking about them now. Ah, but you're curious now. You'd like to have a poke around in that tower, wouldn't you? Perhaps you can find something of use in there, yes? Zephyrian gives you a mocking grin, and sighs and takes a single key from his rags, handing it to you with a sweeping gesture. Take it while I'm still feeling generous. This will open the way into the tower. When I ruled Illusionera, I made sure I had a key for every hideout and tucked away nook in the city. You never know when they might come in handy. Here, take this and get lost. No one will throw me a coin with you hanging about. So if you need a nose boop emote for Asher Nose, she already has his. Besides, the Seth Pat's the closest look we've got. So you give me the key just like that? With a philosophic shrug, the demon answers, yeah, why not? I don't need it. And I don't need anything from you except for you to leave me alone. Now go on, get lost. So what's their perception? Take a closer look at this surprisingly selfless demon. Now I get a nat 20. Something spiteful and vicious lurks in the depths of this beggar's eyes. He looks like a predator waiting in an ambush, or rather, a scavenger waiting impatiently for his prey's agony to finally end so he can enjoy his meal. Whatever his motives, this demon obviously does not wish you well, and is already counting down the minutes to your imminent demise. So he's sending me into a dangerous place. You guys need to see the fox cat I sent Seth. It's called a Somali cat. Oh, I remember. This thing is a beaut. Surely, nature can be incredible. Look at this thing. And a combo. Majestic. The stars have aligned, balance has been restored in the universe. Well, with that taco kit, yeah, 42069. Very rare we get one of those. Let's see, I remember, I heard of this place. It's a tower supposedly filled with treasures left there after the death of an ancient mage. But no one could prove there's any truth to these rumors because no one of the daring adventurers who managed to get in there ever returned. This place is a death trap. Zephyrian is probably just toying with us. He's pretending to be helpful, only to send us to certain death. Interesting. Hey, Mariki! How you doing? Are we ready for tonight? Yeah, I thought it was tomorrow. Because it's Saturday, so... So I'm going to be probably staying up for a while. So the Isle of Vazglar, where is that? Yes, Vazglar. A wild place, an island in Ishar, deserted. No one really cared about it. I had a secluded lair there where I kept all sorts of nasty tricks for Nocticula. Anyone who'd found my den could have made a tidy profit. But not so long ago, the island sank unexpectedly. No point trying to look for it anymore. But why are these crystals called Nahindria? I'm guessing because of the first demon that fell. Who knows? It's a whim of fashion. The thing is, they're not actually Nahindrian at all. Nahindri was a demon lord, the master of treasures, dungeons, and shiny trinkets. If he had crystals such as these, I really doubt Nocticula would have been able to kill him all those centuries ago. Back then they were just called purple crystals. So you're lying to me. You're trying to lure me into a trap. The demon's ugly maw breaks into a malicious grin. You'll probably die there, or maybe you won't, and you'll find out what Chimera wants. It was Chimera who sent you, right? She was the one who turned me into Nocticula back in the day, and now she wants to topple her mistress and take her place, just as I once tried to. That's why she wants those crappy crystals so much. So be it, I say. Whoever loses this fight, I'll be the winner, and I'll savour the outcome. You, Chimera, Nocticula, may you all drop dead, tear out each other's throats, and strangle each other with your own intestines. You're all scum, and I'll piss on your corpses as they float on an ocean of your blood. What about you try and kill him now? You've fallen so low, I wonder if anyone will notice that you're dead. The demon straightens his broken shoulders and becomes much taller than he was a moment ago. Oh, how I love arrogant fools. Did you really think that just because Nocticula managed to beat me, some Golarian dimwit would be able to do it? Well then, bring it on. I never fought him before.
My dream.
Let's see if he has the gumption. He rolled poorly on initiative. Yeah, he's nothing. He'll be dead in like 2 seconds, man.
I will resist.
They'll beg me to stop.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking.
There are many rooms.
Surprised he was even a threat.
Yes.
Peasant. Also, welcome back, Mythics. Darn New Zealanders messing with time from the future. I know, they always know what's coming. They can see into the future. Great support him. Go. Never heard of him. He's nothing more than a memory. So now that we have that, we now have the key that will allow us to go where we want to, which is within that mage tower, which has its own issues tethered very firmly to it. Oh, a G and a Zuz. I think it was on the outskirts of where the flesh markets were. I know he hardly had much of an armor class to begin with. Hey, quick death in Texas. Yeah, he's like, yeah, do you think I'm weak because I'm so low? Yes, you are. Let's see, I'll leave your stream, and like 4 that's open all night, so I'm 4 times as short to get the drops. I don't know how the logic of Twitch works, but yeah, if you stick around long enough, I'm sure you'll get what you need. Wait, was it here? Because I feel like that's where the Ardent Dream is. No, it's actually up top. I'm in the wrong place. Banana bread is gonna have to wait a few. I need the eggs and butter to get to room temperature. I only have some time. Let's go to... Do I even have anything that goes up there? No. I'd have to go via the flesh markets and then... No, not flesh markets, fuck's sake. The... Turn on the lights. And take the back door to go up top. But yeah, the drops are always on for me. So I don't have to do much.
Focus.
We want to take this door. The secret big door to Upper City. See? Easy. And yes, hello to you, Texas. My friend's husband learned this the hard way. He tried to make frosting with cold butter. I'm guessing it came out in big lumps. Okay, so where's that down mage tower? Fall down. I don't rightly recall where this is.
Watch out for trouble.
Pretty sure it's somewhere here. There isn't. Dude, the area just keeps shifting. I was going to use this instead. Oh god, it's all moving. Never mind. I hate this place. I despise this place. Dude, just fucking madman. Right? This is right, percentage-wise, right? Most runs just end here. Yeah, I think it's this area here. Whoever designed this is a fucking moron. Bad enough you have to portal up and down like a total troglodyte. Then you so much as tilt the camera in any opposing direction, it decides to just shunt the entire area. Idiots.
There are many roads to success.
No, that leads to Nocticula's place. There's the chest, and there should be... Yeah, there it is, the winding point. I've been there, apparently. Spies this place. Last weekend on the way to get Boba, I was pointing out something or another and said insanely hard, and then they stopped mid-sentence talking to Stidge in the car. Dude, if the moment came where Stidge is like, insanely hard, I would have broken into just an endless cackle. There's the key. Right, that should allow us now to go to the Mage's Tower. Hey, better the net die now than in the midst of the ExileCon reveal. As soon as Chris says we've got some big news ahead. What is he? Speaking of big news.
I finished here.
I'm actually succeeded.
Is there more?
Normally we don't have much speciality in the arcane. The inscription is written in an archaic elven script. You recognize the words "Stranger's Home." I see you, and I implore Callistria. It appears to be some kind of protective spell against thieves, but it's lost its power over the years. There is also more trap here. Pretty sure. Yep, there we go. Oh, it's quite a few of this. Okay. The corpse of a demon who was not smart enough to avoid a magical trap. The wreckage of what was once a magical golem, judging by the many dents on its remains. It was destroyed in a fierce fight. Alright, so these traps clearly do work by comparison.
I'm prepared.
Hang about, you can't have it both ways. Like, I need to be able to get past this. But you haven't exactly given me much space to maneuver. Yinyob! So that's where the thing spews out from. Oh, I see. It's literally as you enter.
I'm glad I was useful to you. I sense something.
Jesus, this guy's going all out.
I finished here. Is there more? I finished here. Is there more?
I will guard.
And that's just the first layer of this horse shit. Sheesh. Damn the storyteller and his past self for being so intense with the security. Seth is in the car, but Ash will still go no, Seth. Yeah, she's been oddly conditioned. Wasn't even my intent. If he did that, y'all could marry him because that's divorce. Hey, nice faces. How you doing, friend? I went over the shop to withdraw some money from my local ATM, and the ATM refuses to read my card properly, and kept spitting it back out at me. Going to the shop to do cashback instead, and I get told that's not available either. Fuck's sake. They actually elaborate as to why it was not possible? I ran that man down fair and square. I have to walk 20 minutes to tell the person I couldn't get your money that I owe you. Sorry, you need to do it tomorrow. Yeah, I imagine that probably you weren't exactly feeling like $1,000,000. Oh, jeez Louise, my carcass. It is well and truly failing me these days. Wait, not fair. Golems were hiding among the statues. They beat me, they broke my poor bones and ripped out my spleen. They plucked out my poor eyes and smashed them to a pulp. It's not fair. Wait, what the fuck? Was that the dying message left behind? Weird. Oh, golems, I see. Fudge.
I will prove my
Where
word.
do you want me?
I don't think we have a spare delay from poison. Communal. Let's see, stuck the eggs and butter in the oven while it's preheating to cut the time down a bit. Getting a little impatient, are we? Okay, let's kick things off. Are you sat on your damn horse? Alright, we're outlaws.
It's either us or them.
Good sneak attack. It's an adamantine golem. They be thicker than. Never mind. They're just dead.
I'll rip you apart!
Apparently, there's a perception.
Prepare
check.
yourself.
Ooh, naughty. I'm in a quadrun, but I suspect I'll draw his attention. Yeah. You would trigger the trip. The cashback, I have no idea. Never really got a reason except we can't do that today. It doesn't seem to be working. It's just weird because like the car's not working in the AGM and then the cashback isn't working either. So with two things, I would have thought maybe there was an issue with my car. My car's most likely because it's old and got like frayed bits coming off of it. Is it due to expire soon? I have shit to do. That's the most ash thing you could have said.
Remember my name! Wenduag!
Please, allow me. I'm glad I was useful to you.
Focus on the goal.
The wreckage. Okay, also another golem that died in the midst of combat.
Something is not right here. Please, forgive me. The struggles never cease.
Okay. So we have this one here.
I finished here. Is there more?
Another trap disabled. Another golem that died. That's the thing, they usually do this about a year before they expire. It sits inside my pocket all year round and the plastic protect. Oh! Yeah, mine just usually sits in my wallet. So it doesn't really. Given the limited amount of time that I spend going outside, generally most things stay in good condition. How's the buff mod, Seth? Did you get used to it?
Here.
Yeah, once you set it
there
up,
more?
you're pretty much good to go. Wait, why is it usually glowing? Oh, because of sense vitals. Can I tippy-toe around? I think you can squeeze through that. There's some very, very, very powerful traps here. That's why I am
I'm glad I was useful to you.
carefully looping the perimeter.
Keep your calm.
Wait, what's this do? Huh? Oh, okay. I think maybe it's a little security thing.
There are many roads to success.
Setting it up is literally the only problem. Once you have your buff set, it's so good. Yeah, that's like the tedious part. They never have an issue with replacing it, at least. I have ways to get around it, just a bit of a pain in the ass when I wanted to get it all done. Yeah, because when it happens in the moment,
I will guide.
you have things to do.
I'm prepared.
Setting it up is the only pain if you add it. Yeah, I added it very late, so there was several freaking reams of buffs I had to go through.
I finished here.
Alright,
Is there more?
did that one.
Something is not right here.
Bro. This guy was paranoid to the nth degree. All I'm saying.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
You're kidding me.
I finished here. Is there more?
Is there another one? Because...
I'm trusting you.
Oh, hang on. The line goes back this way, though. Wait, I thought I just did this one.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Freaking 2-for-1 special here. I'll just send the money to my Mars bank and use her card instead. It's probably easier. Oh, easy Morvek Jr.
Please, allow me. I finished here.
Jeez
Is
Louise.
there more?
Entire perimeter had its own array of trap. Oh, it's to bring the elevator down. Right, that's what it was for. I was wondering what they were thinking of doing. Yeah, we're good. There's a... What if there's one there? I think we did a full map of this place. So I hope I did. Yeah, because it brings us back here again. Okay, so we'll go this way, and I'm sure we can now go on there. Up, please. I think there's a couple of more here, and then we can call forth our boy, our hombre.
Watch out for trouble.
Yep. These sons of bitches, they ain't wasting time.
I've embarrassed myself.
That one's a little bit above my pay grade.
I finished here. Is there more?
Yeah, once you open this door, your boy steps through. He just, like, gets plonked on the floor. This animation always makes me laugh. You see a sturdy door set in a stone arch in the middle of the room. The location seems rather odd, to put it mildly. Attached to the door is a tidy little metal bell with a braided pull. I don't think I'll pass this because it's not very high. Let's examine it.
Oh, succeeded, mate.
You see spells enshrouding both the door and bell. Judging by the nature of the spells, they belong to the Conjuration School. Let's examine the door. Ordinary door. Judging by the intricate carvings on the door, it is of elvish make. The bell also appears quite unremarkable, though the bell pull is covered in an ornate pattern. There's nothing unusual about this door, other than its location. Ding-a-ding-a-ding. I'm going to ring the dinner bell. The door swings open, and a ephemeral form appears in the opening. It looks like a soap bubble. On the other side of the door, you can just make out the hazy interior of a small, trinket-filled room. The typical ambience of a Golarian inn. There he comes. There he is. He's like, what the fuck just happened? Clutching the door handle, a skinny figure falls through the soap bubble. The bubble contracts and pops, dissolving into thin air. The door slams shut. Cautiously touching the stone floor, the unexpected guest rises slowly to his feet. It seems that the storyteller, for it is undoubtedly him, is quite surprised. There he is. The storyteller's head swivels around in bewilderment, his hand reaching to examine everything around him. Where am I? How did I get here? Who's there? I remember the sound of that breathing. Mine's Miro. Is that you? Thank the gods it's you. Where are we? And if you don't mind my asking, what brought you here? Well, how did you get here? Scissorin is really small. I saw his pic with the rest of the PoE. It's not that he's small, it's everyone else is really tall. I would consider his average height. He's just surrounded by absolute freaking Goliaths by comparison. This is 5'9", Steel is 5'7", same height as Quinn, and a lot of the other streamers. Yeah, Rise was the one who surprised me the most when I had seen him at TwitchCon in Berlin. Did not expect him to be quite that tall. Quite behemoth. The storyteller listens intently to the sounds coming from the city. A good question, judging by the demon speech I hear. We're in the abyss, correct? Then I suppose I was brought here by a portal. It was most likely activated by you. This portal must have been charmed specifically to deliver me here from wherever I may have been. I hope it will send me back the same way. You are unlikely to have charmed it this way. If you had, you wouldn't be so surprised by my appearance. This means the spell was cast in the past. In my past. The one I'm looking for. I have to admit this finding is quite intriguing and perplexing. But this place... where are we? It's a tower, isn't it? Yes. I'm right. A tower. Why did you need this portal? Well, get a quick exit, I would think. Thanks to you, I now remember that in the past I was the court mage of the Lady in Shadow. It was probably then that I created this portal to conveniently travel from the Abyss to Golarion. So I came here looking for information about certain purple crystals, but I found you. The storyteller nods with understanding. You were looking for the heart of the tower. Yes. I studied its capabilities here in Alushanera. You must have seen the socket it was placed in. Unfortunately, the details of my research are hidden from me by the gloom of oblivion. I'll tell you, I'm 6'2". You know, without slouching in proper form, 6'2". Perhaps if I laid my hands on such a crystal, I would see something else in my past. Do you know where to get one of these? Do they come from mines or maybe from the bottom of the sea? The elf takes out a delicate compass from his bag, the needle of which is slowly but constantly spinning. I sense the power that we're looking for. My hands have touched it in the past. In the past I do not remember. I think a little divination will come in handy. I can set this little trifle to help you. Explore the caves here. When you are near the crystal, the compass will let you know. Interesting. Huh. So, if you use the purple dagger on the ward stone, it disappears. So you can't present the storyteller with that. So if you don't have it, you obviously need another source of that crystal. So he'll give you a compass, and we'll probably end up going back to that exhausted mine in the Nexus. And that's what will dispel the illusion. But if you already have the purple knife, I think you can perception check through that without needing the compass. Maybe. Let's see, average male in the US is 5'9", so this is dead average. Yeah, I thought so. Ziz had pictures of his wedding, and there's like one person towering over literally everybody at the wedding, and it's high. Brilliant. What do you think of Galfrey ordering me to the abyss? Pfft, let's see what he has to say. The storyteller purses his lips. Yeah, that means he's not happy with the decision. I'm not a politician or a military leader, but I've seen all sorts in my life, and that's why I have some experience and know different stories. The story I'm watching now, it did not strike a chord with everyone. There are many in Dresden who are saddened by your departure for the abyss. There are even some among them who say, though in a whisper, that Galfrey was envious of her commander's glory and was in a hurry to be rid of him. But most do not think this. The majority praises the Queen and expects her to lead them to new victories over the demons. Oh, those poor fools. It's quite possible that she'll succeed. Right now, as far as I know, Galfrey is actively preparing for an advance to the west, into the heart of the Worldwood. Let's see, Stitch is just shy of 6 foot. I'm 5'6". I think that's about perfect. A friend of mine is 5'1", and her husband is 6'6", and she pretty much comes up to his sternum. I think Mythic's in a similar boat, although I can't remember how tall he is, but I remember him telling me his missus is quite short. Let's see, find a page. Just the one though. Did you know what I missed the most in the Abyss? My Prestidigitapainter Golem. The storyteller sounds surprised. The Golem? How surprising. Oh yeah, nice. Well, I can help you with that. No living creature other than me can pass through this portal, but the Golem isn't alive. Please allow me to bring your Prestidigitapainter. Yeah, look, he made it. Nice. Perfect. Let's see, I'm 5'10". Yeah, that was it. Yeah, so your wife, like that size difference. So quite close. All of my friends are at least 6'1", and all of them work out and shit, so I look very small compared to all of them. I always used to begrudge my shorter height in my youth, and then sometime in the midst of high school, I kind of got my wish answered, but holy shit, clothing was a difficult fit because I just kept growing. I suspect it's difficult for you to carry out your mission surrounded by enemies. I would like to help. Unfortunately, I will not be able to bring your allies or reinforcements through this portal. Supplies, however. When I return to Golarion, I'll buy some travel necessities. If you need anything, just ring this bell, and I'll deliver them to you. Easy drebbing. Oh, you're quite tall there, Zogday. You are quite tall indeed. Oh, there's a page right there, in his own tower. I guess I should hand that to him. Friend. Here. Oh, that was enough to trigger the next part. So, I believe he's at a point where he has decided to serve Nocticula in exchange for her translating the ruins and words he found in Baphomet's labyrinth. But yeah, the storyteller clenches the pages you brought. His voice becomes a bit younger and more energetic. All of those friends, as scary as they seem, are all completely passive. When you hang around with dickheads, you start to resonate towards nicer people. So they sound like gentle giants. My feet are covered by a crawling carpet of locusts. Oh god, is he in Discari's domain? A few insects got under my clothes, under my shirt, down my back and in my pants. They're crawling all over me, tickling my skin with their little legs. They'll not attack until they recognize me as a stranger. Protective spells are guarding me, allowing me to deceive the pestilent denizens of the rasping rifts. He is in Discari's domain. I keep very still. I am but an observer, an uninvited guest who prefers to remain unnoticed. I don't hold my breath when Lord Discari swings his scythe over Isiagana. I feel nothing when Isiagana deftly avoids the blow and tries to strike Discari in return. I'm here by the order of Lady Nocticula. I must observe the fight and then return to Alucionera. The affairs of demon lords do not concern me. They're all as gentle as you like. They all have kids, wives, houses, and pretty stable jobs. They all did good for themselves. Oh, bless them. Yeah. Look, not feeling good, Sif. Had too many sweets for my birthday. That's what it's for, man. I'd say lie down for a spell. Not sure if you'll have the energy to return for the Exile Con reveal. So see, why did Nocticula send you to follow Discari? The storyteller shrugs absently. I don't know, and I don't want to know. My service to the Lady in Shadow is almost over. It's the 17th year of my life in the Abyss, and I'm already counting days to the end of my term. Yeah, there were 17 lines or phrases that he needed deciphered, so Nocticula said for each chunk, for each of the 17, 1 year would be needed. I can already tell I'll likely not be sticking around long enough for the PoE stuff, especially since I've got less sleep than planned. Watch the VOD, man. If you want to see my reaction, you can probably scrub through that as well. I hope that we'll see that Chris Wilson doing a nice speech. I love that man. Yeah, the one that happened at the previous ExileCon was very endearing. Regardless of what you might think of the direction the game has gone since its initial release, I think everyone can agree that Chris, he loves the game that he himself and the team have worked together on and continue to work on. When he got teared up talking, yeah, especially after that trailer was revealed, you could tell, even after he'd calmed his nerves and continued talking, you can tell whether it was the hype of the emotion, whether it was anxiety, or whether it's just excitement or a mix of all three. He's just trying to get the words out. I think that kind of resonated with everybody as well. I have to say, I'm a really big fan of being in Act 5 and enemies with ACs in the 50s still getting shredded because my ABs are in the... the attack bonus, yeah. It's 50-50 at that point. You only have to roll a nat 10. And that's before you factor in other things that improve your hit. You can tell I meant so much to him. It's well deserved when you think about the origin of how things began with that game. Yeah, this is why I do generally spend less time laying into PoE. Chris was at the previous ExileCon, or at least was really holding back. I think PoE 2 supporter packs will be the first one that I go all in and buy the most expensive one, just to show my support that I've been playing the game for over 7 years now. It's one of the best ways to support the game, hence their name. You also get a bunch of goodies with them as well, so they stay with you. It was revealed for some of the races and not for all of them. Oh, with the overlay. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, they had to do a bit of a rollback, didn't they? Let's see, who is Isianaga? My memory's hazy, but I feel like when Discari and Isianaga were fighting, this particular entity, only a chunk of them was fighting. So if they lost, it wasn't really a loss. They'd still be alive. It's like a chunk of them. She's a rising demon lord, servant of Lamashtu. She simultaneously inhabits, 7 mighty ant-like bodies. Isiagana and Discari are always snipping at each other, or sniping at each other, but they dare not enter into open war, fearing Lamashtu's wrath. The storyteller chuckles. The current fight is just a small quarrel, 1 in a million. Isiagana came to the Rasping Rift with only 3 of her 7 bodies. I'm sure it'll be easy for Discari to destroy the intruder. Huh. I don't even remember that part, Madiki. Spent it on PoE, but if you go by dollars per minute, probably not too bad. Oh yeah, Christ, the amount of hours I've put into money spent, I think I still got the better end of the deal. I'm not sure if they're doing that anymore, the div cards. At least not any extra ones, just the ones that are currently in the pipeline to be added. Ah, bless him. I got a full wardrobe of PoE shirts and the hoodies. Hoodies I wouldn't mind. Shirts I got plenty. The hoodies I definitely like. As he walks off stage, he says into the mic and doesn't realise the mic. I was still live. Well, yeah, I think that was like a genuine natural reaction because they had a certain plan in mind. They're like, fuck, like something had gone awry. So I'm hoping this one goes off smoothly. Where's your friend Kaini? The storyteller's lips part in a smile. Here, with me, of course. The stubborn lad refused to stay in Illusionera and volunteered to accompany me to the Rasping Rifts. He said he wouldn't miss such an exciting adventure for the world. His youthful zeal and desire to live life to the fullest seemed to make me younger too. Rift Carver. Discari's scythe swings up again. With the whistle through the air, it lodges in the ant-like head of one of Isiagna's bodies. Greenish slime splatters, the poisonous drops falling on my face. I keep very still. With a convulsive movement, the ant-like body winces, tearing the scythe from Discari's hands and jumping back, only to drop on its side and lie still. This loss will hardly worry Isiagna. To kill her, one must destroy her heart, which is hidden deep under Yanaron, Assyrian Lamashtu's realm. Disarmed, Discari turns to Isiagna's second body that is attacking him. I slowly turn to Kaini, who is sitting next to me. My young friend is usually impressed by such mighty opponents fighting, but the seat next to me is empty. Kaini is gone. The storyteller shivers and starts speaking faster. Forgetting about the danger, I look around for my friend. The swarm of locusts at my feet buzzes, displeased, but the need for secrecy no longer seems important. Where is Kaini? After a moment, I see him, and a treacherous shiver runs down my spine. My friend is standing over Isiagna's fallen body, and reaches for Discari's scythe sticking out of it. Well, hang on, isn't the scythe practically the size of a building? That's some balls trying to grab that, and he's like a halfling or something. Still gutted they couldn't ship any shirts to my country, because why would anyone do that? So I got gems instead. Oh, is it not seen as a viable destination? Mistakes happen in the biggest of events. Someone broke their back at... That one was brutal. Jesus. Ever jumping into a ball pit again? Or foam pit. Yeah, let's hope not. I can feel the tailbones breaking. So what's so special about Discari's scythe? Riftcarver has power over the material of the plains. Discari made this scythe with his own hands from his mother's skeleton. Oh, of course he did. It can cut rifts in the plains themselves. The Demon Lord used it to make the Rasping Rifts his own abyssal realm in the plane of the abyss. Kaini, stop! Don't touch it! I scream, throwing caution to the wind. My friend turns to me, his face baffled. I understand him to an extent. The scythe able to rip passages between planes will certainly help us save Golarion, but trying to steal it is rash and stupid. We have nothing to defend ourselves against the Demon Lord's rage. Stop, my friend, before it's too late. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Discari lift another of Isiagna's body and tear it to pieces with his bare hands, but I don't hear his howl of victory. The Demon Lord throws away the still body of his enemy and turns to us. The swarm of insects is biting my feet. Locusts cover my eyes, hitting me in the face, trying to get inside my nose, mouth, and ears. That's a visual. Juggernauts! Thank you very much for the 18-month resub, my friend. Thank you for the prime.
Seth Lurk.
Thanks! Storyteller's story alone is worth the price of this game. Yeah, because it's a continuation of some of the events you learn of in Kingmaker. But yeah, thank you so much. Nevertheless, I get to it first. I grab the giant scythe and swing it awkwardly in the air. Riftcarver is so heavy my hands instantly cramp. I've no idea how I managed to lift it at all. I drop the scythe on the ground, but the damage has been done. Right in front of me there's a small rift, a wound in space. The smell of Illusionera sewage comes out of it. A wonderful smell that brings me hope of salvation. I grab Kaini's sleeve and dive into the rift, only a moment before Discari's claws cut the air where we just stood. The storyteller catches his breath and wipes the sweat from his forehead. I angered a demon lord and my life was hanging by a thread. I'd never have thought that something like that could happen in my life. The storyteller shakes his head distrustfully. How many dark sides of my past will I have to find? I'm starting to fear what I might see in the next pages of my notebook. And this just repeats that. Thank you for the stories. And examine the items. I think I have enough to complete this. Yeah, restore this relic. Dazzling light erupts from the storyteller's hands. The light pulsates, forcing you to squint in pain. And when it finally fades away, you see a thick cloak in the elf's hands. This relic is truly legendary. It has absorbed power that is too heavy for this world. But I have a feeling that this cloak will suit you well. So it cost me ancient scrap of script-covered letter, magic essence, cold iron, demon blood, and hide of a magical creature. Turning it into the bound. Oh, possibility. Which I'm not sure what this thing is. Sounds like a fancy cloak. Which one is it out of all these? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's got its own freaking story, but the stats are... Oh shit! This is character specific. Because I remember at the Gold Dragon, I think I got like a breath weapon bonus. So as a Lich, I get when Lich wears this cloak, his Lord Beyond the Grave grants 4 additional bonus to Strength, Dexterity, and Charisma. Jesus. Which unfortunately makes me lose this one for the saving throws, but it's kind of hard to say no to. So that now means if I use this ability, so here's what it does. Lord Beyond the Grave. So when I do Command Undead, hang on, I gotta do some maths. Do you think Chris Wilson is nervous at this point, or is he used to the stress? He'll still be nervous, although maybe not as much. I don't know. I imagine it's got to be stressful for anyone. I suppose the more public speaking you've done, the easier it is to shake that off, but I think that there'll always be an undercurrent of uncertainty or anxiety. I say if things are going smoothly and on schedule, maybe he'll be less stressed, but I think he'll be a little nervous. It's only human. Tonight's being streamed out to literally anyone who wants to watch. There are people being sponsored to watch it too, from completely different walks of the internet. Yeah. Also, with things like D4 coming out, I'm sure for some the game might have missed the mark, or at the very least, like, there is a lot of interest around the genre, so even more eyes are going to be here. So like, I've got D4, let's see what this PoE is all about. So there's an even greater incentive to knock it out of the park. I got a sneaking suspicion history is going to repeat itself. By this time, I've said this before, but to summarize, I remember very vividly when my mates were harping on at me to buy D3. They got it, played it, and felt they just didn't like it, or at the very least they went in there with greater expectations. And then this random frickin' ARPG PoE came up and cannibalized some of the player base. PoE's a lot bigger now, and D4's come out, and obviously some people have enjoyed it, and if that's the case, all good. But I think it's also safe to assume that there's a decent chunk of the player base who are not as keen. And if the keynote and what's revealed for PoE is done well today, I think we're going to have a round 2 of this all over again, where folks will be like, well, D4 didn't quite live up to what I hoped for, let me try this. And I got a sneaking suspicion of that if this is executed well, this is going to be magnified even further. There have been so many D4 refugees on the PoE subreddit. That's a small sign of it as well. So you can imagine, just kind of extrapolate that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll go well. I'm looking forward to it, man. Even though I thought it was going to be tomorrow, but I'll stay up. I'd be high as fuck before I got into that stage. I definitely need something to help relax me. So this is Lord Beyond the Grave. Okay, so it was this thing. So by default, when I used Lord of the Grave, it would boost all of my undead crew's strength, dex, and charisma by... Oh shit. Hang on. Equal to half your mythic rank plus 1. It's 5. So I assume we round down, so it's a 3? And then the cloak adds another 4? So I'm giving him a plus 7 to strength, dexterity. Dude! You know how insane this is? Remember what he does? Oh no. Yep. The charisma is now 30, which now means if we use for the king, for 1 round, everyone gets a plus 10. Hang on, let me re-invoke this.
Stop learning.
Oink. I said oink. Good. Okay, so the math should be correct. Yeah, it's 30. Oh boy. That's a rough one, I tell you. If I can continue to boost his charisma higher. Yeah, so that's a plus 10. Nice! That's really powerful. That is the most charismatic undead ever. Like pure swag. That frees up this cloak. The problem is that I'm the only one who rages. I might have to give this to Regil instead. Jesus. Yeah, soul fighting Azurite. Snorting big fucking lines. We're getting another Diablo Exodus, and we need to brace for the toxicity. Or, you know, maybe we should welcome our fellow ARPG brethren. The difference is also deep. Yeah, that's another thing. I forgot the most prudent point. What did your sister do? She sent me money to my Steam account. Oh, that was sweet of her. Ah, bless her. The most people I've ever spoken in front of was about 750. I liked it, but was also very grateful to be mostly blinded by stage lights. Yeah, when you don't see several, you know, an ocean of sets of eyes looking at you, it's a little less intimidating. I love how they always say, just picture him naked, mate. That's a fucking word, pal. Alright, so I got the... Oh yeah, I didn't read the lore entry. Sorry, I do this. I want to see if it's different. There it is. The Bound of Possibility. I welcome our fellow RPG brethren, but they're coming from a Blizzard cult. Yeah, it's not going to be the smoothest transition. They're going to be stepping on a couple of toes and tripping over some Legos. Talking on podcasts, for example, people don't realize that some podcasts could fill a small football stadium. Yeah. I mean, the closest thing I've had to this is not so much public speaking, it's when I've had large streams raid this, and, you know, even for a few minutes I have a couple of thousand. That already feels very intimidating. Think of everyone naked, now I'm also stressing about the noticing my... Well, I think if you're that stressed, if you can get a boner under those conditions, that's a compliment. Now I imagine that if they were to do the same thing, but then put them in that football stadium filled with that many people, let's see how that podcast goes. It'd be a lot more stressful. As soon as you touch the relic, a vision washes over you. You experience the events as if you lived through it. The crooked, run-down house creaks when I enter, as if about to collapse on my head at any moment. I lower my hood and bow respectfully to the mistress of this abode. Ah, another highborn has arrived. What are you, sick? The old woman giggles shrilly. Her voice is repulsive and her appearance worse still. She could easily have been mistaken for a corpse wrapped in a pile of rags. Rude. Her face is unpleasant, Jesus, and her skin is as creased as a batwing, wildly plagued with warts. I've come for healing, Mother. Please be so kind as to help me. The druid chuckles nastily again. From the look of it, it's some kind of tick. She enjoys the feeling of power over me. I might treat you, girl, but not for free. No, not for free. Do you know what price I ask? I nod silently and take the gift out of my bag. Meat in slimy, bloody chunks. It's amazing how such an insignificant and common thing can be valued so highly. The old woman grabs the meat greedily, bringing it to her face, making sure it smells right. You must be in real trouble since you have come to me with fresh meat. The hag draws even closer, radiating the sickly, sweet, unpleasant smell of old age. I impatiently wait for her to finish examining me. You smell bad. Foul. You've committed a great crime against nature, and for that you suffer. The old woman's shrill voice becomes accusatory and imperious. You think you can ransom yourself from your doom? Oh no. You'll suffer. You will rot and you will bleed from your sin. Well, she's a frickin' prize, isn't she? Horrible bedside manner. At least reading the refugee posts is fun, seeing people going, oh, I need this thing called Path of Building Awaken Trade to properly play the game. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's one of the downsides of a game that has so much content. You don't need those tools, but they can make life easy. That's the primary distinction. I promise if you're in front of that many people, your brain cannot handle picturing them naked. Probably not. But hopefully I won't find myself in a position like that. Let's see. If there's any mention of myself and Bramblejack during ExileCon, I'll be amazed. I think you folks might be overestimating my overall reach. Old people smell is caused by lipid acid, which is oil and not water soluble, which is why it's so impossible to wash off or get out of an old person's house. Weirdly, one of the things that breaks it down well is persimmons. Why persimmons of all things? The more time I have in the game, the less I need these third-party softwares. I have a short memory and tiny brain, so I generally keep them as my permanent training wheels. So let's see. My patience runs out. With a quick gesture, I unchain my anger, and the druid tumbles away, crashing into a pyramid of cauldrons, which cascade down in all directions into a crumbled mess of broken shards. I grow sick of your antics. You understand who I am. Fine. I know you too. You are the oldest and strongest of the servants of Mother Vulture. You know how to heal what others cannot, and you will help me. Otherwise... The old woman cries out, frightened. She covers her face with her hands, her lips trembling. I wait apathetically for her to calm down. Realizing how close to death she truly is, the old woman hurries to comply. I can't remember, is this Arilu she's talking to? Her movements display efficiency that only fear and desperation can provide. Herbs, both commonly known and arcane, fly into the cauldron above the druid's fire. They are followed by the meat I brought, magic powders and potions from small cobweb-covered bottles. When the decoction boils, the old woman cautiously approaches me and grips my cloak with her knotted fingers. Her demand is brisk. Give it to me, girl. I need it. Jesus, a little forward, isn't you? I part with the... What is it, fucking Epstein? What is wrong with my brain? I part with the cloak indifferently, and into the cauldron it goes. The old woman whispers incantations, seeming to take forever. Finally, she fishes into the cauldron with her walking stick and pulls out a wet, smelly cloak, handing it to me. Put it on your shoulders. This cloak, like a leech, sucks any disease from the soul, heals any corruption. The world has never seen a relic greater than this. Bold claim. Considering more and more games are starting to put these things as an in-game feature, I think it's about time PoE started to do the same. Oh, like built-in filter. That's why I loved Last Epoch. Yeah, this cloak makes it so that buff I give to my team is extra +4 now on top of that. So I think a total is a +7. If I get one more level, it's a +8. Which means CR's charisma right now is sitting at a 30. So if he does for the king, that's a +10 to hit and damage. It's more that the hit I like, because it makes the start of the fight quite favourable for me. The cloak smells disgusting, but I don't care. I slip it over my shoulders, feeling the magic lurking within it touch my dual soul. And then flame engulfs me. The fabric clings to my body, and the burning pain it brings is unexpectedly strong. She dared to hurt me. Me? I rip off the damn rag as the old woman's shrill laughter rattles in my ears. You tricked me. The old woman seems ready to dance. Tricked you? Not a word I said was untrue. There isn't a relic in the world better at healing than the one I gave you, but neither magic nor gods will help you with your misfortune. You are doomed, and you shall bear your wound till your last day. I clench my fist, snuffing out the old woman's life, but her body writhes and warps unnaturally. 4 black wings grow out of her hunched back. Her wrinkled neck lengthens and splits in two. Her gnarled head becomes a matching, or rather slightly mismatching pair, and the toothless mouths on them both open wide to exude a putrid stench. Mother Vulture, do you honor me with a personal visit? The monster, with both heads lowered, look at me intently. Its eyes sparkle with the same slyness as the last wearer of the hag's skin. Begone, architect. Neither I nor anyone else can help you. The things you've done to yourself with your own hands can never be healed. You will endure pain for the rest of your days, and after that you will perish like every other living creature, from the greatest of heroes to the meekest of swamp gnats. Such is the way of things. 'Tis proper. Everything that lives dies, so that new life can be born out of it. Without wasting any words, I retreat to the door. Even the mighty usher of Pharasma herself couldn't help me, but that doesn't mean anything. Impossible to heal, she said. I've done the impossible before, and I'll find a way now. Yeah, this is an Arilu relic. I like how it's got the yeah, this is definitely Lich-like compared to the previous version, which had a more goldish draconic sheen. I got myself a nice shiny cloak. That is a very impressive piece of gear. That was a weird sound. Oh, it's because I've got the horse selected. Alright. Probably won't pass that. Okay. Anything else you are hiding? Ah, fuck! Trap triggered. Ooh. Okay, so I got a little reckless there because the horse is further ahead. However, it didn't work. Failed the perception. Wait, how come destruction didn't work? This spell instantly delivers 10 points of damage per caster level. If the target's fortitude saving throw succeeds, take 10d6. Wait, but no one took damage though. Is it because I is dead? It didn't say that you're impervious. Does it have to be a living thing? Oh, it's necromancy. That's probably why. Lel! It's good to be dead. Uh-oh. That's gonna go boom. Please go this way. Let's get...
I will prove my worth.
Arushalayim. Where's the switch? Huh? Oh, it's on this side. Oh, it's way the hell over there. What? Nani? Hang on. Oh, shit. It's way the hell over here. Damn.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
There are many
Well,
roads to success.
I guess the Tower of an Archmage is not to be underestimated, clearly. This treasure... The treasure is here, behind the wall. It's mine. I found it. I couldn't take it for myself, but it's here. Behind... Oh, it's repeating. Mine. Mine! Of all, you say? More magic. And then if we wish to rest, we have the option to rest in the Tower of an Archmage. What a time to be alive. Oh. 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 This accursed carcass of mine, I swear. I think we still have this area to explore. What the fuck? Wait, huh? Oh, okay, I see another way. Lethal Conductor? It's a dagger. This +5 shock dagger grants its wielder a +5 competence bonus on use magic device skill checks and a +4 competence bonus on touch checks. Nice. It's actually kind of solid. Can't complain. It's pretty fat and good as far as a dagger goes. Okay, I'm not gonna refer to my dick as the lethal conductor. I mean, I can't just look at my weapon and suddenly use that. Hang on. Yeah, there you go. Life deliverer, like my dick. So yeah, it doesn't quite work like that all the time. What is this one? Oh, another one here.
Watch out for trouble.
Wait, but how do I get... Oh, I see. Oh, come on! Get down! What is this thing? Headband of rigorous training. +6 wisdom. Wait, don't I already have this? Or at least a version of it? Yeah, because it was... Wait. Hang on. One of you fuckwits has this in one iteration or another. It was to make use of the wisdom bonus, I think. I got 2 of these. Right. You know what? For the sake of making the saving throws, I probably should give that. She's running back. Yeah, I like it was. Look, it was just an example. Don't get so bent out of shape, me. Anyway, so I guess. You know what? I'm gonna give it to him. You can't really use much of it, but that bonus to the wisdom save is too good to pass up on. All right. That was a lot of traps. Very well done. So now we need to go back to the Nexus, and then with the compass we have, we should be able to find the... I'm not sure whether it's an illusion or whether we actually find a small opening and it leads to a little chunk that the Hepsamira and crew couldn't mine out fully, and then we're golden. Found my next obsession. What is it? Mindustry? open-ended factory management game with a focus on tower defense and RTS elements. I feel like Satisfactory is to blame for this.
Keep your calm.
Your latest addiction. Alright, let's skedaddle.
There are many roads to success.
Home, please! It's got some pretty good reviews thus far. Thanks to my sis, I can get it right away. Oh yeah, because you mentioned for your birthday she gifted you some Steam books. Alright, I am in this hellscape. Again. Did I mention I hate this place? Because I hate this place. I am not a big fan of this fucking location. Okay, so we should be able to run straight across without any first normals, and then the portal. We need y'all sons of bitches to gather around. Back to the Nexus, and we go into the mine. I think we're going to face those stunning crystalline pricks. Beautiful. I are here. Here are I. Yeah, there you go. The compass is working.
Focus on the goal.
I can't remember if you always get the compass, or if it's only given to you until... Yeah, because you can make a party now. So if you no longer have the purple knife, you need to find the source of them there. Mahindrian crystals. It should be here. Yes? No? Maybe not. The crystals are very near, is what the video game tells us. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so I was right. Camouflage. I think we do have company here, though. I think. Hello? Pretty sure some of these shits come to life.
Keep your calm.
Or not. Yes? No? Maybe? Hello? Ooh. Belt of the Venerated Champion. Ah, it's one of those fancier versions. +6 Constitution, bonus to Fortitude saves, and insight bonus against evil creatures, but not what we have to. I'm pretty sure the second you grab this, these fuckers ring to life. What the fuck? I was right! I kind of doubted it for a nanosecond. These are notorious for being able to stun with extreme ease. Oink! I'm gonna rage. Oh, one down. You're stunned. CR, you're not on the mat, are you? For the king! We'll take a +10. I'm sure you got plans to go somewhere. Wait, are you just running away? What the fuck? Excuse me.
Desna, guide my hand.
Well, that's simple, isn't it? Wendoag is quite stunned, but she'll get over it.
There are many roads.
Yeah, the first time I triggered this in the, I think it was the, yeah, it was the original campaign. The entire party was. Are you kidding me? There's more of them! Oh, you sick fucks! There were 3 of them now. Oh man, this is some bullshit. All right, well Steve is here. I guess we'll go for the haste. They rigged the whole place. I thought I was done. But was I wrong?
They'll beg me to stop.
Looks like I won't be finishing Dyson Sphere anytime soon. It's because you're going to be a little distracted. You need this. Hang on. What is this? Bring home your friend. They said hi. Oh no, this guy's got a lot of energy. It's a 2-for-1 special. Oh. Oh. Oh, little babu fox. Although the arching back, definitely on alert. Look at his little playful hops as well. Trying to look intimidating. Oh. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, that's actually very cute. That is very adorable. For the king! Why would you bring that game to my attention? Because it's my viewers, man. Oh, they actually managed to stun me. Oh, rude. Let's start with you. Even Arusha laser can
Make your peace.
get him, Morveg Jr. Oink.
No match for me.
Alright, one down. Get him, folks. Don't even give him a turn. You son of a bitch.
I'll just have to resort to brute force.
They almost managed to conjure us in. Are there going to be more of them waiting now? Can I leave? Okay, yeah. It's like they were like, they took our babu because I stole a little sliver of that crystal. Where is it? Where is that glorious little creation? There it is. A purple crystal, unprocessed and unusually durable. I like it. So we can now return. So we have to head back to the storyteller. Oh, that means I gotta go all the way back there. God damn it. Banana bread is in the oven and my house is well on the way to smelling amazing. You know, I'm still debating on noodles. Why am I so stringent on myself? Okay, I need to stop this. Let's just do the coin flip a bit and get it out of the way. Alright, we'll do a coin flip and then call it. Where is it? Alright, so to let you know that I am not cheating and I'm playing by the book. Alright, just flip a coin for head. Let's see. Tails, noodles. Heads, no noodles. Okay, we're getting noodles. I abide by the mighty flip of the coin. Seth, go get noodles. Best you can do for yourself for the long stream today. Yeah, that alone would have been a good enough reason. My house is well on the way to smelling normal again, as my cat sat on a couple of nasty ones a couple of hours ago. They're leaving a message. Wait, you overruled, but the coin flip won. Hey Phoenix, thinking of doing a new playthrough that was playing an Eldritch Scion. What would be fun to play? For Wrath of the Righteous? I wouldn't even know where to begin. This is my third playthrough, and I still struggle with the sheer option of different choices you have in this game. I said go get noodles. Yeah, the coin flip did just that. Get the nudes, hey darkness. Okay, let's chart a course. I'm cuter than the coin. This is true. Alright, so the fastest way I know of how to get to this is going via the 10,000 lights. I know, but I think Ash still, regardless of what the outcome was, she still would have been like, I still overruled the coin. But yeah, it depends on like the type of build you're going for, Phoenix. Do you want a melee character? Do you want a ranged one who's unleashing arrows? Are you looking for a spellcaster? Do you want it to be something that relies more on a companion? It's a lot of options, so it's difficult to recommend anything. Also, the mythic path is a big factor as well. Okay, let me prep thy noodles, so give me a few moments and I shall return with said noodles in handle. Be happy. I'm back. Yeah, I told my folks, on the remote chance that they might potentially end up getting disturbed by me in the night because of the PoE announcement. Although I just told them it's quite important to the thing that the thing I stream is kind of how I phrased it. And they were like, "Well, how come you got the time wrong?" And I explained to them, New Zealand and all that jazz. And I was being mocked by both my parents because I got things so horribly wrong. So not only am I being mocked by my viewers, I'm also being poked and prodded by my parents. So it's nice to see that you all collectively, poke and prod me with sticks. Kids. A lot of years, I swear. Also, hello to you, Siri83. Which classes you already finished in the game? I've done Mad Dog Barbarian. What's my other one? My brain forgets. Can't remember what I did. Yeah, melee, ranged. My brain is forgetting. We'll never be out of sticks. Oh, I know you guys won't. Okay, so we need to get back to the storyteller. So we're gonna go here. And have a quick word. How much more time have we got? So in 3 hours, right, is when the announcer is going to have the ball rolling. I want to make sure we're there right from the jump, right from the get-go. Front row seats, whole 9 yards. Best message ever. When in doubt, save. It's the truest words this game has ever spoken. Especially due to the exorbitant instability. Am I streaming the event? Yeah, as much as I can manage. I'm only really looking for the main thing, which is the League reveal, any news regarding PoE2, and but any other aspects of it, it'd probably be the VOD. What's in 3 hours? So ExileCon. The main game I stream is called Path of Exile.
There are many roads to success.
And they're hosting their event in New Zealand, which is going to be live streamed, and it's going to be happening in the next 3 hours. Big news regarding this particular video game. So exciting times. Skald also good. This is the charge thing. Wait, what is this? A 14th level, a Skald can temporarily revive dead allies to continue fighting with the same limitations as raised dead. The Skald brings all allies within 50 feet back to life. The revived allies are alive but staggered. Each round, the Skald may spend another 1 round of Raging Song to keep them alive for another round. The allies automatically die if the Skull ends this performance or is interrupted. So you literally just singing the song of your people quite literally brings people back from death. I like Path of Exile. That's fine, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I on the other hand love that game. It's the main thing we tend to stream. Next FF14 expansion, Dawn Trail? Wait, is that the name or what are they showing? So, like the same way you've got Endwalker, Dawn Trail is the next thing. Is that what it is? Take a look, see. The FF14 free trial will be further expanded to include Stormblood. Oh, nice! Oh, nice! Dude, that's great! So you now got Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, and bruh, that is an obscene amount of content for free. Nice. I didn't think that. I thought they would leave it only at Heaven's Ward. But having Stormblood as well, that's a good one, I tell you. That's nice. I know, that's a lot of free content. Holy shit. I mean, I ended up subbing early before I even finished Heaven's Ward. That was mainly because of the inability to join the queue. In this day and age, what kind of dev does that? Yeah, like the first 2 full expansions worth. That is good stuff. I like it. Hope 3rd of August comes fast. Yeah, looking forward to BG3. It's probably one of my most anticipated games in Lord knows how long. You know what this means? The meme has to change. The copy pasta. Do you know that you can, speaking of trial, it now has to also include Stormblood as part of the copy pasta. Yeah. It has evolved. The fact that you and I were thinking of the exact same thing.
Keep your calm.
In sync. Let's see, where's our boy? He should be right there. Oh, I need to ring him first. Hello, friend. Let's see, take this crystal. What do you see? The storyteller takes the crystal and his face becomes twisted with evil rage. and a screeching cry bursts from his lips. A bloody stain spreads across your chest, and the storyteller's visions once again burst into your mind, just as they did in Canabris when you brought him the stone chisel. So wait, this is going to be Discari's perspective? My wings take me higher and higher, stirring storms, but even they cannot disperse the ball of darkness hanging in front of me. Stupid little maggot. You think you can fly as high as me? My cheeky opponent does not answer, and the wound under my heart continues to gush streams of blood, tainting the feathers of the black bolt and dripping into the dark waters of Ishtar. There's something wrong with this wound. Oh, I think this is Nocticular. She's the one who hit him. My strength is dwindling too quickly. This means there's no time to waste. I'll grab her, scrunch her up, cut her with my claws, and throw her to the very bottom of the abyss. Quickly changing the direction of my flight, I rush forward and hit the center of the dark cloud. Well, where are you? My chest is thrust forward, ready to take any blow, and my claws are cutting through the air, but she's not here. She deceived me. The dark cloud was a fake. Where are you? Her triumphant laughter echoes over the black ocean. So insulting, so insolent and impetuous. Someone, catch that laughter, choke it. Oh, apparently I failed a will check, which is odd. You seem to be feeling the storyteller's raging emotions. They fill you with confusion. You shiver and lose your balance. The chaos in your head tangles your thoughts into a dense, discomforting ball. Well, at least the Demon Lord, whose perspective I'm seeing this, living their life right now with that failed will check. It's not even for the new expansion. They're doing it with the 6.5. I guess they want to attract as many new people before the new expansion. It's good marketing. It's very good marketing. Who are you? You don't know me. I am the Demon Lord Alinthia, Lady of Harpies, sweet-voiced mistress and seductive peril. That's a title, the seductive peril. My wings can embrace a mountain, and all in the abyss know my name. And who are you fighting? Obviously Nocticular. The pathetic upstart Nocticular. She attacked without warning and wounded me, and now she's hiding in her shadows, thinking she can get away from me. Your pathetic leathery wings can't compare with mine. Yet slight problem there, Touch. That bolt you were hit with is not exactly a random piece of projectile. It's a midnight bolt. And you are going to slowly bleed out from a wound that can't be traditionally healed. You are on borrowed time. So that's why she's playing hide and seek right now. I have Smith at 160p just so I can watch the stream now. How am I in low pixel mode? Let's see, what are you fighting for? For power, for might, for superiority, for the right to fly over these endless waters, for the right to seduce the unlucky ones of our choosing. One of us will perish, the other will rise and get everything the loser owns, and I'll be the one to triumph. And how does the fight end? The storyteller's voice changes. You hear a death rattle. She will win, overpower me, weaken my spirit, and my body will drop into the waters of Ishtar. The elf's voice becomes lower and lower, becoming denser and stronger, like a stone that has decided to talk. From now on, I am blood. I set and thicken. I grow firmer, stronger. I crystallize. I gain edges. Power lies dormant in me, and I lie dormant in the dark. Another will check I failed. 2 in a row. I rolled horribly. High DC though. The storyteller's heavy words, like massive mauls, crush your soul into the dark abyss. They lie on your shoulders, pushing you down deeper and deeper. You don't want to breathe or live. You just want to lie down and never wake up. So this almost sounds like the transformation process where the remains of a demon lord get turned into those big fuck off crystals. So where are you? I'm lying in the ground in the depths my paths are laid. I am asleep, waiting for greedy hands to touch me and gather me up and take my power for their own. Passed a lore check. I thought the souls of demons lords went to the Rift of Repose. Yeah, so when normally when demon lords have 2 lives, right? It's the one they suffer when they're killed once, and then they retreat, and assuming they have their own domain, they retreat to their domain, and they would have to wait at least a year before they gain that, their extra life, so to speak. If they're killed a second time, that's a more permanent thing. And when that happens, normally, they're supposed to go to the Rift of Repose. Their visage is physically contained there in the form of a large kind of statue, which eventually breaks down and dissolves. But that does not seem to be the case when Nocticula's involved. Like when she kills you, she kind of adds you to her collection and her sphere of influence and power. Yes, but not me. The one I used to be. She was supposed to go to a secret place, but someone stopped her, locked her in this body. She didn't want those who fell at her hand to return, so she found a way to lock their power in their remains, and the power is still there. What happened next? You will take me out. Your hands will take me out of the cavern. The storyteller's voice calms. This is where the road to the past, the one open to me, ends. It leads to this very moment, but I see something else. A future. A possible future. Droplets of spittle fly from the old elf's mouth. His speech becomes furious and garbled, his voice trembling with tension. Oh god, it's like it hurts. The crystal is so huge. You're going to throw any LMDs. She's implanting it, sewing it into living flesh. My flesh, and it oozes power, soaking my flesh and blood flowing in my veins. I am rage. I am agony. I am violence made flesh. That's a third will check I failed. Fucking hell. Yeah, DC's way too high. Red fog descends before your eyes. Something horrible, primal, and bloodthirsty awakens in your soul. It drinks your strength greedily, sending pain lancing through your skull. I wonder if when this dialogue ends, I'll just be dead. Or if it's just purely for show. Don't worry, Ash. Because they're such easy setups, I'm not even going to partake in them. They're not worthy. So, who are you and whom do you serve? I am a humble demon whose old name doesn't matter. From now on, everyone will call me the Horned Horror. Lady Hepsimera will lead me into battle, but I will crush her enemies. No, I will destroy them with my horrifying grunting that will rip their pathetic flesh from their meager carcasses. And who is implanting crystals into you? Well, there's technically 3 people. You've got Aurelia Volish, you got Xanthir, who's now dead, and you have... The most likely candidate is probably Mutasafin, as that's the alchemist that Hepsimera is using right now. And this demon appears to be invoking her name, so odds are it's probably going to be Mutasafin. But let's see if that's indeed the case. Oh. Logitech G502 got an update. Wait, which one's mine? I think it's 402. Yeah, 402. Darius, thank you very much for the resub of 58 months. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Instead I will use this normally for a pun. With the amount of wax used for purity seals, there must be hundreds of worlds in the Imperium dedicated to beekeeping.
How many was dedicated to beekeeping? Thanks. I appreciate the resub. Smith, I got the new expansion teaser. I can't handle it. Can't watch it. I still gotta play catch up, man. All of that about... No, I get the jab. Who is planting the crystals into you? Mutasafin, that's right. The cunning one with snake eyes, one of the fosterlings of the upstart Aurelu. My mistress Hepsimera ordered him to do it. She has many such crystals. I'm not the first or last to have had this done to them. Mutasafin is a weak and mortal spawn, but even he improves in practice. You see, I'm alive, unlike the pathetic unfortunates who went first. Perception check. Listen to the storyteller's voice and try to understand why it's trembling. I mean, that's pretty much an auto success. Just to confirm one thing, Blank, this is the expansion that would effectively happen after Endwalker, right? That's what we're talking about. Oh god. Oh, we got logos! We broke the 42069!
Hi, Ash.
Thank you very much, Derek. Okay, nice. That means I have even more content. Wait, when's it coming out then? Okay, next year. I thought, surely they couldn't be ready this quickly. If they're already dropping the trailers. Interesting. I'll keep this in mind. Maybe I should kind of coincide my return to FF14 with that. Let's see. You feel the thirst for blood, the heat that pulses through a warrior before an imminent fight. The pride swelling within the demon that is speaking through the storyteller. The power that he yearns to feel as soon as possible. The duty that he intends to embrace with honour. What fight awaits you? We're going to fight Nocticula. That winged upstart has been troubling our Lord Baphomet for too long. Time to remove her from the board. How do you expect to defeat Nocticula in her domain? Well, I would imagine mining the frickin' crystals, using them for your own demons and decreasing a sphere of influence? I love how you've monetized Ash's Rage. I need to keep a freaking census of how many of these donos have been done explicitly to trigger the lawnmower dono. Want to know something about Final Fantasy expansions? They never get released like that. It's more likely to be spring. Okay, so, sooner? Or is it like the quests that lead up to it? You're always in a spiting mood. I should get a cut of lawnmower funds, but I should. How do you expect to defeat Nocticula in her dominion? We have followers in Lucianera. They'll strike from the inside, cripple her, drain her blood, and then our army will bring down all its might, given to us by the miraculous crystals, and Nocticula and her pathetic servants will fall. That's enough of that. The storyteller's vision fades, and with it the terrible heat in your chest. The old elf comes back from his dream with a helpless sigh. A horrible vision. Completely exhausted. I never expected to touch the memory of a fallen demon lord who had never found peace in the Rift of Repose. Quite the visuals. You sound very hyped, Blank. We shouldn't have fox donos sound? A literal, what does the fox say? Imagine if it was possible to set up so that the lawnmower sound effect played every time her book sold. Well, that's separate from this site. Besides, I don't want to keep poking Ash too much. I want to keep her books and her work and her store separate from the usual garden variety poking and prodding you do. Everyone has a breaking point. There are no spoilers in the trailer at all you want to watch. There aren't? If that's the case, I might just have to. Hey Blade, you're normally a good... What's the word I'm looking for? A good judgment on this. Give it a look-see. People started to crop up on Twitch. PoE waiting rooms. Yes! Because we have less than a couple of hours. It's under 3 hours before it goes live. What options do you have for games? Let's see. I shared a vision with you again. Like when you brought me the stone chisel in Canabris. Strange. Could it be that those two objects are connected to each other or to you? So the crystals are demon blood. Yes. Hardened blood in which the spiritual power of the perished demon lord is sealed. In this case, the power of Alinthia, who was killed in battle and locked in her own remains in this unusual way. Let's see. Risk of Rain. Witcher 3. Witcher 3 would be nice. So this city is built on Alinthia's corpse. In a manner of speaking, yes. After the spiritual power of Alinthia did not go to the Rift of Repose, Nocticula began to transform her dead body, forcing it to expand and assume a more solid static form. I can only guess what a nightmare this imprisonment was for Alinthia's spiritual essence. So how can the stone grant powers? I wonder if it's explicitly explained how Nocticula had the power to do that in the first place. Oh, speaking of dumpy though, how's that for a transition? I'm gonna show you guys a little something. my latest short, which kind of encapsulates this. Hang on, hold. There we go. Knob! Just absolutely just slam them. Actually, I can test this attack on them. Hi! Here! You gotta do it once, come on! Come on! You have to! Get fucked! Wait, no! Wait, this sucks! There's nowhere near! Yeah, that didn't quite end as I intended. Excellent, majestic weapon art. Such a ridiculous attack. Apparently the greater the height, the more AoE and damage as well. Assuming you survive, that's the main thing. I watched the short before coming here. Ah, I see. The trailer is lit, but honestly, it hits way harder having gone through Endwalker. I'll wait then. I'm gonna have to pencil in FF14 somehow. Let's see. What is the Rift of Repose? That is where the souls of fallen demon lords go. After death, they usually return to their own abyssal realms, but if death finds them again before a year passes, the abyss dumps them in its cemetery. In this stone rift full of fog, the souls of grand demonic dead turn to stone statues, and for an eternity, slowly become threaded with cracks and gradually falling into ruin. It is a kingdom of decline and decay, and a visit there might serve as a good lesson to those who believe in their own might and deem themselves invincible. Right. The old elf suddenly gives a jolt and says, I've had a brilliant idea. The stone knife you showed me in Canabras, do you still have it? Oh, I don't. That was, I don't, do I? Because it disappears, because I slammed it into the wardstone. I do not possess this. I don't have it. Well, alas. Yeah, I think he was supposed to do something with that. The tone of the trailer just hits way harder having gone through Endwalker. I guess because, like, even though there aren't any spoilers explicitly, I'm sure there's some things in there. If you've played Endwalker, you'll be like, ah, I see. Okay, we have what we need. So with this, we gotta talk to Shamira, who'll probably bore into my brain. And then there's also what we need to do with Valek. Yeah. Where is this cow? A mansion. Was it ever stated what the mansion was? Many residents of Illusionary know that Lady Alexia, a noble from the upper city, offers patronage to young and talented individuals who manage to impress her. Before gambling one's fate in the hopes of winning the favour of such a demon, it is crucial to understand how demons think. But the favour, of such an influential figure cannot be underestimated. I wish there was a faster way out of here. You always got to go down 2 floors like an animal. Ah! I hate this place. One thing I've noticed, though, the Warrior of Light isn't shown with a class. Classless me! Or something. Oh, you're already playing it? You didn't waste any time? Right, let's go down another floor, shall we? I can't remember how I initially reached out to that rather, shall we say, crazy demon. I think you have to go to her abode. Every expansion trailer, the Warrior of Light is a certain class. Can't identify any class for this trailer. Yeah, because in Heaven's Ward there was obviously the Dragoon. And for... Uh-oh. Wait, Zacharias? Oh, is it the... I'm surprised so that's the secret. Is it the Nahindrian Crystal? We're getting Lich continuation. Student, be quiet and listen. What I'm about to tell you is very important. I told you that your patience and obedience would pay off, and I did not deceive you. I hope you've realized by now that you have discovered a way to complete our ritual. The storyteller told me about the visions revealed to him by the Nihindrian crystal, and I found them very intriguing. Somehow Nocticula weakened the demon lord's spirit. The demon did not have enough strength to enter the Rift of Repose. But how does she achieve this? Midnight Bolt. How does she trap the enemy's body and turn it into an island? That's a good question. I know the bolts is what injured it, and it is why the wound wouldn't heal. But the process by how these are created, know how Nocticula can turn them into their more crystal variants, isn't really told. Heavensward is Dragoon, Stormblood is Samurai and Monk, Shadowbringers is Dark Knight, and Endwalker is to be revealed. Oh. So, we must discover her methods and use them to weaken your soul and perform its ritual of transition to the phylactery. Then my own ritual will be complete and my oath will be fulfilled. You could, of course, ask the Lady in Shadow about these matters, but I doubt that she would give you an honest answer. I'm sure she does not wish for her secrets to be revealed. However, there is another way to solve this mystery. They're doing the Mandeville as exercise. I've done this. How does it work? It's hang on, so doof 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 doof. You got so I think it's something like that. I haven't fully remembered it. I got most of the thing right. You wish to gain mastery over death, therefore you must seek your answer among the dead. Go to the mines where you found the crystal. Summon the spirit... Wait, of a fallen demon lord? Summon the spirit of Alinthia and call forth her lost memory so that you can question them. It's a big ask. Why would the storyteller tell you about his visions? Because he cannot share them with anyone else. Most of the wizards in Dresden aren't knowledgeable enough to discuss his visions, let alone discern their meaning. The storyteller and I meet regularly to pass the time in conversation and share information. I give him my stories and he provides me with curious arcane knowledge. And why would I want to do that? The Lich gives an exasperated sigh and begins to speak slowly and deliberately, as if explaining something to a child. I mean, condescended to. If you can discover how Nocticula weakened the souls of demon lords before she killed them, that's the Midnight Bolts, I may be able to do something similar to you. If I can weaken your soul, I'll be able to extract it from your body and place it in the phylactery. Think of it like snake venom. In large quantities it can kill you, but if you take it in small doses it can actually heal you. Is that true? It's more potent for anti-venom. When I place your spirit in the phylactery, your transition will finally be complete, and you'll become a lich. That easy, eh? New crab dance redeem. But instead of crab dance, it's the Mandeville dance. No fucking way. You guys will burn through your points in a matter of moments. Snake venom is used for anti-venom in certain medicine. So this guy's talking bollocks. How do I summon the spirit of Alinthia? Is that even possible? The Lich scoffs angrily. Do you think I have all the answers? I've never heard of anyone resurrecting a demon lord, much less one in such an unusual state. But you have demonstrated your peculiar powers on numerous occasions. Even if you're unable to reach Alinthia herself, you may be able to access the echo of her thoughts. This entire island was formed from Alinthia's remains. Why can't I summon her spirit right here? The island is dead. It is nothing more than rock. Alinthia's spiritual essence, as I understand it, concentrated in the crystals. Go down into the mines, the deeper the better, and find a large crystal vein. The more spiritual energy it contains, the more strongly it will respond to your spell. Okay. What if I wake something up, but it doesn't want to talk to me? What if it's dangerous? Zakaria shrugs his bony shoulders indifferently. Of course it'll be dangerous. These are the remains of a demon lord after all. But the dead love to share the secrets of those responsible for their demise. It is their last chance to exact revenge, and if the thing that responds to you is not in the mood to chat, subdue it, break its will, and wrest the truth from it. You want to gain mastery over death, don't you? Then you need to act like its master. Very well. Yes, that is what I want to hear, student. You must leave all other less important matters behind and proceed immediately with the task I've given to you. Right, fine. This fucking dude. This fucking dude.
I will guide.
Well, the path to my Leichdom is continuing. Alright. I suppose we might as well go to the Palace of Incest and Degeneracy. Isn't this where some poor fuck was just assassinated? Yeah. The Nalfish names. Less of a palace and more of a hovel by comparison. Yes, it is a little verbose for its name, is it not? Then this just goes up there and doesn't really take you anywhere else, you think? Oh, I hate navigating this place. Yeah, there was a chest up there. We grabbed anything of value there. And there's nothing on this side, right? Okay, we'll go back. I hate this place.
Watch out for trouble.
I hope I've articulated that in a very concise manner. I fucking despise this place. Alright, where's that damn portal?
Keep your calm.
So I need to go up. Christian takes me here. There isn't any of these, is there? No, actually, I'm gonna go back down. Because the portal is right there. So it sounds like I need to go back to the Nexus. Is that like a place even further than when I went? I don't know. It's gotta be. Like, it's where we found the crystal. This is a location that goes even beyond those limits.
There are many roads to success.
Okay, here I am. Here are ears. It has to be down over here because that's the only time you can actually bring a party with you. So, is it what I think it is? So, this is the secret. So, is it like again in this stream or even further beyond?
Focus on the goal.
Yeah, it was. Same location, more or less. Okay. Oh, the Lich music's playing. The crystal exudes a faint purple glow, the embodied spiritual essence of a demon lord, a dead demon lord, and the dead dare not defy you, right? Requires Lithic Mishpath. Call out to the spirit of the dead demon lord and order her to appear before you. Come forth! You feel a faint response from within the crystal vein. Something heard your call, but it remains distant and elusive. The spirit is in no hurry to obey your summons. Okay, redouble my efforts, and boldly call forth the mighty dead. Your call reaches down in the darkest depths of the island and finds something. You compel it to come forth, reeling it in like a fisherman. A fisherman who has caught a leviathan. Alright, let me get my flaming arrows ready and start shooting. Tear the veil of eternal sleep that shrouds the spirit and force her to reveal herself. Relimit! The gates of oblivion swing open, releasing a swirling vortex of terror. The smell of death hits your nostrils. Your summon has awakened something cold and terrible. It rises from its slumber, gigantic, dark, and monstrous. Gigantic, dark, and monstrous? Don't get too easy. Dude, LMD's just coming out of the woodwork here. Banana bread's in the oven. Going to give it a minute on the cooling rack, and then it's not my fault, Ash. It's the game doing this. I hope the banana bread comes out perfectly. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Shit. I was not expecting combat. For the king. Oink. Ow.
Seems I took a cave slug for a foe.
Charge!
I will resist.
Uh-oh. That's going to be a full wombo combo! No! No! Deliver! Hold! Hold! Okay. You made it. What did they get you with? 10 proximity. You're fine. Okay, so you got a few hits. So they tried to do energy drain, but you know, you're dead, so they can't do that. Alright. Cannot believe they had a... What the fuck's a Death Snatcher? Kind of reminds me of Playful Darkness, except a much weaker version. Rude. Okay, you angered me. Let me reciprocate. I said, bitch. Oh god. Wait, not ticket. Oh, we see the past. Why are you here? You've already taken the lives of Nahindri and the other demon lords. Do you wish to add me to your list of victims? So we're seeing a little inspiration of the past. Echoes. Not ticket is tiny by comparison. I will not fall so easily. I am stronger than the other demon lords you've killed. If you try to fight me, you will face defeat. Go on, fire the midnight bolt. Do it. Do it. It has to be that. No, sweet-voiced windrunner. I am here to propose an alliance? Why should I make an alliance with you, murderer? We have much in common. We both possess the powers of seduction, and both of us are seen as coveted prizes to be won. The other demon lords wish to control us, to make us their victims. Go on. Yes, I killed Nahindri. He wanted to make me his prized slave. You rebuke me for his death, but would you desire such a fate? Would you wish to be subjugated to his will? Our answer's obvious. What will happen when you face someone who is stronger than you? What will you do when they come to take away your freedom and silence your songs? Who will you turn to then? So this is the snake oil she's peddling, eh? Oh, there's the cat. Get him! There you go. Swat him. Even he knows what's up. I see the wisdom of your words, murderer. I would kill anyone who would try to claim me. I would shed blood if someone tried to make my songs their own. So where's the inevitable betrayal? We will form an alliance, you cunning one. Will bring me the whispers of my enemies, and I will offer you my protection. I'll hide you in the shadow of my wings. Okay, so far this is great. It's like the beginning of the greatest friendship ever. So what happened? Oh god. Round 2. Wait, you're kidding me. Oh, so this is going to be a few wave after wave of enemies. I see.
Prepare yourself.
They'll beg me to stop.
I'm more afraid of this thing than anything else. Let's have the horse chill. You should be seated upon thy steed. Alright, we're 50 in the rotation.
Desna, guide my hand.
Bye-bye. Oh, good hit.
I'll rip you apart.
Hang about. Where's the next part of the story? Wait, why am I still in initiative? Hang on, there's somebody here. There's someone hiding. Unless this is an error. Hello? It's probably going to be a Penaja in stealth. Educated guess. Where are you? Where are you? Aha! Oh, it's another dream set, you bastard! They're going to do another charge attack. Get him! Oh, yeah, they're trying to make a break for it to attack again, but they got intercepted. I feel a sense of impending doom, an assassin ready to drive a blade between my shoulder blades. Tell me, cunning one, which one of my enemies wishes to attack me? Should be like, it is me! And then we'll fire the midnight ball right in her back. Go on, do it, 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 do it. She turned her back to you. My eyes are everywhere, but they don't see your enemies. No one would dare to attack you, Windrunner. Except for you. No, I can feel it. The evil thoughts and greedy looks behind my back. Someone wishes me dead.
She's right there with you, man.
So basically, one to trust. We'll face your enemy together. We'll look out for each other, remember? Okay, so she's doing a pretty good job of convincing. Oh, fighting. I get you. Come on! Fuck! Alright, fine.
Make your peace.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to stop this incoming barrage. So I will haste us. Hold the monster! That bastard, you'll pay for that.
No match for me.
Oink! 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 Let's see. I don't want to waste my entire charge attack on this guy. Can I go for you? Oh, perfect. 2, 3. Oh! Jesus Christ. Sheesh! Oh, here we go. Excellent shot, sister. Another demon lord at your feet. Well, songbird, I think you've sung your last. Wait, who? She partnered with somebody else? Traitor, how dare you? We swore to protect each other, and you betrayed me. You ambushed me. You shot me down and wounded me. Oh, you conspired together with your brother. Was it Sokoth something he was called? Damn you both. A sibling helped him out. I think it's like Sokoth Benoth or something like that. I'll bring her to power, and your death will be the foundation upon which we build our throne. Your brother is just like all the rest of them. You will regret your betrayal. Why does this wound hurt so much? Why do your black bolts cause so much pain? Because they're magical. And yet it was he, my brother and lover, Kaikona, who helped me orchestrate your downfall. Darkness and oblivion await you, and nothing you can say will change my mind. Alright. So we get the bolts confirmation, but not how she made them. Someday you'll realize that you were wrong. Your brother is greedy and jealous. He will envy your strength and stab you in the back just like you did to me. And you, fool, do not triumph prematurely. Your sister is powerful, but you're nothing more than her pathetic henchman. She'll defeat you, no matter what trickery you have devised. Sweet home Alabama. Burn in flames, love one another or kill each other. I don't care. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing matters. Oh, I can speak to her directly now. The ghost's powerful voice rings out through the cave like the tolling of a funeral bell. The huge demon looks at you with complete disinterest, and her gorgeous face is cold and dead. She looks like a statue made of ice. Who are you, and why have you disturbed me? I am the commander of the Mendev Crusaders. The ghost responds slowly as if struggling to stay awake. Crusaders? Mendev. Not interested. I'm not a Jehovah's Witness or a salesman. Who are you? The spirit's voice rises clear and strong and enchantingly beautiful. She begins to sing a proud song of triumph and superiority, but then her soaring voice falters and she falls silent. When she speaks again, her voice has returned to its normal dull indifference. I was Alinthia, the winged mother of harpies. I used my voice to hunt in the skies, swooping down on my victims like a bird of prey, ravishing their hearts and minds. I was a temptress and a conqueror, the greedy claws of the abyss. Who am I now? No one. Dust and ashes. Are you really the ghost of Olympia, or are you something else? You can hear the pain and anguish in the ghost's voice. Her words are filled with a desperate longing. Hey, Tenikoff. Was concerned about Mr. P a wee stuff later. Had a power outage. That's timing. It's fixed now and listed as wildlife interference. Mother Nature's trying to cut into your PoE ExileCon time. I'll be looking to stream it At least as much as I can handle before exhaustion kicks in. We've got, what, 2-ish hours? 2 hours to go? Alinthia is gone. She was wild and passionate. She loved to fly through the most violent storms. Aminobu. She set her face against the wind and her wings cut through the darkness of the sky. She liked to fight and to seduce others with her songs. She craved the taste of fresh blood. She loved to sink her sharp fangs into tender flesh. She had a will to live, a passion for life. But not anymore. Now she is nothing. She is a dead body. And all that remains of her is a few fragmented memories. I am one such memory, a shadow of the past. Okay, well, I came here to discuss your death. The ghost, in different expression, flickers for a moment. She looks almost sad. Yes, I died, but it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I did not take it a defeat you. The ghost ignores you. Could be her arrogance or a desire for secrecy that renders her silent. Then again, perhaps she's sinking back into her eternal slumber and simply doesn't hear you. I got to snap her awake. Can only imagine an elite team of squirrels infiltrating my neighborhood. Yeah, wearing bandanas, little rucksacks, the whole thing. Requires Lich Mythic Craft. Weave a web of spells around this powerful ghost. Crush her ephemeral body with your power and force her into submission. The spirit shudders piteously. She cowers beneath the blows of an invisible whip as it lashes into her, lashing her into submission. Her ghostly face looks haggard and worn. Stop. Don't disturb me. Go away. Ask what you want and then leave me alone. I want peace. I do not want to exist. So how did Noctica defeat you? Answer me. I was stronger than Nocticula, but her attack took me by surprise. The black bolts were enchanted. They quenched the fire in my soul and extinguished the passion in my heart. I no longer had a reason to fight, and I surrendered to her will. So yeah, the Midnight Bolts. City lost power for 2 days because a squirrel got in a trance. 2 days? Man, what did this squirrel do? Set off some TNT? Jeez Louise. Right, we have the information. Suddenly, a cold terror grips your heart. You feel your blood turn to ice as your body is wrapped in a frigid embrace. Don't go. The spark of life, restless, must put it out. Oh god, she's gonna... I failed my will check. Dude, that's a high DC. 32? The ghost's cold, indifferent voice drains you of the will to live. Your arms hang limp by your sides. Your eyelids droop and the bitter taste of ash and soot is in your mouth. Life feels meaningless and empty. Ow! Instinctively, you lash out with your mind, severing the connection. The ghost is engulfed in green flames and returns to nothingness with a terrifying cry. The howling wail echoes through the cave and across the abyss. The terrible sound is enough to give a splitting headache to every magic-sensitive creature who hears it. That's gonna be tricky. 22... Silence Elinthia's wailing cry. That's a failure. 6. A wailing howl resounds through the abyss, and it does not go unnoticed. Oh, I see. So, yeah. They got some backup. Oh boy. Nocticula defeated her enemies by giving them depression. When I just sapped their will to exist, a huge demon stomps towards you with such force the ground trembles beneath your feet. He reminds you of a wild boar. Age spots speckle his skin and he's covered in stiff grey bristling fur. His intelligent eyes peer at you malevolently from beneath his massive brows. A mortal, an ordinary mortal, has defied the will of the abyss. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an insect. They all say this, but it never goes that way. Although 3 mythic Nalfish nays is a bit of a problem. Thimberchard Tresson? What is this? Oh god. That thing looks infuriatingly majestic. You know, they're like, what can we do to add to their cuteness factor? Give them wings and make them even more fluffier. Who are you? We are Nalfish nays. We are born from the abyss. We are its descendants and the guardians of its will. We serve the abyss, and we know that you have done something forbidden. I have. Why do you want to kill me? We guard the Rift of Repose. We protect the murky depths where the stone remains of demon lords slowly turn to dust. It is a place where death is final. The Abyss does not want these spirits to return. It does not want anyone to talk to them or to try to resurrect them. That is why it spawned us here. We watch over the Rift of Repose and kill outsiders. If death finds a demon lord, the demon lord must stay dead. But Articula deceived us. She fooled the Abyss and stole the souls of those she killed near the Rift of Repose. Now they lie here unguarded, where troublemakers like you can touch them and listen to their whispers. But you went even further. You woke up the dead. You have disrupted the order of things and have displeased the Abyss. Order in the Abyss! That's a funny sentence. No worries, Arcana. And, yeah, happy birthday to you, niece. But I shall be here, waiting patiently for the PoE unveiling. Hey, Skull. Anyone else not watching Stockholm stream because it's too late and you're old? I'm going to try and watch as much of it as I can. So, mine's a technical answer of no and yes. Let's see, watch you snarling at, you filthy boar. You think you're so fearless? I'll teach you fear. Nocticula stole the souls of these demon lords. Why haven't you punished her? We tried to confront Nocticula a long time ago, but she was too strong and dangerous. Oh, so I'm smaller potatoes. Yeah, it's going to be 11 PM for me, which is in a couple of hours. Let's see, Seth. Today I was destroyed by a man who dies in the wild. Into the wild, so sad because he didn't know how to survive in the wild. Wait, do you mean like they were in the middle of nowhere? I've been awake since 5:40 and ExileCon is at midnight. Yeah, for the first couple of hours. I'm guessing there's going to be 1 hour random waiting after the start. Possibly? I'm going to try and burn the midnight oil, literally in this case. Let's see, how do you know what I've done? We heard the cry of a voice that has been silent for ages, a voice that is supposed to remain silent. You defied the will of the Abyss and disturbed a dead demon lord. Man, they're taking this really personal. Oh, I just realised I got a debuff, so I think I'm actually not in control of myself. My business here is at an end. I'm no longer interested. No, there we go. If you're going to pick a fight, that's fine with me. The demon's low, throaty growl rattles your bones. I think I'm not in control. I think my guy's gone crazy here. Let's see. Where am I in this? I am confused. Only for a round, though. And the rest of me generally seems intact. So, how bad are these supposed... only one of them's a mythic now, Fishney. Which is... this guy. Ooh, yeah, he's going to be an issue. Let's go for the Babu ones first.
They'll beg me to stop!
Good damage. Some very resounding hits. Stupendous. We're about to do the thing that's going to give us the advantage we need, which is for the king. We'll do that first. He didn't kill me, but he died in nature of starvation. So just malnutrition. Whoa! Dude, I just triggered an apocalyptic attack. And he just instantly booked it. A crit of 167, which then triggered everyone's attacks of opportunity. Yep. 62, Jesus. We'll track you down, intruder. You can travel across the plains, but you cannot hide from us. We will find you. No one defies the will of the Abyss. Well, I mean, evidently I did, so get wrecked. Nalfish, nah. Okay. I guess I don't feel nearly as bad for failing some of my saving throws. Anytime a high dex fails a dodge. What is this?
Art, I don't want to alarm you, but you move with the grace of a drunken peasant.
Wait, where's the other soundbite from? Well, yeah, it's because Nocticula's power is very much above their pay grade.
Watch out for trouble.
So I have the knowledge I seek. Report back to that easy, is it? The scraps of dead memory that appeared before the commander told the story of how Nocticula and her brother, the treacherous Sokoth Benoth, it's like fucking big as Dickus, defeated Alenthea by killing the passion in her heart, piercing it with a black crossbow bolt. This must be the knowledge that Sakaris are eager to acquire. It says report back to him, but I can't get to him, at least not where I am right now. Yeah, all these quests are pending. So, which leaves us with this. Alright, good.
Keep your calm.
Mostly. Unless Sicarius himself reaches out to me. We have to continue. Also, I'm going to sit down. But a resounding success. Oh, my legs. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that a demon of all things was complaining about, you know, how things are supposed to be, rules and order. I'm like, hang on, you guys are completely against this. If this happened in hell, fair enough. I guess there's even some things that demons consider taboo and think should be the way they are. I acquired some forbidden knowledge. Right, we need to go to Valexia's mansion. That's like the final sort of shindig on the side, because then by that point I'll eventually return to Shamira, and gain her favour, or at least draw Nocticula's attention. And then, yeah, we can continue. And I think the companion quests that needed to be done have been done. What's my level, by the way? Decent chunk of the way through level 16. I can work with this. See, I don't know if Zacharias is going to reach out to me, or if I need to return to the material
There are many
plane.
roads to success.
The Harem of Odd. That's to. I don't want to speak to Shamira just yet. So I'll do the same. I'll go to the flesh markets, take the exit that returns me to the upper district. And I can't remember where Valexia's place was. I know she tries to behave all coy and interested in you. And then when all the dust is settled, she kind of reveals her. The I can fix her part of the brain. This is the wrong place, by the way. It's supposed to be the 13th line. Always get this wrong. Right over here. Right, where is this place? We have Delnaccio, Portel, Abandoned Mansion. Rapture of Rupture, I think is what it was. Yeah, Rapture of Rupture sounds right in my head. Okay. It's in here. Do you speak to this guy? What are you looking at? This is a special delivery for Alexia. So let's see, didn't... So wait, this is the name of the individual that that died. Second. You are surrounded by the sound of a melodious voice that seems to be coming from the stone pillars all around you. Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you here to seek the hospitality of the illustrious Lady Valexia, or are you here on other business? This sounds like very similar tech at the 10,000 delights, like that door. The entrance to this manor greets you politely. It is far more gracious than the impudent, foul-mouthed door at the 10,000 delights. What are you? I am both the gate and the gatekeeper. My responsibilities include greeting guests, ascertaining the purpose of their visit, and deciding whether to allow them entry to the manor. And whose manor is this? This manor is called the Rapture of Rupture, and it belongs to the incomparable Lady Valexia. She is the shining star of Alusionera and its most glorious resident, after the magnificent Lady Nocticula, of course. And who created you? Lady Valexia enchanted me herself and personally entrusted me with my responsibilities. She possesses a wide range of impressive talents. I'm just a humble testament to her skill and cannot compare to the true masterpiece she creates with her abilities. Can I come in? If you seek the patronage of the illustrious Lady Valexia, I'll not stand in your way. If you're here by invitation, esteemed guest, or have brought a gift for the lady, you will also be allowed entrance to the Rapture of Rupture. So, anyone can just walk in? Lady Valexia has nothing to fear. Those who are foolish enough to try to harm her in her own house are quick to realize their mistake. Very well, I seek Lady Valexia's patronage and would like to enter. Welcome to the Rapture of Rupture, esteemed sir. Lady Valexia will be notified of your arrival right away. Alright, roll out the red carpet. Yeah, she is quite the array of guests. So. I'm also going to steal all her stuff. Free things! There she is, this little psychopath. The demon that comes to greet you has blonde hair and is wearing a modest but elegant dress. She seems surprisingly friendly. Her voice and impeccable manners seem out of place in a city where extreme passions and boundless indulgence prevail over temperance and moderation. A new guest has arrived. How exciting. A mortal from Golarion, if my eyes do not deceive me. What brings you to my manor? This is all very intriguing. Oh, and Herobrose chiming in, Valexia. We have clashed in battle many times. Her claws were always stained with the blood of those she killed on the battlefield. Now she looks different, but I'm certain that her true nature remains unchanged. She is still violent and dangerous. You must be on your guard, champion. Valexia greets Arushale with a cordial nod. Sweetheart, you should have told me that you were coming. I would have organised a reception to celebrate your return. I must confess I rather miss having you around, but all is forgiven, and I hope I can count on you among my regular guests once more. Arushale forces a smile. Thank you for your hospitality, Valexia, but I doubt that you'll find me very interesting. Things have changed since my last visit. I'm a different person now. Arushale leans towards you and whispers, I have to warn you. Valexia is much more dangerous than she looks. She knows how to be amicable, but it's only a pretense. Her friendly demeanor is as fake as everything else in this city. If you look behind the mask, you'll see someone who is old, cruel, and utterly insane. Someone who adores random acts of senseless violence. Trust me. I used to know her in my past life, and this is actually very accurate. Also, welcome back, Dixon. Less than 2 hours, man, till we get some PoE things. Everyone talks a lot about you here in Alusionera. Who are you? Valexia laughs happily. How refreshingly direct. Well, let me tell you a little about myself. My name is Lady Valexia, but it is common for others to add a few epithets before my name, often something like magnificent or illustrious. I hold considerable influence in the upper city. You could even call it my little queendom. I'm the foremost member of the city's elite, and all the aristocrats of Alusionera acknowledge me as their de facto leader. You might be under the misconception that the city is ruled by Shamira, but Shamira is nothing more than a glorified cleaner, entrusted with the responsibility of tending to the latrines. I, on the other hand, hold sway over the most powerful and influential demons in the city. You see, my dear friend Nocticula allows me to lead the nobility because I look out for her interests. She knows that I am loyal. Unlike most demons, I do not aspire to power beyond what I already possess. I would never stage a coup against Our Lady in Shadow, nor would I ever use my position in society to support anyone else in such a foolish endeavour. Yeah, we're trying to be patient. Let's see here. Well, what do you know? So that's who's really in charge of the city. Turns out it's the slut with the fake blonde hair who surrounds herself with a dozen stupid admirers in some sugar house. Wow. And here I thought it was that Ardent Dreams bitch who lives in a palace full of demons in the middle of the city. Tell us how you really feel, Wendell. I'll just be blunt. Seek your patronage. Alexia shows off her perfectly styled hair as she playfully twists a strand around her finger. A Galarian warrior who seeks the patronage of a demon from the upper city, and you're a crusader no less. This is most intriguing. You're a curious creature indeed, and I would be very interested to learn more about you. There's no need to bother with titles, you can simply call me Alexia. And you are? Let's see. Don't put your trust in her words, champion. Alexia's temper is like the wind that blows across Ishar. It changes constantly and bodes poorly for us no matter what direction it turns. You must watch her as vigilantly as a skilled sailor watches the horizon. Sure, let's go with Ainsmiro. Alexia rolls your name across her tongue as if tasting the way it sounds. What an unusual name. Certainly not in keeping with the spirit of the Abyss, but I like it. You know, Ainsmiro. I have a proposal for you. Let's pick a place that's nice and romantic and go on an innocent little date together. It's never innocent. It'll be a chance for us to get to know one another. How about the Battle Bliss? Sure, the place I won. I turned the lady into a mirror. Literally objectifying. It offers simple, spirited entertainment, and it'll be a good place for us to talk undisturbed. No one will notice us because they'll be too busy watching the fight in the pit. We can have a nice conversation and learn more about one another. I'll be waiting for you at the arena. I hope you'll accept my invitation. I'll be very disappointed if you deny me the pleasure of your company. Alexia gives you an admiring smile and adds, after all, you are the champion. Oh, so it recognizes that. You've conquered the arena. Where better to learn more about you than in the place you proved your worth. Just look at how she's all over you. How she tries to woo you. This bitch may look pretty, but she definitely wants something from you. And whatever she's offering stinks. Let's get to know you better. I'm flattered by your attention and I find your personality intriguing. And I take great interest in promising young talent, and I tend to offer my patronage to gifted artists. Unfortunately, many of them turn out to be frauds, unable to keep me entertained for more than a few seconds. So let's see if this is true. So an acquaintance of mine once mentioned that you used to fly naked over Illusionera. They said you wreaked havoc and terrorized the city in every way imaginable. Alexia blushes slightly and hastily brushes off the question. Oh no, that's preposterous. Those are just ridiculous rumours and exaggerated stories. Of course, when I was younger, I may have allowed myself to be a little too exuberant, but still, what a blatant lie. Flying naked? Such outrageous nonsense. The demon tries to pretend she's outraged, but a shy, self-satisfied smile plays about her lips. It's true, a wench. You're not like the other demons, why is that? Time. It's a simple answer, but true. I know a lady is never supposed to reveal her age, but suffice it to say, I'm far older than the city, and can recall the circumstances in which it was founded. During the ages that have passed, I've had time to play various roles. Perhaps if the gods of Galarian are generous and bless you with longevity, we'll meet again. But if that does happen, say 1,000 years from now, I'll be completely different. As time passes, I grow bored with each new version of myself. And since boredom is my sworn enemy, I have to reinvent myself to escape its grasp. Well, she makes it sound like she's suffering from the bleaching. Wenduog's lips curl into a sneer. So she's just an old hag. She hides behind a sweet face and some curves, but all she's got beneath her disguise is saggy tits and a fluffy ass. Jesus. Not much to brag about. Alexia looks at Wenduog blankly, then turns to you in bewilderment. Must your pet companion behave in such a manner? Can you please subdue her somehow? Wenduog, what's wrong? There's a quiet, angry hiss in your ear. This bitch has got her eye on you, but I'm not going to let her near my territory with that. Oh, because we're in... Oh, yeah. Wenduog, you do realise that I'm being nice to her for the sake of our mission, don't you? The huntress's words drip with venom. But you do like her. Admit it, you do. No, I don't. Wenduog shakes her head stubbornly. You'd have to be a blind fool not to like her, and you must take me for a fool if you think you can lie to my face. Just getting jealous. Alright, let's skedaddle. We do have other lines. What made you interested in me? So modest. You're a Galarian warrior, and you're responsible for securing several major victories in the World Wound. You had the courage to descend into the Abyss, like I was given a choice, and now you've chosen to pay me a visit. Moreover, you're not here to wave a sword in my face, but to have a nice conversation. Now, be honest, if you were me, wouldn't you be intrigued? Maybe a little. You're very powerful, aren't you? It is true that my name carries a certain degree of prestige here in Illusionera. My advice, based on millennia of experience, can be truly valuable, and my adventurous life has allowed me to acquire extensive connections, as well as an impressive collection of powerful curiosities. Oh, now really, just listen to me. Talking your ear off like a market seller. Are you skilled in the magic of enchantment? Yes, that's one of my many talents. A life that spans thousands of years can be a challenge for even the most lively and curious of minds. I'm always looking for something new and exciting to do, so I have studied many strange subjects. I take particular interest in anything bizarre or unusual. And while you like to support young talent, Alexia glances at you coyly and gives you a charming smile. I could have told you that I am driven by pure altruism and the desire to perform good deeds, and you would have thought me the kindest and most noble of demons, but the truth is that I'm easily bored, and by attracting the young and the gifted, I can discover something new every day. They keep me entertained, and to be honest, they add to my prestige. I like making new friends, and with my help, those friends can become very influential indeed. And what happens to those who fail to interest you? Alexia looks at you uncomprehendingly for several moments, then bursts into a peal of musical laughter. Ah, so you've heard those ridiculous rumours. Don't pay attention to them. They're all so boring. Whoever invented them has no imagination. I've heard rumours that I killed them, that I keep them in my dungeons, and even just imagined that I rape them until they drop dead of exhaustion. It's all an extraordinary load of rubbish. I haven't done anything like that for at least a couple of millennia, but you have done it. Good to know. Thank you for your answers. I gotta go. Right, so yeah, I guess we're going to the Battle Bliss, guys.
I guide.
Jeez Louise, that is one terrifying individual. But yeah, you hit a few places with it, and then before long her true nature is revealed. Also, you do need healing. Whoops.
Pashani Savitur. Pashan Savitur. Pashani Savitur. Pashan Savitur. Pashani Savitur. Pashan Savitur.
Keep going.
Pashani Savitur.
And an AoE to find it. Alright, good as new. Could have had the Hand of the Inheritor pass me up, but I was a little too eager to continue with the question. Where is the portal? So we want to go right here. The good news is a lot of the destinations we need to hit now, we actually have direct access, assuming we can get to one of these beautiful archways. To the Battle Bliss. Last time I was here, I was imprisoned, or at least had a collar tied around me, but I have since broken free of my shackles and now reign supreme. IR champion.
No.
Wait, was that a right way already? Damn it!
I must replenish my powers.
Oh, there she is. Let's see, for your date, Alexia has exchanged her previous dress for an equally elegant outfit. The blood red hue of her new gown seems particularly fitting considering the activities of the arena. There you are, Ain's Mirror. Let's hurry to the box reserved for distinguished guests. I'm determined not to let you enjoy the spectacle from any other seats. Okay. Yeah, new dress is looking very elegant. Fancy. Oh, and we get teleported. Let's see. The demon blushes slightly and gives you a pleased smile. I am flattered that you notice such things, especially here in the arena, where there are so many other sights to capture your attention. Speaking of which, the fight is about to start. Oh, is that Atselm again? Fighting the Colossal Titan, no less. DPS! Ooh. Oh, round two. A fierce battle unfolds in the arena. The bloody freak surges forward, launching into a brutal attack against... Oh, it is Atselm. Atselm desperately tries to resist the onslaught, but the bloody freak is relentless. He strikes one furious blow after another, showing no signs of exhaustion or fatigue as he bears down on his opponent. Atselm attempts to fight back against her enemy with quick, sudden attacks, but fails to find an opening. Her movements begin to slow, and her footsteps leave behind a crimson trail of blood. Alexia observes you closely, and her eyes sparkle with lively curiosity, and you are forced to turn your attention away from the fight as she speaks. Slavery is the cornerstone of our life in the Abyss, and the gladiator fights are a popular source of entertainment. How are such shows perceived on your homeland of Galaria? What is your view on slavery? I guess it depends on where you hail from in this world. Hey Nate, I will endeavour to, yeah, because the stream itself is going to be going live about an hour or so before I normally finish, so I'll probably stay up for a bit. I want to see at least the first chunk of it. Any news like regarding PoE2, the new league, and the reworks and all that jazz, like the keynote, I want to be able to see that. In hindsight, Trickster has some pretty hilarious shit in Illusionera. Well, given how chaotic the Trickster is, I feel like they'd be right at home here. People hold different opinions about slavery on Galarian, but it is forbidden by law in many places. The rarity of slavery offends my free spirit. I think slavery is a reasonable practice, but unfortunately not everyone on Galarian shares my opinion. Different lands and different nations are very different customs. It would be difficult to speak for all of them on this. Oh, do we speak to the Halloween Inheritor? The angel's voice is tense, as if he's expecting a fight to break out any moment. She's too gentle, too placid. Nothing at all like how she used to behave in battle. Now, when we fought one another, she was never meek and gentle. She was a flurry of rage and angry curses. This masquerade, these tricks of hers, it all seems very suspicious to me. Well, my character is definitely leaning more on the evil, but at the same time, I'm more of this one. People hold different opinions about slavery on Galarian, but it is forbidden by the law in many places. Alexia looks slightly perplexed, but if these laws dictate the will of others, they restrict freedom. How is that any different from the chains and shackles of slavery? It's all so complicated, but so exciting at the same time. I'd like to learn more about your world. That sound! There we go. Oh, look at that barrage! She got him good. This may include PoE Mobile. Probably will, because that's the last time it came up. So it's been quite a few years. So you got PoE2, whatever the next league is, alongside what other changes are being made, be it endgame or ascendancies, classes, etc. And PoE Mobile. With the victorious growl, the bloody freak hurls himself recklessly at his rival, who appears to be exhausted from her wounds. However, Atselm was merely feigning weakness. She dodges at the last moment and strikes a resounding blow. Blood gushes from the demon's wounds, and his growl of rage gives way to a howl of desperation. Alexia glances disinterestedly at the arena and returns her attention to you. She's clearly more interested in conversation than watching the fight. Nevertheless, even Galarians who are not enslaved are often forced to fight by those in authority, yet they still charge into battle with as much zeal as those two gladiators in the arena. So tell me, what gives them the motivation to fight? What do they hope to achieve? Depends. Conscience and nobility, yawn. Those with honor will follow the orders of their sovereign and fight because it is their duty. Those who are worthy fight for their freedom. As for the rest, they fight because they are obedient to the will of masters. I'm more with this. Everyone fights with their own interest. They just pretend otherwise. The demon nods her emphatic approval. I'm so happy that you do not practice the foolish self-deception that is so popular among mortals. Indeed, everyone fights for themselves. It is so nice to make the acquaintance of such a shrewd and insightful individual. Thanks, I guess. EBS! She's going ham. Dancing circles around him. So far I'm not completely hooked. Or what's it lacking? Atselm, no longer putting up a pretense of weakness, advances against the bloody freak, dealing him several painful blows. She strikes with precision, drawing blood but never delivering a fatal blow. The audience goes wild as that toys with her opponent, and the smell of blood hangs heavy in the air. There's no doubt that the merciless symphony of violence being played out in the arena will soon reach its deadly crescendo. It's going all over. But the bloody freak isn't finished. He lets out a monstrous, bloodthirsty howl. It reverberates around the arena as he channels his powerful rage into one last brutal strike. So one last brutal attack. He strikes as swift as lightning, and that's flurry of blows is brought to a sudden halt. She sways slightly, then doubles over, as if embracing the blade that was just plunged through her body. Then with another primal roar, the demon cuts her down, dispatching his weakened opponent with one powerful strike. That was a hit. I'm more used to the chill building. No enemies breathing down my neck is satisfactory at DSP. Well, it mentioned there was RTS and tower defense aspects to it, so I think you have to be a lot more with your finger on the pulse here. Valexia watches Adsam closely. She muses thoughtfully. But every warrior will meet their death eventually. How do Golarians face the end of their life? Are they scared of death? Do they despise it, or do they welcome it as a friend? Ends. What is this linky link? Which was first? Sloppy? Wait, I'm not sure what the Aquapolis is. Sloppy? I'll go with there's no reason to be afraid of a worthy death. Alexia nods approvingly. I love bravery. Cowardice and insecurity are so dull and predictable. Only true courage leads to unexpected results. Papa Bull, thank you very much for the 51-month resub at tier 3. Appreciate it, man.
Another month goes by and we are still harassing you. Oh well, I guess you are asking for punishment.
Thank you so much.
LOL.
I would say if you're unsure and you know you don't want to commit, could always refund. They even played sloppy. But the sound slop, that was one of the best sound bites. I was wondering why people kept typing that every time I bumped into that shit throughout the game. I'll tear ya limb from limb, and then you hear that line sloppy. Thank you again, Papa Wolf. Let's see. The screams and howls of the crowd are deafening. The bloody freak, oblivious to his numerous wounds, basks in the admiration of the audience. The arena master's voice rings out across the battlefields. All hail the winner! Hail the bloody freak! Hey, Chimbania. Oh gosh. There's Hepzibah. Hepzibah rises from her place and announces loudly, I want this bloodthirsty fighter to be my servant. From now on, he is my slave, and anyone insolent enough to object will face my wrath. Oh, this is tempting. What have we got here? These are above 9. Do you want to outbid Hepzibah for this fierce gladiator? Alexia looks at the bloody freak doubtfully, then turns to you. He's a formidable fighter, I'll give him that. But I doubt Hepzibah will forgive anyone who steals her prize from under my nose. Do you think it's wise to antagonize her? It's going to be a tough one to reach out. If you outbid Hepzibah for this gladiator, you'll wipe the smirk off her arrogant face. She succeeded, damn. Alexia averts her gaze but fails to hide her mischievous smile. What a positively delightful idea. I can't resist. What you do to me. You discovered my weakness. Only moments ago, Hepzibah commanded the attention of the entire audience, and she boasted about her power. However, when Alexia rises from her seat, all eyes turn towards the succubus. I dare to challenge the claim of the most esteemed Hepzibah. I am touched by this fighter's tenacity. He has found a way to my heart, and I wish to make him my bodyguard. If anyone dares to argue against my right to make such a claim, they can say it to my face. Get bullied. Old Hep is raging. The arena master glances cautiously at Hepzibah. Then he turns to Alexia and gives her a respectful nod. The crowd erupts into jeers and shouts, clearly enjoying the public humiliation of Baphomet's daughter. Hepzibah bellows and utters wild curses. and the sounds of her wrath shake the arena. But Alexia ignores her threats with a look of magnificent disdain and gives you a sly smile. This was so exciting. I've enjoyed our time together here at the arena. However, I cannot resist the urge to appear with you somewhere in high society. I'm sure you wouldn't say no to attending a private reception with me at the Harem of Art of Dreams. Shamira has prepared something special for her guests, and I'd like very much for you to experience it with me. I shall wait for you at the Harem of Art of Dreams. You really must come. I simply won't take no for an answer. Fine, fine. Alexia suddenly pauses as she's about to leave. She turns towards you with a look of gentle reproach. Oh, you should have reminded me. I nearly forgot. After such a wonderful time together, you must become a regular guest. I insist. Please accept this little gift as a reminder that the doors of my manor are always open to you. This coin is a key to the teleportation arch located in the upper city. I would not normally give something like this to my ordinary guests, but there's nothing ordinary about you, is there? So now I finally have an Insta ticket to port myself to the upper district, which is very nice. So yeah, we have a much easier time getting around. The upper district was the only tricky one because I had to do a stopgap. I'd have to go to the 10,000 Delights and then take the back door that would connect to the upper city. There's like an extra loading screen, but now it is not. So we want to go here. Amazingly, 2 of my quests take me here now. One is to report the news of what we've discovered regarding the Nahindrian crystals. And now this. Hey, Colin, Seth, he's really getting under my skin today. If he was, if he wasn't my dad, I'd have already washed my hands of it. What's led to this? I'm kind of curious.
Keep your calm.
The Harem of Ardent Dreams. I assume she's waiting for me here, at least I hope so. Yep, there she is. It was a good idea of mine to introduce you to high society at this reception. We're a subject of gossip among the guests. I heard them whispering about how we showed up together. What's up, Link? Oh, do you have a Linky link, I assume? That is why. There you go, bud. So what will happen at this private reception? Alexia's eyes widen as she leans forward as if letting you in on a secret. Let's see, Chambadia, thanks so much for the 6-month resub, right?
Ayo, Seth.
Thanks. Oh, this scene. Oh man, the different heights do matter. It's the one with the Lalafell that kills me. What was the animated GIF? Because I think whoever it was not only a Lalafell, but was wearing some sort of like chicken outfit or something. It was ridiculous, man. Been rewatching the trailer a couple of times, and I think the Warrior of Light is probably a new class. I won't know until I, play the whole game, and then I'll watch the trailer. But yeah, thank you again, Tribania. Lala's killed the mood in all the cutscenes. The fact that he's having to like kneel down all the way. Well, he's accommodating, sure. Chimera came up with such an interesting idea. Today she will dispense false justice. There she is. Alright. This guy. I think the Warrior of Light is the new Corsair Pirate Spellblade or wherever it is. I'm not sure if it'll follow. I'm trying to think in previous Final Fantasy games if a job class of any of that name has appeared. Took him into express care on Tuesday because we can't see the actual doctor till November. Till November? They urged me to take him to the ER over concerns of infection in the leg again. Man, last time you sent me a screenshot of that thing was looking rough. Didn't want to go till Wednesday, so 2 days spent in medical facilities, 9 hours on Wednesday. And that is apparently the easy part, is it? Jeez Louise. Hey, Uncle. I can still see the link you've posted, Blank. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this GIF. Yeah, this scene was so ridiculous when you were doing it as a Lalafell. Look at that. It's just... It takes all the seriousness out of it. The chicken outfit, man. Obscene. Chimera's voice rings out through the hall. All rise! The proceedings will now begin with the dispensation of false justice. Not even like trying to hide it. I, Chimera, the ardent dream, will perform the duties of judge. The rights of prosecution will be granted to anyone acquainted with rage and hatred, and the power of the defender will be given to time and blind fate. All the participants are obligated to show dread and obedience to the decisions of the court. Now, our first case is brought by the assassin Dogwood against the bodyguard for hire, Catrol. Dogwood accuses Catrol of being exceedingly nimble and dexterous. This excessive dexterity enabled the defendant to foil 3 assassination attempts against his employer, thus preventing the plaintiff from fulfilling his contract.
Yeah, he tried to avoid my knife, mate.
Alexei is more interested in having a conversation than in watching the sham trial. You know, after our last visit to the Battle Bliss, I've been thinking a lot about the customs of Golarion. Despite our differences, we actually have a lot in common. Ah, the classic, we're not so different, you and I. Our actions and desires stem from the same passions, except when it comes to... Alexia's eyes widen with excitement, and she utters a word that is as foreign to the abyss as you are. To love. It is common knowledge that demons know nothing about love, so why don't you explain it to me? Yeah, it's difficult. Reminds me of the time someone was doing a New Game Plus of the story, but forgot they did some RP with friends the day before, so there's a super serious cutscene with Merlweb, only for the camera to show a male cat boy in a maid costume. Oh man, that's brilliant. I forgot that it takes the current attire into the equation. Let's see, get the meds we need, and after one day, he refuses to use it because it's ointment and would need socks over it to not spread it everywhere. So he refuses. Dude, why is he being so difficult? Then today, we're going up to 33 degrees, I'm guessing Celsius. Since I was leaving, I set up the AC. Bitches and demands the windows instead. The objective is to cool them down. I come up to the AC's on and all the windows open. Then when I point out that it's my fault, and when I dispute that he has the gall to tell me to move, then I mean, at this point, why is he being so difficult? I'm all for, as you get in your later age, that you can definitely be grouchy and have a shorter fuse. I think you've earned that right to an extent. But man, he could certainly be making the life of the individual that's making his own life easy, well, easier, by not being so difficult. What have we got here? It's pure and uplifting feeling in your soul. Useful illusion that often escape loneliness. Oh, do you still believe Alexia's dangerous? More than ever, take a look at this place. She brought you here to witness this mockery of justice, to watch this genuine insult to truth and fairness. She's either trying to provoke you to violence or make you one of her obedient puppets. Oh, sorry, but doesn't this bother you? What? It takes Alexia a moment to understand your meaning, but then she shrugs. Well, I did warn you that there would be entertainment at this reception, didn't I? If it bothers you, I could ask my dear Chimera to be a little quieter with her executions. Oh, Devil May Cry 5, I think it is? It's just so absurd and infuriating. Yeah, because in some ways, despite being as old as he is, I would think he would know better, because he's acting like a man-child at this point. Can't be in his shoes and even remotely figure out how one reaches this point. There is that part where you're just done with things, but even then, you know, do that on your own time. Not when someone is going out of their way and investing so much of their time and freaking mental well-being into helping you. Like, at some point, some personal responsibility has to enter into the foray. I've compared him to a toddler in my head more than once. Exactly, that's basically the vibe I'm getting. I don't think you have to call it an ambulance, you have to call it a wham-ambulance. Wham! Many of these don't really hit the note. I'll be love is a broad concept, it'd be impossible to explain. After a moment of consideration, Alexia nods approvingly. You're a thoughtful and insightful conversationalist. You don't rush to make a witty remark in every subject, and that's a good thing. I'll try to be more specific. He's dead. Growling with rage, Cattrall, the bodyguard, has his head chopped off with a giant axe for being too good at his job. The crowd roars its approval, and the beaming plaintiff counts his coins. Is it not true that love restricts freedom, and that its harsh constraints can sometimes lead to cruel, evil deeds? Does not love force people to act contrary to their desires and subordinate them to the object of their affection? Do not even the most loving souls feel occasional regret about trading away their freedom for love? Haven't the most terrible betrayals been committed for the sake of love? Doesn't unrequited love cause mortals to commit suicide? And isn't rejection the reason they often resort to violence and other terrible crimes? I'm most curious to hear your answer to these questions. I mean, it's fair, a lot of those summations. It's not just me either. He was upset the ER didn't admit him to the hospital to fix his leg. It's not like he can just cast a healing spell. He doesn't understand it doesn't work that way. God, this would be so infuriating. Let's see. These are things caused by lust and dark desires, not true. That's a decent answer. When a mortal cannot control their emotions, their love can become a devastating force. That's why the feelings and emotions of the heart must be governed by logic and reason of the mind. It's closer. Nate, when people are in love, the first thing they do is shackle themselves to each other as tightly as possible. Disagree. I would lead more in this one. The demon looks at you more closely. You speak of love as if it were a weapon. A true warrior respects their blade because it is capable of cutting down enemies and careless owners alike. You treat love as carefully as you would a sword. The execution has the audience in an uproar. The demons howl their approval, and Chimera has to raise her voice to be heard above the noise. Next, we'll hear the case of Varsa, the nose cutter. He attacked two of Illusionera's visitors from another plane, even though the Great Nocticula made it clear that they were under her protection. Varsa, the nose cutter, tracked down his victims in the upper city and killed them with his glaive. Then he robbed them and cut off their tongues and noses. What an oddball. This guy, eh? This scrawny demon doesn't look like a hard killer. He writhes in his shackles, yelling hysterically. But I'm not Varsa the Nose Cutter. I don't even know who that is. My name is Sharzal, and I've never been to the upper city. I'm not allowed to enter, even though that's where a slaver of my status should live. Besides, I never held a glaive in my life. This is all Hepsamira's fault. She wanted to buy my slaves at half price, and I refused to sell. And now she's taking revenge against me and plans to get her hands on my slaves. Oh god, man, she's being tricky. I'm going to use my brother as a sounding board and see what his thoughts are, but at the moment I'm just getting tired of this nonsense. I don't suppose... Nah, I'm kind of picturing the situation with my own sibling. I was going to say, realistically, if both yourself and your brother just sat down with your dad and explained to him, look, we're trying to do our best to help you, but you sure as shit make this task to be far more difficult than it ought to be. Alright? It's getting to the point where you're just going to have to stick him in a room and just leave him there. There's a fine line. And your dad seems very compelled to constantly cross it. It's got to show some modicum of consideration, because it's not easy when it comes to, you know, looking after someone, especially in your dad's condition. The least he can do is just be somewhat more cooperative. He can bitch and moan and gripe to a point, but not when it comes to his own health, like to his own detriment. Let's see, it seems to me that love is like a living creature. Sometimes it behaves one way and at other times another way. It's contradictory and inconsistent, at least to both good and bad outcomes. And like every living creature, it is bound to die eventually. After all, every love, no matter how strong, is doomed to die. Is that not so? Two pie in the sky. Love is like the food you buy in a cheap tavern. It smells better than it tastes and spoils sooner than you expect. Harsh. I gotta go with this. Many of these I'm not very keen on. I'll have to think about. Yeah, I'll ponder. As shall I, my dear friend, as shall I. Of course, you must understand how complicated it is for a demon to discuss the nuances of love. It'd be like trying to explain to you mortals the inconvenience that arise in the second millennium of life, even though you can barely keep track of what happened during the first one. And he's dead. Chimera shouts to be heard above the screams of Varsa the Nose Cutter, which we obviously know he isn't. The court finds the evidence of the indicted person's innocence to be quite convincing. However, false justice... Wow, so they agree that it was convincing. However, false justice requires every sin be punished, so therefore I hereby declare that this demon is Varsa the Nose Cutter and shall be executed without further delay. Chimera throws a conspiratorial glance at Hepzibah, who stands nearby. The latter grins and bows mockingly. Chimera announces loudly, and the last crime for today is the most harmful and treacherous. Okay, I'm curious. The crime of sinful mercy. How dare you. And the offence was further aggravated by an attempt at self-sacrifice. A tiefling is brought forward in chains. Chimera glares furiously at the bloodied, beaten figure. The mortal who stands before you is a descendant of Sharzal, a slave trader who died recently. A week ago, this tiefling was offered the chance to be an accomplice in the murder of his progenitor, Sharzal, in exchange for a portion of Sharzal's slave holdings. However, this mortal refused to participate in such a cunning, highly profitable murder. Driven by some insane familial sentiment and a disgusting display of fondness, he warned Sharzal about the possible attempt on his life, and personally hired Catrol, one of the best bodyguards in Elusiera, to guard his father's life. Oh, heaven forbid, man! Protecting your family? There's more. During the last attempt on Sharzal's life, this mortal, driven by the most disgusting feelings of duty and gratitude for his own existence, tried to cover his father with his own body to save him from the assassin's dagger. We find such actions to be criminally insane and dangerous. Therefore, false justice demands that we sentence this mortal to death. Sharzal's property will be declared destitute of an heir and henceforth accessible to anyone who wishes to take possession of it. Wow. The tiefling is too weak to protest, and at a signal from Chimera, he is executed by the guards. And... dude, these guys are mean. He complains about the issues he has, which is totally fine to do if they're legitimate, but he doesn't want the thing that'll fix it. Yeah, that's on him. The ointment is just the latest. You've heard... Oh, I remember! Complains he can't move around well. We had a physical therapist that was going to come to the house. He didn't even have to leave. Nope. Complains he sits in his room all day. Cites the previous issue. We mentioned this. Still refuses. Just so much refusal because it's not the way he pictures it in his head it should be. Dude, he's being purposefully just difficult. You can't levy a complaint and bemoan your current situation if you're being actually offered legitimate ways to either lessen the burden of your predicament or perhaps get you out of there. It's like being in a pit and being offered a ladder. Instead of climbing out, he'd sooner break the ladder and use it for firewood than climb his way out. Valexia smiles at you, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She seems uninterested in the drama that just played out before your eyes. Thank you for our conversation. I expected to find it interesting, but I had no idea that our discussion would be so thought-provoking. I'm so glad I decided to come here with you, and I sincerely hope that you'll visit me again. I hope to see you at my manor soon. I host small receptions for the most interesting and noteworthy residents of the upper city. Conversations at these receptions are always entertaining. If you are to attend, we could continue our discussion about love. Of course, I seriously doubt my guests would be as interested in this topic as I am. So, perhaps we should finish our conversation in private. Hope to see you soon. Don't stay away too long. I'm looking forward to your next visit. And her mood changes quite a bit. Alright, so I won't speak to Chimera just yet, because I want to conclude this little soiree. We're getting close to evening, as you know. I only have a daytime driving license. He wanted to drive home. I flat out told him no, because I doubt he has the leg strength for the brake now. He didn't take that well either, the ER. I don't get how one person's mind gets to that point, you know? Part of me would think that they would see because of like how uncooperative, that's the word I've got to use, they're being. They just how difficult they'd be making the lives of those of the few people trying to help them. I'm gonna so I got distracted. I was supposed to take the portal.
There are many roads to success.
So we should be able to the Terrace of the Favored Mistress. I finally realized, right, what this reminds me of, Crowlin. Everything that's happening, right, can literally come down to the more cheese, more macaroni, less cheese. That's literally your dad. Genuinely, it is that. But the more and the less is, you know, he wants something and you try and fix it, but he disagrees. Yeah, we're getting close, baby. We are getting close. Alright, so if I want to get to this place, I need to go this way. Very well. This way. Day structure. Wait, is this the right way? Oh, you cocks. You gotta teleport yourself up first. God, I hate this place so much. Cannot wait to leave this hellscape. It's like someone built this place in different, very chunks. Didn't make proper rows, and they were like, yeah, let's just stick portals, man. And we'll just say that Illusionera is like a chaotic, ever-evolving and shifting landscape. Easy. Easy game. Problem solved. Day again. Job done. You mean this? If it's Courage the Cowardly Dog, yeah. More cheese! Alright, so I think it doesn't matter which dialogue options you pick. This succubus is batshit insane. So her mood will be quite different when you attempt to converse with her. Oh, I didn't get a chance to buff myself. Yep, that's the one. Let's see, Alexia's demeanour has changed since the last time you saw her. She looks at you with a mixture of boredom and irritation. There's her real self. When she greets you, her friendliness no longer seems genuine but forced and insincere. Here is our long-awaited guest. The performance is about to begin, and there is so much new talent here today. I wonder if any of them will entertain me. She looks directly at you as she makes this last remark. Says, I'm starting to suspect that you're losing interest in our conversations. Alexia throws you a withering glance and mutters something under her breath before she answers. In that case, you should act fast before you lose what remains of my interest. Oh. What's that shadow? Oh, it's the chandelier. Okay, I thought he was conjuring a spell. After DOS 1 and 2, I'm going to be so disappointed if BGC doesn't have some vendors who spam... Oh no, there'll be plenty of that, man. You'll hear that. I'm sure there'll be one instance of that. Nobody has as many friends as the man of many cheesies. I'll just throw that guy into the fucking sea. Yeah, quite just steady. I'm like, shush, shush. Alexia claps her hands imperiously and one of the performers begins to sing a heartfelt ballad in a deep velvety voice. Alexia looks tired and her eyes are full of sadness. There's a wistful note in her voice as she asks, tell me, how did you end up here in the Abyss? You're not one of us. Our ways are foreign to you. Why did you come to our world? Okay, let's speak to the Inheritor. What do you think's going on? The hand's voice is grim. This is the finale. The performance is about to end. As I've already told you, Alexia's temper is volatile, and now you can see the proof of my words. She's grown tired of her new Galarian companion, and will unleash her anger upon you at any moment. If you can surprise her, you might buy yourself some time. Otherwise, you should be prepared for a fight. We're now in the wild creature's lair, and our enemies have us cornered. Oh, I'm just going to help my ma pop out the old contact lens. Give me a sec. Oh. Sorry about that. Hi, welcome to it. To show them that clip rolling. And yeah, hour and 10. I need to see, probably wrap up this encounter and then we'll see. So, oh yeah, she's having the mask drop from her face. I bring goodness. Queen ordered me. Let's see, you invaded my world, now you'll reap what you've sown. Alexia sounds slightly disappointed, so you only came here to seek revenge. How predictable. I'd offer something more original. The demon interrupts the ballad with an impatient clap of her hands. The singer quails beneath her imperious gaze.
Applause, please.
I'm going to bed. Have money.
Thank you very much. But you could at least said hi, Colin. Thank you so much for your shinies. I'm going to bed. Have money. It's a little direct, but I can't really complain now, can I? I'll catch you later, dude. And thank you for the shinies. I'm going to bed. Have money. Thank you. See, another performer steps forward dressed as a jester. Kill jester. Oh, when you mentioned you need to show that clip to your brother, I was like, yeah, you should. Let's see, here's another one for you, distinguished guest. How many mortals would it take to paint this manor? Depends how hard you throw them at the walls. Very funny. Let's see. But wailing was starting to annoy me. What do we do next? Oh, another fool has decided to entertain me with jokes. Well, as far as I'm aware... Dark Knight! Stop trying to get Ash's attention. And go some for the shinies.
At Ashray wake up Kappa.
Ashray eh? You guys are bullies. She might not even be at the desk. Go sleepy. Go buy. We've still got plenty of noodles left. But yeah, thank you to both Colonel N and Darkanausu. Let's see. That wailing was starting to annoy me. What do we have next? Another fool has decided to entertain me with jokes. Well, as far as I'm aware, laughing at cripples and their misfortune is popular on Golarion as well. If you ask me, it's a primitive form of entertainment. Still, you mortals seem to enjoy it, even though you try to pretend to yourselves different from us creatures of vice and evil. Now that I'm thinking about it, what is the difference between demons and Golarion? Did you perchance confuse you with Colonel with his dodo? Wait, hang on. Probably. Crowlin? Colonel? Yeah. Knowing me. I would not be surprised. Oh, I think no matter what she fights you, a fight to the death will rid you of your boredom. Let's skip this. Finally, I've been waiting so long for this moment, you blunt bitch. I'm gonna have fun with you. I'll make you scream with pleasure. Lexia leans forward with sudden interest. Her lips twist into a horrible, bloodthirsty grin. Now, this is interesting. Let's play, my sweetheart. Alright, so I guess they all transform, or... Oh, they get ported to the other side. Kinda wish I had a chance to cast some buffs. Our opponent has us in a very advantageous position. Thankfully. At least I get to cast haste. Marilith Conqueror. Oh man, I helped her buy the bloody freak. How strong is Valexia anyways? There she is. That's a tough nut to crack, man. Tough D's nuts. Excuse me.
I will resist!
Concealment. That is such a cunt's trick. Chenjack. Thank you very much for the resub of 53 months. Schmeth, look, you have feet. I do. I'm also about to use them to stand on my feet.
Schmeth, look, you have feet.
Nice. Ooh, Windowog is like right in front of this thing. Oh, he's out on his horse. I can't charge either. How did I get fatigued? I have permanent fatigue. What the hell happened there? I guess we should probably have a round where we buy some time. I'm gonna summon these guys to act as the alpha and omega of stall tactics. Alright, now we're officially in the rotation. He definitely called Colonel Crowlin. That's probably... I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably because I was looking at the dodo and then your comment. So, Crowlin, Colonel, it's definitely something I would do. Schmef, I has a standing desk. Oh, did you get one? Nice! Put it up yesterday and he likes it. Is it a manual crank or is it one that... Yeah, it's electronic. 2 nat 1s, man. Brutal.
Prepare yourself.
Alright, well at least they're wasting their attacks on my mastodons. It's using something called the Annihilator. Protection from cold, cone of cold. Well, she killed her own Marilith. We want to make sure we've eliminated the enemies on this side. He died. This Cambion Defiler is a frickin' trick and a half to deal with, isn't he? Fancy electronic one. Ooh, and I put it up in solidarity. Well, if you try and get into the habit like I do, switch on the hour. Comes in very handy. Or is it feetsy because you're using your feet? I used to use mine more. I honestly, ever since I had the thing where I switched it on the hour, I managed to stick to that. Occasionally, I might stand a bit longer. Sometimes I might sit longer, but generally, I switch on the hour. This one's scary with the damage they did. Yeah, 48 AC. That guy's going to be an issue. So this guy, the Cambion Defiler, I'd say, oof, even the Alchemist. This could be dangerous. I'm not sure what to deal with this guy. Point. That's not surprising. Mirror image into slow. It's about what you would expect. Did you get Wendu? No, I just got rid of our haste.
I'll rip you apart!
He's got concealment as well. You're kidding me. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's do a... I think I'll save for the king when I'm ready to go for the finisher. Okay. We've cleared the enemies behind us. But still that might not be enough. Bruh. I am taking some righteous hits. I'm still annoyed that I couldn't use my own rage. Need to set a reminder for that, but I'd love to do the switch on the hour. I mean, I've got used to it because I constantly keep an eye. Like I can. It's also based on feel. I can't charge my opponent. I think if I get too close, I might be putting myself in harm's way. Perma-fatigue sucks. I gotta buy time. I'll do mirror image. Get ready to protect my friends. He shouted at us like a lot of haste. Get him, Steve. Too far away. Rushley is stunned. Here comes the big guy. This guy. They keep trying to key shout us. Look at your AC, by the way. His is nowhere near as high, so he's a much softer target. It's a shame the rest of the attacks default to the nearest enemy. Here's the giant mammoth. It's fine. I can summon 2 of them. As a Gorito summoning. Fuck it. I'll have him charge Alexia to close the gap at least. Alright, 1 more hour to go, man. Baleful Polymorph. She tried to go for a Steve. Oh, it worked actually. Yes, Steve got turned into a doggo. Well, at least it was a companion and not a full-on character that got that. I think eventually Alexia could run out of spells.
No match for me.
A whiff of all whiffs. Still don't want to unleash my true power. Charge! My mirror images! Actually pretty badly injured myself here. I'm gonna cast it again. Lich is trying to stall the time here. Arushale still... What is wrong with Arushale? She's not in my control right now. She's an exclamation mark. Why? Wait, do you have Baleful Polymorph? Oh wait! I thought you did that on Steve. Did she do it on 2 targets? Oh, she's been turned to a doggo. Well, that sucks. That's an issue. This is gonna hurt. Mirror image! Oh, the Hand of the Inherited round the fight. She's even more faithful now, yeah, clearly. Let's see, we'll go for you next. Jammy bastards with their AC. Alright. I got myself a free babao. Was that another Baleful Polymorph this bitch just did? Jesus, she's not holding back. Oh no, that was Disintegrate, I think she did. Seftus versus Knock Knock. Oh no, I got characters that are more powerful than him. Let's see, she did Stone Turn, Cleaving Finish, Marksman. Yeah, she went for a Disintegrate, which hit Delamere for 171 damage. Jesus. And then she did Transformation. She's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. Okay, let's move a few feet away. Yeah, hitting either of these guys is gonna be tricky.
They'll beg me to stop.
Okay, we've got a few of our mirror images. I think it's time, or very soon, we're gonna have to proc another king. But let's get rid of you. Alright. Our opponent's number begin to dwindle. Yeah, we're out of reach for that. Get a master down. He's been slowed down, so there's not really much you can do here.
So it comes to this.
Yeah, he's gonna... His AC is way too high. Arushale's useless because she's now been doggoed. She can mark our targets by borking at them. Bork, bork, bork! Come on, hand! We need your assistance.
Yes.
Alright, well, the mirror image did this thing. There goes another one of her mirror images. I don't know how many she's got left here. Can't quite reach. Brittle's online Twitch. Oh, probably for the Exile con? Not surprising. Right, what else? Yeah, Valexia's going melee now. She's used up all her bag of tricks now. So she used all of her heavy hitting spells. So now it's just a matter of let me get this one up. So we can actually tacitly ignore her. The real problem is this bastard. So this is kind of what I was waiting for. I will. If you'll let me move here for the king. That will give everybody a +10 to their hit. And try to see if we can wallop him. Although 1 or 2. Wow, 1 shot. I got a very powerful crit on him. My turn!
You've made your choice.
No mirror image. Got it. What the fuck? Wait, where'd he go? There's more? Okay, don't recall that happening before. Alexia regains her beautiful appearance. She wipes the blood from her pretty face as she screams desperately. Wait, they shouldn't be here. Why are there 3 Mariliths here? Mercy, in memory of the sweet moments of intimacy that we've shared together, do not kill me. Lift the spell from the unfortunate people. You can do a trickster option apparently. I'll finish them off. I don't think granting mercy will achieve me much. How come 3 Mariliths just appeared? That one genuinely confuses me. Unless they're the ones that she's cast the spell on. No, you live long enough. Wait, so we got to fight the Mariliths? This is weird. I don't understand why those 3 are here. Oh, they're all booking it. Wait, why are there 3 Mariliths here? I don't ever recall that ever happening. You're still a doggo. We're gonna have to deal some damage fast. Oh, this poor mammoth is still slowed. Alright, I guess it's up to me to bring us salvation.
No fear!
Good damage. Alright.
No match for me.
Even with that backup. Fucking hell. She had folks in the wings waiting for her. The DM noticed you were having it too easy and added some monsters here. They just spawned out of nowhere. The only thing I could think of is if that was the weird polymorphing effect she'd done to everything. That cow. You turn them into objects and killing her removes the spell. With Trickster, you use her spell on herself and turn it into a mirror. Oh, that's what you meant by that. Lel. But anyway, she's dead for now. So the only one that was adversely affected was Rushalite, and I believe this is a permanent effect. You need some sort of like remove curse or some dealy. I remember this being a right pain in the ass the last go around. Yeah, the potions ain't really gonna work. There's a DC element to this, I'm pretty darn sure. I don't think this works either. Like, there's a reason why they specifically have like remove curse stuff. I remember this being a pain in the ass. I'll test this. Though I'm convinced the DC is going to be like Omega level high. Yeah, so we just did it there. Fails to dispel Baleful Polymorph. A 15 plus 5. Yeah, it'd have to be a nat 20. So I won't be able to remove this the way I was hoping to. I think I'll have to speak to some of the priestly natures to do that. But yeah, some of them were nasty heavy. Is that a key? Single-use key to the Echo's Lair. This key is made from an unknown material that opens portals created by the Echo of Discari. The key feels extremely fragile as we're designed to... I feel like that's part of the Angel Mythic Path we did that. Or some such. What else we got? Cambion Defiler. I'll do one at a time because some of these, they might have something different. Composite Shortbow Scimitar, Studded Leather. Nah. This is a thing that was... Yeah, the Annihilator. That's what killed the first mammoth so quickly. Whenever the wielder of this +5 keen scythe confirms a critical hit, it deals 4d6 force damage. Oh, that explains the AoE that happened. He procced it twice, the bastard. +2. +2. And then, of course, the Marilith. What a very peculiar individual. Oh, wait, this is the one that was... part of the original soiree. Alright, well, I need to undog Rushalite at some point. Maxor! For the Lee Sabaroni of 73 months.
Exclamation mark drops.
Alright, they're active, baby. They be active. Most of these guys have managed to pass themselves up. Good news, it's refunded. Bad news, I won't get the money, it's pending. It takes a couple of days. Sometimes even less than that, if you're lucky. Okay. I think you are able to go down here, but you need teleport to do that.
Keep your calm.
So the only thing left now, I believe, is when we would have to speak to Shamira. Yep. And then get be closer to being done here. Let's have the team go back. Can someone remind me, if you do a full rest, does that remove stuff like Baneful Polymorph, or does it have to be removed as a because it's a curse? I can't remember. I know certain permanent effects go away after a long rest. I just don't. I'm not really well versed when it comes to curses. Freaking Baleful Polymorph. But that's Valexia's biggest weakness. After she has exhausted those heavy spells, Baleful Polymorph, Disintegrate, stuff like that, she'll then primarily resort to going into melee, so you can just chill. Now he's complaining that it feels warmer with the windows closed and the AC on. We already started from behind the 33 degree Celsius degree 8 ball. It's going to take time. So I'm doing the heavy drained sigh at your behest. This would drive me insane, man. But Maxwell, thank you again for the resub. Okay. We need to undoge. I guess we'll find out if a long rest does fix this. Gotta hope so.
I will guide.
Otherwise, I might need some finesse. Bishop sleeps.
Why do mortals always leave the ones they love? Isn't being with the people you love the ultimate happiness?
Are we built to be happy? The way I see it, we're born so that we can spend our whole lives floundering and trying to loosen the garrote of unfulfilled desires that's wrapped around our throats.
True. Alright, has Arushale been undoged? Survey says. She's been undoged. Yeah, so a long rest does work on permanent effects. At least with the way I've got things set up. Thank God. I was getting a bit worried there. Yeah, Baleful Polymorph, that's one of those things that tends to stick with you for a while. It ain't pretty. Left the house before 11. After the way this started, I had Jenny pull me a shot right out of the gate. Can't say I blame you. Just don't turn into a raging alcoholic to dampen the feels. Okay, so next... Now, we would go to Shamira. Does he have him of Earth and Dreams? I'm pretty sure she's going to bore into my brain and get the information she wants anyways. It's a lose-lose situation no matter what I do. Or what I should do, I just realise what time it is. God damn it. And need to grab me some more coffee so I can keep this current level of energy. I'll grab my actual noms. And is the PoE stream actually live? Oh, it is as well. 45,000, and we still have time in hand. A lot of folks coming on land, baby. A lot of folks. The only plus is that he's taking the antibiotic. That's something. But yeah, let me grab some coffee, do a few dead hangs in the old pull-up bar, grab the noms, and yeah, then we'll do this next bit with Shamira, which I think should be enough, and then I'll set us up for the Exalt on the stream. So I'll be as quick as I can. Please bear with me, friends. back. Thank you very much for thine patience. Oh. Okay, hopefully I'll have enough time to conclude these incoming events. I don't think Chimera is going to take too much of our time before Nocticula pokes her head in.
Focus on the goal.
Alright. Yeah, I feel like she's going to bore into my brain. I seem to recall a very high wisdom check was needed. It was partially bugged in the earlier version of the game. 36 minutes, yes. I was going to ask when the PoE stream starts, so thank you. Oh yeah, perfect timing, eh? Yeah, I think we'll just rush on in and get it out of the way. Yeah, my will save isn't good. He pretty much guarantees it grabs my brain and reduces it to mulch. I share the news. So let's see. After she notices you, Chimera gives you a displeased frown and irritability. Asks you again. Have you no friends that you must keep coming here to chat with me? Or perhaps, though I find this extremely hard to believe, you are not completely useless and have something interesting. Yes. Hey, Gaban! Welcome back, bud. I have completed your task. Chimera ignores you, looking somewhere else, but in your mind you hear her angry hiss. So speak, if you have, but use your mind instead of your flapping lips. Your mind. I know that you have done so much to win Chimera's favor, but my heart tells me that helping her would lead to evil. Forget everything I've told you. We'll find another way to complete our mission. Oh, now he changed his mind. It's wrong to fight evil by increasing the power of another evil. Reject the promises of the Argent Dream, and we'll leave this place before we betray ourselves and our ideals. So you've got to think to yourself. Nahindrian crystals are the blood of the fallen demon lords whose bodies became the Midnight Isles. Baphomet's servants mine them like minerals. I mean, if we do this, what are my alternatives? She'll still dredge the info from your brain. I think yes, no matter what, she'll pull this from your brain. But I'm doing an evil character, who gives a shit? I'll give her that. After a moment of pondering, Chimera makes a loud announcement. You've handled my secret task fairly well, though I was expecting you to do it with more skill. Wow, time to say thank you. Take your reward and leave. My interest in you is at an end. I have no further need of you. A few thanks. What is this? Oh, did I get a sign of her favour now? Yeah, she was gonna burrow into my brain anyways. A demon appears beside you as if from thin air. Actually, he really does appear from thin air. He holds a neatly wrapped package tied with a cord as red as Chimera's hair. You hear whispers in the crowd of demons. Beneath the hushed praise, you hear the burning envy that consumes them. Any of one of them would give up everything to stand in the place of this Galarian upstart who performed service for Chimera and won her favour. So slave is fury, I go. And I take it she won't talk any further. Yeah. So she then disregards you. Slaver's Fury? Which one is it? Oh, it's a hand axe. Cruel Bleed enhancement +5 finesse wielding. Whenever the wielder of this +5 Cruel Bleed hand axe lands a hit against an enemy under any movement impairing effect, the enemy suffers a -2 penalty on all saves. I've seen worse. If it was throwing axe, I would have been happy. So now that I've done this, yeah, the investigation into Nahindrian crystals is over. Meanwhile, Illusionera is abuzz with rumours about the amazing Galarian whom Chimera entrusts with the most delicate mission. I think now is when Mommy Nocticula chimes in, because you've drawn enough attention. Right about now?
You are most curious, mortal.
Hello, nurse. Let's see. You're rather intriguing yourself.
There's a reason they call me Nocticula, the Lady in Shadow. My words and thoughts are shrouded in darkness.
I take it I finally have your attention?
Yes. Your arrival in Alashanira was quite impressive.
Thanks.
Rumors have reached me even here. Behind my locked gates and my wall of valiant guards, rumors of a remarkable Galarian taking my Alishanira by storm.
That's me! I'm asking for an audience.
You have my permission to enter the palace. Go there and wait. I will arrive when the time is right. Until then, you will be taken care of by one of my servants.
And diggity dog! We got ourselves an invite. Hey, King. Yeah, just in time. So, In Pursuit of the Past is pending. We can't do that until after I finish talking about Nocticula, but soon. We need to get back to the material plane for that. I need to report back to Sicarius. Either he reaches out to me, or I to him when I'm back in the material plane. About to do this. Technically, when I'm ready to leave, I'll do that. Or even afterwards. I'm happy. I'll leave it here. This is a perfect drop-off point, and we'll set up for ExileCon. Ooh. Also, hi, and thank you for the 41-month reset. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Okay, I must make some tweakaroonies. Let's close this. Shift that. So I need to change this to... announcement. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so I got that. Pre-show started, yep. As we all get ourselves warmed up. So I'm trying to think, how did I do it last time? How I set this up? You know, the screen sharing? Wait, Ziggy's already here talking away. I didn't even realise.
Know much about it, so...
Yeah, listen for now, and I'll set things
rampant, useless speculation.
So we hide that.
So looking forward to getting into that. But for the moment, folks, how are you feeling? Excited, Mathel?
Yeah, I am super nervous. First of all, just to be on stage doing this thing, but then, of course...
I'll crank up the volume in a sec, so I'll put you guys
here. The
here.
whole new update, the reveal, like, knowing what's been happening the past 4 years, you can feel there's a lot of excitement and energy out here. And everyone's just, yeah, keen to get going.
Nervous and excited, like two sides of the same coin. I get it totally.
Yeah, no, it's like it's hard to tell what's what a lot of the time because we've got to do stuff and we've got to, you know, get into the whole reveal. But I feel like it's a bit more excitement. It's still very much nerves because I'm not used to doing something like this. Not used to being around all the people.
I've probably seen him with full head of hair.
And, you know, meeting the developers. It's crazy stuff.
It's because it's
Everyone loves you, mate. How about you, Rise?
I felt a lot better before you called my speculation useless.
And rampant, don't forget.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, they're going to be 100% accurate.
He is really tall and imposing. Slayer. I met him once in real life.
The boss today a little bit. He had some stuff planned out for speculations, but I just like cut him off at the knees, so he's had to rethink his speculations his entire life, really, in the lead up to this moment. So I imagine that's kind of stressful. Getting
was he 6'4", 6'6"?
Being in that situation.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I've got some good ones.
Excellent, excellent. What about you?
Very nice guy.
Excited, and as Mathel, pretty nervous, I would say. But we're joined with so many just lovely people traveling all the way to New Zealand, and if there's anything that helps an awkward situation is just having a shared common interest, which is Path of Exile.
Right, so many beautiful nerds here
in
New Zealand coming together, more than ever before.
Really putting Mathel at the back of the couch. It
was 1,800 people, I think.
Russian nesting dolls.
Last ExileCon, which I did not predict. So that's they're strapping people to the rafters. They're opening up the balcony seats. People are getting suspended and hanging above the crowds. It's going to be quite the spectacle.
I think what I'll do as well.
People started coming in and taking their seats and feel we've got a little bit of a crowd here. There. Hi, guys. So pretty exciting stuff. And yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen much of Pee-wee 2. You've been pretty quiet. Last 4 years, yeah.
Which only gets me more like pumped for it because you just know there's been so much like working on, and they're just ready to reveal. Like,
yeah,
like there's no way the silence has been for nothing.
It's the secrets. Well, I mean, we just had like 2 little tiny teaser trailers recently, but I was surprised by how much I could get excited by just those little 2. I had to spend an hour analyzing them just because it was like 40 seconds of content, but it was like there was so much in that we already seen. Like we started seeing things like new class models, at least possibly new classes. I don't know. What do you guys have any predictions about that side of things?
Yeah, it looked amazing. I really liked how a lot of the times whenever you used an ability, it moved around your character. I think a lot of people want those characters to move forward. In the trailers that we've seen, a lot of them jumped back and all that, but I think it's going to be pretty good. And
hey, Stitch!
Very different, yeah. Because 4 years is a long time. That's like the life cycle of a lot of games. So
we just switched to ExileCon.
No, I mean all the trailers and the 2 that we saw.
Theater mode is this one?
If you just think back a little bit about all the things we were shown last time, with all the new gems and the skill systems, I feel like you can finally start seeing what it is they wanted to do with the game, just through those trailers at least. I was looking really excited.
Yeah, we saw like so much big systems change and things like that announced last time, but it's been so long, and I expect that something of that at least has changed a lot.
I forgot I had that emote.
Yeah, I mean, through any creative process, right, you figure out what works, what doesn't, so it'll be...
Yeah, who's to say like the skill system hasn't changed dramatically, or they're like doing something else with the end game, or who knows? There's very little we do know at this point.
Hopefully they figured out what doesn't work. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need that bombshell. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, a lot of people who played the demo previously really enjoyed it. Only myself only got to play
because
a little bit.
It's literally,
with what
it's
I
got
played.
the oink,
and
Stitch,
you guys
bone dog
play the
energy.
demo last time?
A little bit, yeah. At least on live stream. But let me just remind everyone that PoE 2 is going to fix everything. Right? Like, it is saving
that's been
marriages.
The mantra.
It is going to.
So good, yes.
Yeah, don't worry, Ziggy. It's going to do all the heavy lifting for you in that regard. But
PoE 2 is so good, it's going to save Diablo 4. That's how good it is.
Oh, he did it.
Yeah,
he did.
Someone went there.
Someone broke the covenant.
Yeah.
You just had to mention D4.
Anyway, let's not hold our expectations too high on that one, right? But I was just going to point out for the teasers, like a lot of it was big because for me personally, a lot of it is about the character models and the skills, and I was pretty blown away with how all of the skills look like they'd pretty much been reworked graphical-wise. Like I was looking at the teasers and the trailers.
I think there will be some shade.
Is that the skill that I think it is? And it looks so different and so much better. Like I'm really into the MTX and the changing of the skills and all that, and just by default making all of them way prettier and way more fluid.
Some of them are giggle.
Just bring the game into current era of ARPG gaming.
I think that's what really grabbed me from those teasers as well, was the diversity in skill use and having a lot more like situational skills like that, especially the monk kind of looking gameplay.
Right.
That looked super interesting with like the unarmed / using weapons combat kind of weaving together, and the movement like you mentioned. That's the biggest thing I've wanted for PoE for a long time, is more skills that involve like a step forwards, a step to the right, because melee combat is fluid, it's dynamic. Like footwork is a huge part of any sort of melee combat situation. So seeing that represented in game a lot more is very exciting and kind of points towards some of the stuff I'm really hoping to see out of PoE 2. But we'll come back to that in a second. Firstly, I want to hear
who's this?
What do you guys really hope to see today, or predict that you'll be seeing today? Mathel, what are you predicting?
Well, as far as predictions go, the one thing I've learned over the years with Path of Exile is that I've learned nothing about predictions. People always come into the channel and they ask, what do you think what's going to happen with that? And I engaged with that for a while in past times.
Ziggy's trying to get chunky.
I can just never get anything right, because you don't know. Like, they always throw curveballs. They're always giving you unexpected things. I thought they're going to buff this. They nerfed this, whatever. Like, it's always it's this huge up and down balance, and I can never really get any predictions right. But that said, I think I'm just going to be blown away. Like,
I suspect that's the thing that'll be out to play immediately after.
Looking forward to what they're going to announce, and I have sensed some discontent in communities throughout all of this, just as they're waiting for Path of Exile 2 and big new leagues and all that. And there might still be some doubt here or there, and I think there's no doubt. Like, it's just going to be a huge renewed burst of faith in, this is the game I chose, and for very good reason, and it's going to be, just unreal.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that as well. Like, people always ask me, what would be your designed league that you would make? And I'm like, I have no idea. I'm glad I'm not in charge of that, because GGG always come up with way better stuff than what I could come up with for that. What about yourself, Rise?
I think I'm going off the deep end. No PoE 2, PoE 3.
On only mobile, only PoE mobile.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't want to go there.
So they combine them, right? 2, 1, PoE 3.
There you go.
Makes
sense. That's the way to do it.
At Path of X.
There you
It's
go.
all one platform.
Wait, so Elon Musk bought it out?
It'll do your banking for you.
Yeah, okay.
Someone's getting sued. I think lore-wise, it would be really great if they just close the story off before PoE 2. So our characters always kind of like messed with the world, not always in positive ways. I just want them all gone, you know? Blow it up, I don't know, new planet, different world. That would be really nice. Oh, and also I'd love to see, you know, PoE has done really well with cooldown abilities and all sorts of just kind of timings in it. I would love to see maybe some ultimate abilities, something that is a little bit more tied down to particular ascendancies or particular classes. Maybe
Doesn't Lost Ark have that?
Classes,
like
you
certain
know?
classes have like
'Cause
very
last
long
time they were
cooldown
talking about
abilities or
there's
something.
so many more new ascendancies.
Or some kind of super attack.
I think maybe spreading them around a little bit with different characters would be pretty cool.
Yeah, adding a little bit more distinction there, like in a very physical sense in the gameplay. Yeah, I'd like to see it too. What about?
I know that's Blade Chronicle.
Well, I really like Methel's answer of no predictions.
Yeah.
So that was great. So I wish I could take that one.
He's an expert.
I was blue screening with that
What
game
a
for some
dodger!
reason.
I love
This
it.
truly is the Stallcast.
Yeah. But he is right though, in the sense that GGG always overperform, or try to at least, more than anything. So it's really hard to predict what it is, like in which direction they are going. So I'm really excited to see what is it they want us to see. Like, I want to see them
I think
in
it was
the
my
game
streaming
again,
setup that was
like
causing
really
that.
all out.
It was the only game
So
that
that's
resulted
something I'm
in blue
excited about.
screen.
And
I
then we
think
have all
that was
this
years ago,
beautiful
though.
art behind us and the statues, and like maybe we will have some kind of a narrator leading us through a story. I would really love that within the PoE 2 story, and just seeing.
Yeah, who is this? I don't recognize them.
So, because they're such a big office now.
Is that an eyeball?
What can that many people bring?
Or a second head? Is it gonna like
within the title?
switch upside down?
Yeah, that's actually kind
know,
of one of
sort
my
of like
predictions.
the,
Actually, I expect
an
a
inscription
bit of an uptick in the storytelling
with the
side of
master
things.
evolve
And this
around
was
the boss.
just barely hinted in one of the teasers that I saw, where the character
Space
really
cactus
felt like they
confirmed.
were interacting a little bit more with what was actually happening around them. Like in current PoE 1, you get your character kind of tossing out a cute throwaway line every so often. But the character in one of those teasers was actually kind of like addressing
Responding.
one of the other NPCs there and having like a little bit more interaction with the environment. I'm like,
Always
I'm
annoyed me
excited
the
for
dialogue
potential, improvement in the
your
storytelling
character
side of things there,
campaign
especially
levels
with
and
the
Act
like
5.
flavor oozing that we saw in previous iterations of the PoE 2 stuff that we've seen. And yeah, this stuff behind us, I don't really know if you guys can't see the top of this.
That
but
doesn't
there's
look
like
like
a
an eyeball,
giant blood creature, and there's a creepy head up there and a spine.
The fuck
Yeah,
is this thing?
they've blown it away with the decorations this year.
And those
It's all
totems
smoky in here too.
look of Karui make
That
in
did
the
actually make
background.
me think one of the things I would love to see and always hope to see is cutscenes. So like, it helps build you into the world, into the story, and immerse yourself in that, and really like get invested and care about the story. And I think, this
Well,
is
not all of them,
possibly,
though,
if
most.
ever, the time for them to have big cutscenes, and that would just be amazing.
I don't know actually.
Cool. Even if you don't do cutscenes, the one.
If they're doing the card game like they did last time.
It's cool.
It started to look like it was going to go places, and it was going to be really cool. And yeah, we needed more, right?
Just kind of like dipping their toes in the water with that one, I think. But even if you don't do cutscenes, like kind of big dynamic moments in the actual in-engine gameplay as well. And we saw a bit of that in one of those teaser trailers too, where like the boss comes smashing through the wall and there's debris and stuff flying everywhere. That's a lot more than what we've seen previously. And they started doing that in PoE1 a little bit with like the rework to Brutus and him kind of smashing through the walls. That was exciting.
A lot of
That was
stuff has been
terrifying.
revealed. More
Brutus
news for
kind of
Passive Exile 2.
smashing through the prison
The
and
next
chasing
league.
you through doorways and stuff like that. So more more,
what changes
spectacular
are coming
moments like
into
that.
the core
Something
game at
I
the
definitely
moment.
think we're going to see a lot of. For
More
sure.
news on PoE Mobile.
So,
It's a lot of things.
Forward to that. I'm also interested in your thoughts on what we've seen in the past about the skill system. Again, things could be changing a lot, but that's something I've been particularly interested in is this change to being able to have access to more well-linked skills and then maybe a gameplay style that supports using those a little bit more. So a bit more opportunity for situational combat. Not everything has to be like a super hard fight, but the occasional moments where you have a little bit of back and forth with the monsters, and that gives you the opportunity to use that second or third or fourth extra well-linked skill that you've got access to now under this new system, if that's the way they're going. Do you guys have any thoughts on the skill system and what you'd like to see out of that?
I mean, yeah, part of the thing you were kind of alluding to is also like combinations of skills. So things like
Delve
Frost
2.0.
Nova,
Yeah.
Ice Nova, and
We don't go down,
Frostbolt,
we go
like
up.
interactions with skills. It can be a bit clunky
called
sometimes, but when done
climb
right
or
and
ascend.
with the right combat around you, it feels really good and satisfying to have. So things like that would be really cool. More of those for sure. But otherwise, yeah, the combat's already feels pretty good, and just more skills as always. How could you not just want more skills? But if they're doing the skill linking system and there's more at your disposal, it's going to be just interesting to see how you can incorporate the different combos, because you have to make a lot of choices. You can't just have everything. Right? So all of a sudden,
speaking of hoist,
you have to
hoist the anchor. So
build into a few things and choose between the right things at the right time.
Perfect time to do it.
Makes for a much more dynamic
They've
gameplay.
memed on this for years.
It's a tricky balance to find, for sure.
Boat
Because
league.
PoE has grown increasingly difficult when it comes to sockets. I feel like back in the day it was like, oh, if you're playing a summoner, you're going to be lacking a lot of sockets. But now it feels like that's the case on everything.
Literally every
100% of the time. So the previously teased system of having it be tied down to gems could be a pretty good solution. But who knows? It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And in GGG fashion, they probably
The system could have been changed
come up
considerably.
with something better. Even better.
And a big problem that they identified before was like early game, especially gear lock-in, where it feels like you can't change your gear very much in Path of Exile, and that's kind of always been a thing. And it would be nice to be able to freely take advantage of like different items that you find and things like that as you're going. Have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more kind of breathing room than what we feel like we have with the skills right now. What about you, Nugi?
No, I think the game being dynamic would probably be the main thing that I think they're going to go for. With the whole re-rigging of all the characters, them flowing through combat, and then you find an item on the ground and you can just immediately swap it out because you think it's better. There's no taking out the gems anymore.
Yeah, no,
so
to relink it or anything.
There won't be many moments where you're kind of tinkering while mid-combat. Maybe you find something that's really good, like while you're fighting a big boss, and you just, boom, I socketed it in.
Yeah, because we're always socket
I don't even really need to do all the re-rigging. I think I
feel like that's GGG's like worst nightmare. We've had so many situations where it's like swapping out things make
you're already metagaming it. Just have an inventory full of different items for different combat. You're like, oh, I'm putting this on now. And
yeah, we're going back to the snapshotting.
Yeah. I'm sure that's gonna. The thing is, with a clean slate and everything changing, you never know how players are going to take that and be creative with it. Well,
absolutely. Yeah, I think shortening that moment from finding something to using it is like a really good thing to do. It's good for the endorphins, right? Like, some of the I think more successful leagues are those ones that have the shorter gap between like the content you're doing and then the reward you're getting for it. Whereas the reward that comes a long time down the line after a lot of stuff is realized, that's a lot harder for a lot of people to engage with quite as much, I think. So that kind of brings me, we're not just getting Path of Exile 2 stuff today. Towards the end of the keynote, there'll also be the reveal of the next Path of Exile 1 League, and it might be the last ever Path of Exile 1 League. Like, I don't know if they're going to do more after this, because there'll be the beta for PoE 2. All focus will be on that. Like, after the beta's out, are we really going to be like, yeah, let's go play the PoE 1 League again?
How many people are actively watching the PoE stream right now?
What do you know, Sig?
I mean, I don't know anything.
I
really don't.
Sus.
Everybody always says to me, oh, you know everything, Ziggy.
You're the inside man. They bounce ideas off of you.
I really wanted to know nothing for this, and I was super glad that they did not spoil like almost anything for me, so that I could go into this completely blind, because I want to be here with all you guys.
Yeah, we were in the back room, and they were doing stage checks, and we were just like, la, 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 we can't see anything.
Yeah, there was something on the TV there. We're like, no, I don't want to see it.
Wait, how did a sussy
There was also one word.
Wait, do you not have it?
No.
What's a sussy?
Erasing it from our mind.
Is it called something else?
Yeah, no,
oh god,
it's
I brought
erased
the wrong
from my
chat.
mind as best I can.
What I can say is that I did not predict that.
Wait, how come you can do it?
That word.
Wait, why can't I do it?
No, that one caught me off guard.
I did not predict that.
Oh,
Yeah, that was one.
Hang on.
Yeah. Let's move away from that. What
Okay,
would you
can
guys
do
like
it.
to
It's
see
an
out of it
autofill.
if it was the final, a final Path of Exile league? It might not be. They might be doing more, but...
Yeah. I mean, I still think it's going to be a big one. I've had lots of people say, oh, you know, they're probably just waiting for PoE 2 and not necessarily going to do anything still big in PoE 1 or leagues and stuff. I think it's going to be a big one. And as always, they're trying to reinvent the ARPG genre to some extent, bring in aspects from other games. And what games I've been playing that are, I think, pretty popular at the moment are these sorts of...
I know what you're going to say. Survivors.
Exactly. I call them like reverse bullet hell, right?
Yeah, the bullet heavens.
Yeah, something like
Vampire
that. So like
Survivor
Vampire
League
Survivor
confirmed?
thing. And I think they at some point, like very early into the game, touched on something like this, which is the Coward's Trial map. So that's a unique map, and it's basically just slaying waves of monsters, right? But it's very old, very dated.
Yeah.
And I could see that they could definitely capitalize on that hype and sort of
I could see that, mate.
an entire league where you just...
If they reveal that
slaughter it.
now, everyone's going to be very...
Yeah,
I hope
crash
it is, yeah. I'll take credit for, predictive by all means, but I think that could be
I'm still
a
saying
really fun league mechanic
Boat League.
for
This is the one.
it's just satisfaction in
Yeah, that
gameplay.
whole genre is like a distillation of action RPGs in
I do hope
general.
it's a big
like
league,
just
dude.
take a
We
lot of
saw
action
this bit
RPG,
of
kind
it,
of strip them
don't
down
find
to like the very base of kill monster, get upgrade.
Yeah.
And it would blend well, I think. And we've seen a little bit of like sampling from other genres. We got some roguelike action recently. It was,
Exactly. And yeah, it just seems like they see what's hot out there right now. How can we bring it to this game? And a lot of the time, it feels like it comes out of nowhere for this game, and it works. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't always work, but it's good. It's worth a try, and it's an experiment.
Story-wise,
But
what do you
this
have?
one, I think that type of mechanic and system would be great, and who knows? Innovation is their strong suit.
I'm definitely here for that one. But that's one route they could go. Do you guys have any other thoughts of a different route they could go, maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fixed trading, bring back harvest, auction house.
Path of Exile Copium.
Hey, Alex,
GGG's been stalling harder in PoE 1 than we have on this keynote. So, yeah, no, I'm just hoping for big bosses and a big wrap up to the story. Again, the thing we're seeing behind us, it is a little bit of a possibly an ascended Xana-like creature.
No, that's not
Right
Xana.
now, that
Shut up.
works out lore-wise.
Don't go riding
Maps are
around.
timeless, all this sort of stuff. I think they might be going big. I remember last time it was Metamorph, and was met with Conquerors of the Atlas as well. So that was a pretty good combo.
Yeah.
Definitely a very enjoyable league.
Well,
Conqueror's sick.
Hopefully
thing
no
is,
picking up of organs.
Are they going to
this
seriously
time.
do another major overhaul to the endgame?
I'm going to call them out right now. Oh, yeah, we're getting... Because we're reacting later on to what we're going to be seeing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we can call them out.
What about you, Nugi?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, a big wrap-up would make sense if it is really the last PoE 1 league.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just like Rai said earlier, blow it all up.
Blow it up.
Just blow it all up.
Maybe
it
the
always
Maven's
works.
progenitor
Just
says hello.
What's left in the
Hey, God.
in the
Where's your beard?
ashes.
I shaved
We'll
it a couple of
see
days
about
ago. It's growing slowly.
or a boat league.
Yeah. So, yeah, I see boat league.
I mean, that's always the other option. Though.
Yep. There's always a boat
and/or
league.
fishing league.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had gardening. Surely we can have fishing actually at some point. And as the like final, just like a meme send off for PoE 1.
Yeah.
I think Crystal curses the gardening league. I'm gonna bit of...
Well, yes, we know they do. Certainly.
I don't think they like that one.
I think, yeah, it's kind of the ending of an era. We're moving from PoE 1 to PoE 2, and we're jumping forwards in time significantly. We're not getting a whole new world, but we are getting
a 20-year time skip, I think it is.
Propelled forwards into the future and maybe exploring new lands. So it basically is a whole new world in one sense. So some sort of send-off. I would love, even if it was just a little thing, just some little send-off incorporated into the league or into the game, or maybe if they're doing some sort of like update to the end game, something like that, you can couple that with like something, a little bit of a teaser of what's happening in the end game when PoE 2 comes out as well, because we've had some invasions from otherworldly entities recently, and that's certainly been hinting and leaning towards
That's been the repeating
an
theme.
extension of that.
Stuff always
so there's going to
coming
be
into-
two kind of
into
new
our world.
storylines getting explored here, both Path of
Beyond,
Exile 2
Scourge,
and its campaign
Blight.
storyline, but also what's happening with
Even
the end
Metamorph
game.
works with the intrinsic
What is the
darkness.
Maven heralding forwards for us? You guys have any thoughts on that?
You got Abyss as well.
I mean, not really. Like, how much bigger can you go? It's
I know,
already,
right?
Like, we're already cosmic. Like, you start out on the beach and you got a driftwood club, right? And then you're slaying the cosmic entities from...
Well, that's what I think is rather interesting, is that we have Path of Exile 1 got really big, maybe too big, killing all the gods.
Yeah.
That's like the storytelling
thing
thing
here
is like,
is-
you get to that point and it's like, okay, you got to kind of pull it back a little bit.
PoE2's
And it
endgame
looks like we
and
might be
campaign
going
ones
a little
need to
bit more
intersect.
humble, a little bit more grounded for the start for PoE2, and I think that's really cool.
think?
Yeah, I think so.
Both
I
will
think
end
so.
up at the
So-
Atlas.
And PoE2, like being able to pull down to something more of a grounded story, that's something a little grittier maybe, a little bit less crazy over the top, and then contrasting that maybe with the endgame being a different thing, because they've always been a little bit separate, right? Like you have the story of the campaign, and then you get into endgame, and then it's its own separate story that's evolved separately and along a different timeline with some weird wacky stuff when you start to think about which
time
exiles
traveling's
were
occurring.
and
This
which
will be
exiles we're
interesting.
playing now and which exiles we're playing before and how they incorporated the story. It's kind of like a wild
Zana comes back and
system
says,
that
"Saved her father."
is difficult to explain to non-PoE
The
players
right
sometimes.
timeline?
I can fully
even
expect...
2 PoE players, it's difficult.
I can fully expect a new world and everything. Just, oh, well, if they kind of close it off in a way with a big bang, maybe it's like kind of a reset and then we keep going further and further. I'm kind of hoping for that. Because you were speaking very confidently about the beta and maybe no new world. Maybe we're gonna do an invasion on the world of
Ziggy's trying to keep
wherever
a poker
Maven's
face.
from and all that.
Maybe he
I would
doesn't
love
know.
to see that big, mighty boss battles. I think PoE has been doing really well with that. And they're ramping it up every time, so the more of that, the better. Because it used to be a little bit disjointed too,
Many
you know?
folks
Back in
don't.
the day, it was like, oh, you could do this boss or you could not. But now, they're tied into the main gameplay, and
I'm wondering if we get
really
a
love
return
that.
of innocence.
I think it's really great.
Yeah, I think bossing has been getting better and better, and
He's
those
put
like
himself in a
spectacular moments of those
self-imposed
big boss
exile.
fights have become both the thing that propels you forwards in chunks through the game and through the end
Possibly
game, and then also the big goals too, like to take on these various bosses and then the uber bosses behind them. We have so much.
For some
there
reason, I'm
in Path of
imagining
Exile, and that's
a-
been getting better and better. And from what we've seen in
Some
the
sort of
past,
interface where you
the
literally
bosses
slide
in
in those
Path of
cards
Exile
for
2
different
campaign look
modifiers.
awesome. Like the previous demo, like the Devourer and those very boss fights that look like more interesting arenas, more interesting fights, and that's something I hope to see a lot of today.
I haven't
Hopefully,
tried
is,
the
like some
game
cool boss
since the
fights. I know
latest
we've got
patch.
like 30 minutes or something of gameplay time live on stage, so
Let's test it.
Spoiler.
And
Also, I've heard.
difficult gameplay, right?
Yes.
So they've ramped it up.
You were mentioning, Raz, you'd heard something about that.
Yeah, the difficulty is supposed to be through the roof. So if you're a player that's a little bit concerned about what you're going to be seeing here, if you're a father of 17 children and you've got the dishes to do and you can only play 20 minutes a month, I think don't worry about it too much. I think there's going to be plenty of gameplay for everybody.
Yeah, you won't run out anytime soon in that
Yeah.
situation.
I think so. Well, I hope so.
Any, we're
Less than 4 minutes.
almost to wrap up time and moving over to the main stage, but any final thoughts that you guys want to throw in? Anything
this
you
stage.
hope to see or anything like that? We've got 2 minutes, Noogie.
You thrown to me?
Yep.
Final
Okay.
thoughts? What I just want to see passion. I
Yeah.
just
What
want to
kinda-
I just want to see passion and just people just giving us everything they've been building. It's I predictions. I really at this point I just don't know.
Yeah. that's
Maybe
right.
an MTX. I would like to see a toucan. You know?
Kiwis!
Yeah, that would be nice.
What about you, Maple?
I will just love to see a nervous Chris Wilson up on stage.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
for
Oh,
as
don't
much
bully.
nerves as I'm having right now, like doing this sort of thing and waiting for the reveal, it pales in comparison to getting on stage and revealing everything for the past few years and just seeing someone so excited about their game.
Yeah, I know they're all like super excited, but also super nervous. I saw a lot of them before, and yeah, you can feel that excitement.
No,
Remember,
I think
Raz,
they-
any closing
they
thoughts,
said
mate?
they would never
Before we
sell Kiwi
sprint
heads,
over
'cause they were
so we
beta
get our
exclusives.
seats.
Yeah, absolutely, Dad. I mean,
I'll settle with
everybody
this one
from
for now.
the GGG side has felt
Yeah, but
really,
you do
really
get it.
excited. We were trying to get them drunk at some of the parties. They weren't having it. They're well trained.
No spoilers.
Yeah, really, they weren't giving us anything.
No, that's good. They were more so than last time, even. Also,
Yeah.
I've got to remind you, folks, if you're watching live on Twitch, don't forget to connect your Twitch and Path of Exile account so you can get drops access to. Was there like a cool hideout or something like that, or do we only
How much
get
would I
that?
bet? If I go to PoE chat now, you'll see nothing but exclamation mark drops.
Yeah, great.
I think so, but yeah, they look
really it's even worse, his login.
Excellent. Yeah, so make sure you get that up. We're just about to go over to the live stage, and I can't wait to see what we're going to see from Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1. It's been very exciting. Thanks for hanging out with us for the stall. Past I'm Ziggy D with Mathel, Rise, and Noogie. We'll sprint back over here just after the keynote is finished. There is not much time left, so we'll see you fine folks over there in just a moment. Thank you very much.
D4 bad.
Rise, you shit. Why? Why? I bet he thought his mic wasn't going to be hot. D4 bed. He is such a troll. There goes his Blizzard sponsorship. Wait, do I see Aphelion or anyone else? Bunfu? Noodle? Anyone? Noodle? Oh, I'm looking for a bald head. Wait. Bunfu did say she was working on a cosplay, but I'm not sure what it was. No, I can't tell. God damn it. Doesn't narrow it. I'm looking for a bipedal humanoid mate. Comes from Earth. Currently resides in Auckland, New Zealand. Alright. First things first. We need to hear the... I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, and everyone just says, he said the thing! Hang on, hang on. Do not see our boy anywhere. No bueno. Well, we might learn that today. Or at least news regarding that. Alright, folks. Strap in. Why am I getting so nervous? Still don't recognize anybody here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, Chris. We know you're nervous. Deep breaths. You got this, boy. Oh, hey Crip's coming on first.
Perry in here.
Crip's on, eh?
Welcome to ExileCon! Thank you all so much for joining us here in New Zealand. It's quite a journey. Thank you guys for joining us online. It's going to be a fantastic show. So you guys want to learn about what's coming up in Path of Exile?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, before we get to the people that are best to deliver that information, before we get into Path of Exile's wonderful future, let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Oh, it's going to be like a 10-year kind of compilation, Mabooble? Oh man, look, I love this. Dude, this is what the game was. They're working in a fucking garage making this thing. Ugh.
Life is fleeting.
A worthy opponent.
Rat Jam.
God. Death to sin.
Oh, Templar lines.
The touch of God.
Ah, Dominus.
Bow to your queen, mortal.
You there. Let me bend your ear for a moment.
And now that voice actor's gone.
Why are you so in love with death?
Warbands. Oh, they were separate, weren't they? Shit, I forgot about that. Talisman. There's so many things I didn't get to play.
Let me tell you,
Navalny.
To the abyss.
Will they drop the release date right here at the end? Who knows? Oh, Legacy was probably one of the longest leagues I remember. Fall of Oriath. I remember folks losing their shit when we had the Acts 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Nation have you done?
Kitava. Einhar!
Let's make history.
Afraid of the dark, exile?
It's fat and naked.
My cause fuels me.
Betrayal, man, that was fun.
Do you remember?
Ah, they cut so much of synthesis out, man. Good old Legion. Probably one of the most safer leagues.
It's branching exile.
Cassia. Ah, Cirrus. Good. Metamorph is what we had last exile. Delirium.
To the grove, exile. A harvest awaits.
Hello, Shabby.
This one should be rather legitimate.
You're getting close.
Does the toy wish to play?
Yeah, it's your favourite NPC, Ash is making.
Your path
Bring ultimatum back, man!
hard turn.
Come on!
Toward a cliff. Detonations incoming!
Oink!
There's no time.
Scourge.
I've become too weak to sustain
That was a
the
fun league.
crucible.
The Krangle was a bit weak though. Hey, crazy. Sorry, Michael, I should say. Hi. I saw a green name, thought it was the same person though. Sentinel?
Another mortal.
Oh. Commander, that's a rough one. they gave it 2 seconds on screen. Sanctum and then Crucible. Alright, and Act 1 trailer. Okay, we've seen this already. Yeah, so this trailer we know. The Path of Exile 2. So this was shown last Exile Con. I know, yeah, such a key NPC, Blade. I was hoping for more. But a learning experience.
Thou creatures.
Yeah, this is the more recent one we had. Animations look slick. And then a boss appears from behind. Breaks the... Yeah, there we go. And then it should end there. There we go, yeah. So we're all caught up. Good stuff! I like! Where the armor pit? What about the incendiary bolts? Well, we're at the start of the Exile Con. There he is, say the thing. Say I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. You got this, buddy. He looks good.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
I love this man.
Welcome to ExileCon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at ExileCon 2019.
They did do the card game. Look at his shirt.
Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us. It honestly feels so good to know that people love Path of Exile so much that they fly across the world to come and celebrate it with us in person here.
Card game.
I really hope you have a great trip and make the most of your time in New Zealand. Our last ExileCon was a magical experience, and we've tried to go above and beyond in every way this time. If you're tuning in online to watch the live stream, thanks for joining us also. I wish you could all be with us here, but to ensure you have the full ExileCon experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as part of the 2-day live stream this weekend.
He's a bundle of nerves.
Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching. You'll also receive the attendee-only ExileCon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this weekend, and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
Come and get me! Alright. There's the boys!
Hey guys. While Chris has been running Path of Exile 1, Mark and I and over 100 other developers have been hard at work on PoE 2. And honestly, the project has become much bigger than we expected when we announced it in 2019. It's been almost 4 years since then, and so it's about time we showed you what we've been working on. Oh, hang on.
Give it
Sorry, I forgot. Okay. When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues. But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been working on.
So it's going to be separate?
PoE 2 has come a long way. Mark here is going to man the PC. Hopefully he doesn't die. It is a live gameplay demo after all.
Yeah, so there will be a divide. It could be a technical aspect, maybe.
All right.
The gods caused all this, you know.
Ooh.
After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
That's like the witch. There's the witch. There you go. Ranger. Duelist. Yep. Shadow. Templar. Ooh, that was a warrior? Not marauder. Marauder and warrior. Huntress. Ooh. Sorceress. This is monk. Druid. Wow. Oh boy. The prisoner. I like the interface, by the way. The Bog Witch. Coulthard, Lord of Kin. Yeah, love the graphics style. The Blind Beast. I think we saw that in the previous trailer. Uh-oh. Bourbon! Scourge of the Skies. He's gonna blow up. Song of Death. Oh god, burn it, burn it, burn it. 100 to 600. 100 bosses? Oh god! Is that a different tree altogether? 30? Oh Jesus! Oh no! 600. Oh god! Oh god! Oh boy!
This world will be reborn, no matter the cost.
Jesus. Alright, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, details please. Details. Whew. That's looking thick.
Alright, Mark. Your turn now. Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had 1 character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence.
Makes sense.
When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for Strength Int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength Int has the Templar or the Druid. On Dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spear-focused Huntress. And on Dex Int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to. But they both start at the same location on the passive tree.
Animation.
The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class. But of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content.
Oh, I love the animation. Was that gold? Okay, Harambe's
Looks
not
like
happy.
we've come across the boss for this area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics.
Nice. So we have a dedicated dodge roll then? I mean, it is putting emphasis on actually avoiding attacks. Nice freeze. Where's the cooldown of the dodge roll? Or is that specific to the Monk?
As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before.
I noticed.
We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the Monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength.
I like. Good dodge. Definitely saw gold. Looks good, man.
So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies.
Yep.
Mark has a skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm.
Huh.
Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the Monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about this skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it. We've done a huge amount of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying.
I like that.
If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock on to the cullable target, and it will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles.
Nice.
We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way. Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you.
Ooh. Right,
but
makes
if you
sense.
do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles.
Yeah. It's like a big cone.
One thing to notice here is that, like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit of extra movement built in, just in case you need it. Use the skill within range and you just do the flip in place. But use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE 2, you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction?
I like that. Nice.
Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it?
Yeah, so
generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull.
Whoa, that's a lot of
Follow up with a Killing Palm and then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder.
Upper Machinariums. Ooh, that loading screen.
We've now entered the Vaal Machinarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs that they relied on to power their civilization.
Interesting waypoint. Glyphs are different on there, the sigils.
This is a find.
Alva?
A ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
She's back.
One useful feature we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are to give you more information or help you with quest objectives, rather than always having to go back to town. In this case, we've called in Alva to find out what to do.
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore.
Get back!
If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a great option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back. So it's a great option for keeping smaller but higher damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back. So trying to push back some giants isn't going to be as effective.
Yeah.
And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
There we go. Alright, we're back home. Oink.
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
Away! Now, if you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player.
Nice.
It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective.
So at the
in
end,
order to do that, you're probably going to want to freeze some monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence, and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade.
Yeah,
now, remember how Glacial Cascade is that extra damaging spike at the end?
Yep.
If you hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage.
Nice.
This is a really great combo against bosses, as you'll see later.
Yeah, we did it on the first
and
boss.
I've just been casually mentioning rolling around.
Yep.
Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll.
I have to buy that to the... I was wondering why we were dodge rolling so much. Is there a limit?
There's no cooldown and no limitations.
Wow. No wonder he was using it so much. So how many iframes do we get, or if any?
And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you...
It rolls back to the wall.
When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things aren't going to hit you. And that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time.
Ooh,
this makes it so you don't
nice.
feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
Animation cancelling in that, hell yeah.
It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it would make sense that he would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. A great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage.
And then bam. Yeah. They're definitely going for the combos with abilities, like setting them up for a finisher. Ooh. That guy was tough. That was a little close, man. Nice.
Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze.
Nice.
It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off. But you really want to get, but you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus.
Man, the punch behind
the
some of
final
these
skill
hits.
we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill and another skill that consumes power charges.
Oh.
If you've played PoE 1 before, you know what to expect.
Oh, that was good. Yeah.
It's a great finisher for tough boss fights, if you were able to get some power charges beforehand.
It's like a rapid barrage of hits you end up doing. Oh, I think these are like a little guardians. I think Alva's probably going to appear after this guy dies, probably, because you have to deal with the sentinels. There we go. And boop. We'll have to wait and see what they say, you know, in terms of which skills are locked in. Boss type?
Oh! Here we have Blackjaw, former overseer of the Mechanarium. When the Vaal fell, he was turned to stone and now guards the area. In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the Monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because Freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you could only really rely on while pack clearing, and not something you could use as a core part of your build for boss fighting. In PoE 2, though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic that you're using.
Interesting.
It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that it will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
Interesting. Uh-oh, phase 2? Oh god, these combos are getting intense. Oh, stun. Oh. He's getting angry. Yeah, he kind of breathes fire on his weapon and then... Hey, thank you for the resub, Huff. Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
Alright, let's take 2. Alright, so this might be a good time to mention that in PoE 2, if you die to the boss, you have to start again from the start. There's no boss cheesing.
Oh.
So hang on. Oh, there might be a... Are you okay? Oh, 1 second. One technical issue. It's just typing some cheats to...
Oh, I tried to skip the fight. Yeah, because otherwise it's going to get in the way.
Alright, we good? Back to the stream. Alright. Alright.
Round 2.
Let's go.
Whoever balanced that, like, come on.
He must be feeling the pressure a little bit more now as well. He's focusing. See, in the beginning, it looks like the mechanics are pretty easy. Like, the swings are slow, they're very easy to predict overall. He's not using much of his more advanced fire attacks, he only does the flamethrower. And then right about here, I think is where phase 2 happens, about a third of the way in. Yeah, now he's gonna juice it up. Yeah, so now he kind of breathes on the weapon and then does that big sweeping arc. Dude, this guy's intense! Actually, how are the flasks replenishing? I'm guessing it's similar to PoE 1 in that damage dealt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, he's gonna do a big swipe. Okay, cool. 1. Good stun, Wait, he's pretty much cheated! Oh, he stunned him as the animation was happening.
Holy.
Oh, he must be feeling the pressure, man.
Okay. Do the... Yep, nice.
Oh, right. Yeah, so that's what he does. So when the ring's made, he'll start to fire a projectile from there with his swings. That's a cool mechanic. I'll do one more after this. No, he doesn't actually. Alright, you got this. Nice. Don't get greedy. Another flamethrower, fine. Oh no, now take cover. Okay. Boom. 1. I swear he's getting faster.
Come on.
Alright. Big swipe. Flamethrower again. Oh no, he's... Alright, he was forced to skip the attack he was going to do. That was a good freeze. 2, 3. Run! Good. Alright, big oink slam. I think I've memorized most of the attack patterns.
Freeze.
Oh!
Shit!
Jeez, dude, man! Fuck! Dude, I'm sweating.
Come on. No.
Alright, okay, that's big slime, you got this.
Get it. It's so good, there you go.
After this.
No.
Ah!
Get him. Okay. Right.
Oh, fuck's sake, man. I'm sweating.
Alright.
Sheesh.
Alright, second time's the charm. So, Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
Huh. So,
I wonder what Spirit does.
including like side bosses?
Alright, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is, because I died, this is no longer rehearsed at all.
Alright.
Well, we get a more authentic experience rather than like, you know, pre-arranged one. I much rather prefer that. Oh boy, that's quite a few. Nice. Ooh.
Face your demise.
Yeah, me. Explodies? Ooh, explodies. And the fact that we got gold as well. Wait, so we haven't seen any Orb of Transmutation or anything like that drop, right? Is that right? No Chaos Orb, no Orb of Alchemy, Armor Scrap, Whetstone, none of that? Oh, Transmutation, sorry, okay, I might have missed that. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Just gonna go around this way.
Yeah, he's gonna skip the big guy.
Need to use those killing palms more often, Mark.
Your fate is sealed.
Hold! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Alright, fall back. Yeah, use the freeze. Dude, he's making me sweat.
My poor heart. Lightning strike. Oh.
That's possible, yeah, the filter might be doing that. Touche.
I think you got completely lost there.
I have no idea where I am.
I've been there before.
Alright, yeah, there we go. Alright, here we are. Here's
Alright. He found it.
I'm gonna die to these things somehow.
Nice.
Alright. Let's go right through. Alright.
That's a trial unto itself.
In order to help with the next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. I'd like to welcome Octavian to the stage, who's going to join the party with Mark, so we can play through together.
Not seen it in a long time.
Alright, 1 second. Alright. Here we go. Alright. The sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction. Let's have a look at how she plays.
Alright.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the golems have been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function. We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course.
I'm just gonna check on me now, super quick.
We have some skills here you're probably going to recognize if you played PoE 1 before, but they feel a bit different now. Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a Pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room full of targets. For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target that you hit. Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea to use Ice Nova. It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful. Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. In order to help with that, though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They drop off if you walk. When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze, so it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect, so trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool, so we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like Arctic Armor, Heralds, Auras, and Minions. Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more Spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to go up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a Scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on. Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it hits pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move.
I'm going to be missing this for a while.
Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could use your free-to-cast Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2. Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack mods that would spawn in them that were useless to a caster. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell. Just put it on and spam away to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach, so it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use.
What did I miss?
Here we have a crystal staff. It has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell.
Ooh.
Now, of course, what you're probably going to want to use with that is something powerful, and Comet is a great option.
Staves have 3 spells built into it, okay.
You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest.
Spirit?
Mana Tempest creates a circle of power which your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further, and you'll also do a lot more damage.
Nice.
No mana.
So, with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow up with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage.
Sounds thick. Ooh. There's some heft behind that. Ooh, I like the visual of that.
Where those ghosts come from?
These ghosts.
Yeah.
Whose fault is that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and that's a great opportunity to talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2.
Oh no.
Instead of dropping specific gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want. Ignore the, whoops.
Okay, that is quite different.
The gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it, so it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2.
Huh.
This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work.
Yeah, auras is
in this
the main
case,
thing
we're going
as
to
well.
select Cast on Shock. Now, let's equip this thing in the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I think Comet might be fun. Now, because Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor. We have to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock using our Spark. In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system of filling up cast time on each trigger. Basically, if a skill has a short cast time, it will trigger really often. And if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner that there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger. Hopefully you shot some monsters.
There
we go. And there you have it. That's using Cast on Shock. We've automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills. So, we've found the generator. Time to power it up.
Oh no, that looks familiar.
As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life.
Yep.
We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. But we would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells.
Right.
If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill. First, we uncheck set 1 from being used by his lightning skills. Then we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon.
That's much better, Blank. So they'll switch to the staff. Yeah, so we don't have to manually do it. We just got to assign it.
When we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back and then use the skill. And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it.
Nice. Tight.
You can configure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have a problem. Passives. Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can.
Okay, hit me.
Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo. So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster.
Oh boy.
At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives.
What?
Now,
oh God.
Check it out. As we use our weapon swap, the skills allocate changes from one build to the other automatically.
Ah, oh, come on, man.
So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell.
Path of Building's weeping.
Now you can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button.
All right.
It certainly increases the number of options you have for builds.
Okay,
There's a huge number of places where the system can shine. You can augment your dagger shadow build with traps, or have a great curse set up on your witch with one spec, and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other, for example. It really opens up your options.
It really does.
Now, another fun metagem to try out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters. We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one.
So
the more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up. Just get that one equipped there, yep. So yeah, the more energy shield you lose, the more charge will build up, until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly.
It's like a Val kind of skill? Like a Val build?
So you lose some, so you lose some energy shield, and at just the right time, invoke Ice Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast. If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Fancy. Excuse me. I do love these mechanisms, mechanical constructs.
Overkill.
And here we are back at the charged soul core. All we have to do now is take it.
Alva, you're not going to fight us, are you?
Just take it.
Oh.
Alva, what the...
Oh, you traitorous little cow.
Don't die this time, guys.
Zekoatl, Warden of the Core. Look at them tent. Oh, God. Snakes.
Frozen? Nice.
Oh, nice. Those dodges look so satisfying. DPS!
Oh god. Frozen though. Good.
Frozen, nice.
Helps that we're both doing ice damage. Cold damage.
Stay still!
Just spanking him out from the...
He's heavy stun. Luca. Nice.
Oh! Yeah! Oh! It fired like a beam in a straight line. Nice.
Frozen again.
Getting real lucky with those freeze procs this time.
All skill.
Good burst damage with the ice meteors coming down.
Nice. Frozen.
Nice. I know, yeah, this is an Act 3 boss as well. This has more mechanics than fucking some of the D4 late game bosses. Whoa! Oh, it's actually leaving them in. Oh, it's doing multiple. Whoa!
Get away from him. Get away.
Yeah, I like that.
Triangle.
Oh! Alright, that's pretty baller.
Kelly. Nice.
That's a really cool boss, man. A lot of unique attacks.
So that's Path of Exile 2. These areas, as well as around half of each of the first 4 acts, are available to play at the 3 demo zones around ExileCon. Now, if you're physically here at this event and you get to play the demo, just remember, it's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die. I really recommend you read the signs. They have good advice on how to combine your skills effectively, and remember, dodge rolls on spacebar, use it. You're just going to die otherwise. So your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, but we're still finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The closed beta is going to start on June 7th, 2024.
June.
Path of Exile 2 has been a long time coming.
Got a
We're
date.
incredibly excited to be near the finish line, but we're just not quite there yet. We're determined not to rush this and make sure we get everything right.
Good.
In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE 1. I'll hand back over to Chris, and he's going to talk about what's coming up.
It does. My only concern is just how different the second game is. So what's going to happen with the first one? Because there's some very fundamental core differences, and it sounds like much of that won't be making it into PoE 1, unless I'm misunderstanding. I'm okay with them taking their time. There's our boy. There's our boy.
So that demo was very hard for them to do in person. Like, I am very impressed it went that well.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So, as Jonathan explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the 2 games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them and effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right? So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of the 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, some hardcore players play for the first few weeks, some people play for most of the time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle, and then either keep playing if you want to keep playing Path of Exile 2, or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that, either for the entire period or until the next Path of Exile 2 one comes out. And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th.
Vote.
Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile, Trial of the Ancestors.
Trial of the Ancestors?
Souls such as yours
Navali?
do not go quietly into the night.
That's Navali.
They thirst for battle. They yearn to prove themselves.
Prophecy?
Welcome
to the halls of the dead.
So Hinekora.
Earn your place.
That's Hinekora.
Among us.
The statue's Hinekora, I bet.
Under Hinekora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the greatest warriors who ever lived.
So, is it like an arena? It's like the boss rush in Maven almost.
Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestor.
Whoa. Tattooed what? Calm? Passive skill tattoos. Dude, those items look baller as fuck. 16 new items, 16 new ones. Itemized Sanctum, they're keeping it. Where's Ultimatum? Guardian remap?
In the end, only one can become champion. Will
I'm glad.
it be you?
I'm glad Navali's back, man. Does that mean we're gonna get a Jug rework? And it is August 18th.
In the Kurui Afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors.
I already knew what it was
You
coming
will
out.
journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards. As you play through areas in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Kurui Afterlife, where you will encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament.
Okay.
You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors. The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the tournament. Your team will compete against 10 other tribes, and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams left in the tournament.
What?
When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs.
Like TFT.
You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them. During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry. Hinekora, the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife.
So you can enjoy the mechanic. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff.
Like that. In the Trial of the Ancestors, strategy and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position, to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side.
Nice.
The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also allocate it to defenses, so that it disrupts enemies that are trying to kill your totems by stunning them. So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and a Goliath to follow us as we attack up the middle. Our plan is to work with the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems.
Because he's stealthy boy. Hey, hands off the lizard. Get him, boy. Go, go, go. Get the totem. Get the totem. Atta boy. Oink. Oink. There you
Teamwork.
Go. Makes the dream work.
Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other rewards. I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and equipment that your team can use.
Okay, so power-ups.
Each tribe has specific specialities. For example, Hinekora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and tanky, with an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks. You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior or heal your entire team. If a field item isn't consumed within a match, it persists on to the next match. But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh.
Right.
Your success in a tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you in better rewards in subsequent ones. Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part, what you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of the Ancestors. You can tell this gets me excited. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting which tribe you want to play against. They'll help inform your decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my words to get to the part where I can explain tattoos. Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally.
It changes the
regular
node?
ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills.
Makes sense.
And allow you to convert your tree's attribute highways into something more useful for you.
So Dex
for
becomes
example,
movement speed.
this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed. Each tribe has its own exclusive passive tattoos.
But then you lose the 10
This
Dex.
tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire resistance. This one converts a small intelligence skill into additional lightning damage.
Basically, yeah, Papa.
And this one converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when you take a savage hit from a unique enemy. But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items.
Yeah.
Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating that tribe in a match. Katava's Hunger is a unique majestic plate that you can earn by defeating the Katava tribe. As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other pieces of your equipment. While this is tricky to accomplish, it also frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits your build, making it pure upside. This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build around permanently being on low life or mana, so all of your flask usage is instant.
Sure.
If you manage to win the entire tournament, you'll not only receive the reward for the final match, but Hinokoro will also give you a choice of 3 additional... button didn't work. 3 additional exclusive items. Let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered.
Okay.
First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokoro for completing the tournament. This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the detrimental effects to create as much upside as possible.
Doable.
Hinokoro also has a selection of special, more advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from her. This one transforms a 30 intelligence notable attribute skill into one that increases the level of all of your intelligence gems. You're only allowed 1 copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree. Hinokoro can also award you with a new type of item called an omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume 1 omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on death. We made it for me. It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some time. This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up. Ooh. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost.
Yeah, why not?
Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare unique weapons from 320. Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that. So a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare.
Makes sense.
The most exciting one, though.
Okay.
Finally, Hinakura can offer you a lock of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This means, for example, you can know whether it's worth exalting your item because you'll know exactly what the outcome is.
Oh.
Hinakura's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League, but Path of Exile expansions contain more than just a new league every 3 months. In each update, we also augment Path of Exile's endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance changes. This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra content to help make the changes more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release.
All right.
Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an expansion called The Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League. This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where you would randomly explore a randomly generated sanctum one room at a time, alongside your regular play. You'd pick which rooms you wanted to explore out of several options and accumulate beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist. Well, in this expansion, the Forbidden Sanctum is back.
Do we get the fancy relic things again? What about those?
I've really been looking forward to this one. We're reintroducing the Sanctum as core content in Path of Exile's endgame. You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose.
So you do it in one big
session. Upon
session.
successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in. This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial. For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward. The example here is a Mirror of Calandra, but you'll also notice that... Do I have a laser pointer? It doesn't work on the board. Okay, 1 resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only 1 resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror, or lose it. And you can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror. So you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos. Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this.
Okay.
To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now.
I thought so.
A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalanced everything.
That's expected.
An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work.
I'm glad that they added that.
Your energy shield grants you resolve Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how energy shield behaves for life. In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially in later floors, and have worked to add more monster and room variety to runs.
Okay, I might even do this mechanic.
We've added new boons and afflictions themed around the new defensive mechanics and have rebalanced many of the other ones.
Nice.
Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in order to profit.
Nice.
Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows you to customize your endgame experience in Path of Exile. As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in in-game maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave entirely differently. The system allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you don't. Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave.
He's already in the game.
Usually they
Easy.
Usually they have an element of give and take and require you to come up with new strategies to take advantage of them. Each of these 16 new Atlas Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame. Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks. Extreme Archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters. Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive. Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius.
Well, that expedited it.
Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you rather than possessing
Finally,
monsters.
this is recommended by so many people.
Boosting your stats instead. While possessed, you can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it? Blight is like a tower defense minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride Keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers.
And people
this
use them
basically
to
lets
do
you go all in playing it like an actual tower defense game. Because we can.
Because it can be!
Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods.
Ooh,
that's right, when you encounter a Val side area, the Keystone lets you craft it.
Interesting! Even side area, hell yeah!
Yeah, so we rebalanced the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes. You may also rarely encounter a unique Val side area. Destructive play makes it so that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting witnessed map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding.
Oh lord. Oh god.
There are another 11 new keystones that we'll reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion, we're shifting Path of Exile's metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now.
Yes, please.
In Path of Exile, War Cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns War Cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the War Cry or by your attacks that it exerts.
Okay, so you just yell at the enemy. What were you, frickin' Dragonborn? Fusroda.
The Returning Projectiles support gem causes projectiles from supported skills to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage.
More of that, please.
I think there's another example too.
Wait for it.
The Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions.
Okay.
I'll take them a lot more powerful.
I'll take some minion stuff.
The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly. The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed.
It's like a blood magic sort of vibe.
The Frigid Bond support gem affects link skills and causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and are dealt cold damage over time.
It's like the Delirium Mirror effect.
This creates a new tool for a cold damage over time build, requiring strategic placement of both yourself and your link.
It's like searing Bond.
I mentioned it was going to get silly.
I noticed.
The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting your location when you detonate them. In addition to these gems, there are another 7 that we'll be revealing over the next few weeks.
These alone are fucking insane.
In addition to the 14 new support gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors involved us revamping 2 Ascendancy classes. These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 Ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhaul the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauder, respectively.
Where's the joke?
While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes. Our changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay. Path of Exile 102. Harmony of Purpose can power up parties using link skills. Time of Need now completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds. Radiant and Unwavering Crusade both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next. While the Guardian's revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in its old form, and so we have completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes.
Okay.
Its new skills let you, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read. All right, that's on the site too for you to check out. It's pretty powerful now.
Okay, so what I was looking to say.
To celebrate the release of the Trial of the Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless event. We'll post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release.
Okay, keep
Best
with me,
of luck
Chris.
to everyone.
Ah!
For the Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look. The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. All right, the Sarcophagus back attachment imprisons an unspeakable evil that struggles to break free. Nearby monsters send it into a frenzy, and enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon.
Nom nom nom. Gimme. Okay.
The Stygian Waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included. These chains are just cosmetic though, and they break as soon as you move.
Right.
It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people. The Ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free.
Oh god, it's the Katarina effect.
The Infernal Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical.
It is.
The Demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
Nice.
You chained me for such a paltry use.
The Nebula character effect causes items you pick up to orbit you in an ethereal cloud of loot.
Hey, look at that. Nice. They're taking the piss now. I love it.
The Disciple series of supporter packs also contain 6 exclusive microtransactions. Look at dog. I'm going to put that in the top pack. The Hero's Landing Finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute unique monsters you defeat.
Oh,
you decide whether it's the sword or the huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of bells. Start to run out of portals, though, and it will reflect your desperate situation. This is fine. The Cathedral armor set refracts light through your character, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it. If your life gets low, it responds in kind.
Ooh, beautiful.
The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active.
Oh, Lord.
Again, cosmetic. The Currency Orb charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards.
Mirrors.
Some people, we have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used a Mirror of Calandra.
Oh, piss off.
This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror.
Right.
Which we all have, right?
Totally, yeah.
The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead.
Aww.
And yes, you can pet the dog.
Yes! He's a good boy.
These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of the Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too. Thanks for your continued support. The fun part. For the last ExileCon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the ExileCon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of ExileCon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money. If you have any cards left, you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around ExileCon as monsters. They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monster's stats, which include symbols for their attack and defense.
Okay.
Using the cards in your deck box, and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the rules in the box. Rings and amulets are pretty hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep the card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat. Be careful not to waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so you need to explore ExileCon to find different GGG staff members. You can get maps by defeating monsters marked as gods. Take these maps to the map device to run them and progress through the tiers. On the back of the box is a list of quests. As you complete quests, you can visit the crafting bench on the top floor to receive rewards for completing those quests.
Brilliant.
While you're there, you can also use your currency items to modify your equipment. I mentioned that this year's version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve. Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the delve wall. Sorry for the bad photo, it's hard with lighting. On the middle floor. Each sulfite card you hand in allows you to explore one tile of the Azurite mine. You'll all be working collaboratively throughout the event to delve deep into the mine, fight the monsters that lurk there, and uncover its treasures. And I feel really bad for the poor people that had to hang 3,000 cards on that wall. You may eventually be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maven. Defeating any of the three of us will reward you with a Mirror of Calandra enamel pin. This pin is exclusively available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early. The reason for 2 is a very typical Path of Exile reason, 1 for you and 1 to trade. All right, it's almost time to go and experience ExileCon 2023. Aside from the card game, we've prepared a full weekend of activities for you. There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/ExileCon, so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last 16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage. In all of the developer talks and panels, ExileCon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss on the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 ExileCon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn. Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs that explain how your skills combine together. Dodge roll is your new friend. You should also swing by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill out area on the top floor and check out its progress. It's coming along really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it.
I did.
We've created heaps of new Path of Exile merchandise, which is available at our merchandise shop on the middle floor. Plushies. We've made 17 new t-shirts, which include a few from our community t-shirt design competition. We've created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag bag. If you approach me and I'm wearing a pin, feel free to swap for the one you've got if you'd like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the super exclusive Mirror of Calandra pin that is only available to winners of the card game. Maybe you're able to trade for a full set. There are 2 new posters. One is the Atlas passive tree, and the other is the periodic table of currency.
Of course there is.
In addition to reprinting the incredibly popular Celestial Cat socks, we've also introduced the Chaos Orb socks, better for business meetings.
Fuck's sake.
There's also a range of 4 desk pads to keep your play area tidy. You can check them out at the demo zone. We have a limited range of ExileCon 2019 merchandise available in the store as well. Make sure to hit it up early if you want some of this, because stocks of the older items are quite limited. We have plenty of new merchandise for everyone, though, and I think I might have underestimated that. The ExileCon livestream concludes tomorrow with our grand racing finale, where 4 players compete for up to $10,000 and the title of ExileCon 2023 Racing Champion. Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. If you're watching from home, please note that because there are multiple things going on at the same time here, and we can only stream one of them live, we'll be restreaming 3 of today's talks tomorrow before the event starts. So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else. So we're going to restream those tomorrow in the 3 hours where it's way too early to do it in New Zealand, but you can watch them online from the States and Europe. This makes sure that everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask the important questions. If you missed out on attending ExileCon this year, we'll be at Gamescom in Germany in August and PAX West in Seattle in September. At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our ExileCon demo available to play and a small team of Grinding Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at ExileCon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
All right. Holy moly. Whew, that is a lot of information to digest.
G'day, Exile. Welcome back to the second half, the post-stall cast. For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined once again by Mathel, Rise QT, and Nugian. We're going to have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so far, and there is a lot to go over while we distract you while we wait for the next upcoming segment, which will be Kruparian interviewing Jonathan about Path of Exile 2. So until then, though, let's have a little bit of a chat about some of the things we've seen. Why don't we kick things off with the separation of Path of Exile 1 and 2 into separate games, and what that means. What do you guys have any thoughts about that, Mathel?
Yeah, apparently they didn't own enough of my soul. So, like, instead of just, playing as much as you want of Path of Exile League, a few weeks here or there, maybe half of it, something like that, and then maybe do some other things. Instead, you're pretty much locked in a cycle of playing both versions now with new launches continuously, and I'm just going to be doing that basically for the rest of my life.
Rise is giant.
That's the big shock and twist for me, but other than that, Path of Exile 2 looked amazing, and yeah, nothing short of what I expected.
Awesome. Rise?
I gotta say, I was thinking that that's the right path for Path of Exile. And I mentioned it to a couple people, and they were all going, nah, no, there's no way. They're not doing that. Even developers were like, we're not telling you anything. Turns out, they're doing it. So, like Mathel said, I think there's plenty to be played, and it's going to be for a long time. I think they have a very nice schedule with those last couple weeks leading into another PoE 1 or PoE 2 expansion. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Nugi?
Yeah, no, I agree. Pretty exciting. I'm not sure, like, you're still getting PoE 1 and 2 at the same time, just in PoE 2 all upgraded. So it's not we're going to have this weird split between 1 and 2. You're just getting it all in one package with enough content to, like, just...
I think them separating the games the way they are does answer a lot of questions about like how certain PoE 1 things might have changed over to the new system, PoE 2 and things like that. So I kind of expected that this isn't super unexpected, but what was really unexpected for me was the fact that they're keeping up with Path of Exile 1 expansions as well, like this split cycle. Like, I did not expect that in a million years.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I thought PoE 1 was done, just go Legacy and you could go back and play the old content if you wanted to, but I didn't realize there was going to be new updates to that. That's good. That's a lot of work for them. They're basically going to be splitting their office into two teams at that point and continuing development of both games.
And surely Path of Exile 1 only gets bigger and better from here as well, because for the past few years they've been working like largely on Path of Exile 2, and diverting less of their resources towards the PoE 1 leagues and all that. They've still been good. They've still been big, but like now if they're working on them in tandem, there's probably a large subsection of their team on Path of Exile 1 that maybe came back and kept, doing the new PoE 2 systems on it as well.
I'm super curious what this means for the long term. Like, do the games get to steer in different directions? Does Path of Exile 2 get to develop in one way, or Path of Exile 1 continues in a different trend? Maybe Path of Exile 1 keeps that much faster gameplay. Maybe PoE 2 changes to this more combo-focused gameplay, a bit more interactive, and they might
they have the resources though to dedicate enough time to both,
or maybe borrow from each other as well. Well, it could happen there, right?
Yeah, that's a real possibility, because I remember seeing those trailers and thinking, that's going to be hard, especially with the Monk, that's going to be hard to fit into PoE 1, and I mentioned that before, and it turns out, well, they don't got to do it. And yeah, there's been a lot of talk, definitely, about some of the trailers that they've shown in the past, with the gameplay being more methodical, slower, more tactical, and PoE 1, let's be real, it's not exactly like that anymore. So I think there's going to be plenty for each type of player, but it's nice to have that opportunity to be able, just like with different games, just try something maybe with a little bit different pace, but at the same time, we don't really know.
Yeah, let's talk about that gameplay, just in an overall sense, the gameplay of Path of Exile 2, what it looked like. What are you guys' impressions of it? What are your first thoughts on that, Mathel?
I hope so, Crowley.
I mean, I loved how crisp everything looked. For the ice skills, the lightning, the world that the aesthetics, exactly. The world they built there, and just seeing the new classes doing their new things, it was exactly what I was hoping to see. It was at sometimes I think a bit slower than I would have liked, but that's just calendar how it is early on, and then especially during a demo. Yeah, you should have noticed that I think pretty much nothing was like supported too much. There was a lot of extra passives unused.
Yep.
But yeah, like you still want to be able to have your Path of Exile zoom and get through it pretty quick if you really want to. I'm sure we'll get that later on, but yeah, it looked just crisp.
Yeah, I anticipate that players will be playing that same content after a little while, twice as fast, right? With better links,
sure.
better gear,
Definitely.
better builds, and so on. For demonstration purposes, obviously slowed down quite a bit, but it does give you an idea of what they're going for there. And showing that, I think, does allow for us to see a little bit of the idea of like, okay, so maybe we have the fast encounters, players really crushing stuff really quickly, but then maybe like at endgame, certain bosses or certain bosses where you're leveling, have those longer encounters, and this is what Path of Exile can do with that situation. Here's much more dynamic gameplay. We did see very different styles of gameplay too, from the monk and from the sorceress. One felt like a fighting game, and then the other one had like meta skills and like a bit more like combination between those different spells and things like that. So how do you guys feel about that? Did you prefer one over the other, or?
I think just having the dodge available.
So because the two are now so separate.
Without a cooldown.
That's big.
Is crazy.
It didn't have a cooldown,
both
right?
campaigns and think of the Atlas. That will no longer be the case.
That's crazy.
And I saw some animation canceling with that too.
Yep.
That is very, very cool. I think that's much better. Hopefully it's going to be much better than what it is in current Path of Exile with some of the animation canceling. But yeah, absolutely. I think the monk, pretty crisp. I think that was looking pretty good. The repositioning, the constant mobility, that's the sort of classes that I enjoy. So really looking forward to that.
I think the going to the PoE2 and slowing it down a bit, and all the uniqueness of all the different with the weapon swapping and all that. I think you're going to be able to live more in a certain fantasy in PoE2 than you've been able to be. Like, there's going to be more of a distinct feel to everything. Where even as in PoE1, you had flame dash on every warrior, like on every marauder, duelist, everything. Like, you were a spellcaster, but also a fighter. It's like, So I think they can really lean into like the uniqueness of every character, and I think that's going to feel real good.
Yeah, and then the weapon swapping as well. They haven't really specified what you can and can't do with that. They were talking a little bit about the different passives for like fire and lightning, but then can you do that with the types of melee weapons and switching that out? Like, that looks like a system that's got a lot of opportunity and
keep them separate.
Probably going to be pretty tricky to develop around sooner or later.
That's what I figured. Looking at the weapon swapping, I thought it's an opportunity to be able to pick up like several different weapons while you're playing and actually spec into like a couple instead of just going for generic things and hoping that eventually you can commit to a weapon. This way you might at least be able to branch out into two different things, actually spec two different things, and then make a full choice later down the line. But yeah, I think it's going to have a big impact on melee as well as the casters.
Yeah, this all kind of like weaves into what you were talking about, of things becoming a lot more distinct. Like, you can have more distinctive styles between each class, but also distinctive styles within that class where you've got a character that's swapping between two weapon types for melee, or different staves or different wands or whatever for different caster styles. And that weapon swapping system was nuts. Nice. I did not expect that. So, and I thought that they'd be doing something with the skill system, so they kept what they had shown previously with the skill system. We saw the menu where you can drop your skills in and drop your supports in. We saw some very interesting looking meta skills, but then also adding to that and expanding that with this weapon swapping system that actually, like, it looks like it works, right? That's the thing that struck me about it, is like, as the current weapon swapping system, occasionally someone uses it.
It works. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like
no one really wants to do it. There's like an occasional build that takes advantage of it for the most part, but mostly we're leveling off-handed gems, right? It's not very interesting.
What about the gems, though?
Yeah?
I mean, the fact that they're in you can just pick them. You get the uncut, the curve.
Oh, yeah, the uncut gem.
Oh, yeah.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be ruthless influence, because you can do that with ruthless, but you're so limited. While here, you can really mess around with it a lot. It's a really nice system, especially since there seems to be even more skills, and they're going to keep introducing, like they have been every league. Right now, they're focusing on support skills, but I would imagine those abilities are also going to come into play eventually.
Yeah,
so
did they say what the goal to be used
Some
for?
of our predictions were about shortening that time from like finding something cool to using it, and that system being able to get a new gem in the field without going back to town.
Exactly.
Works for that, right? You find a cool new weapon. It's got it's a staff with like some fire skill or meta skill built into it. That's going to work really cool with this thing. You pick up your cut gem that you got in your inventory and cut it up into something that's going to work with that, and then you change your build on the fly. And maybe it's also working alongside and synergizing, but different to your currently existing build on your other weapon swap.
Just having having the icon on the UI, and you can kind of figure out what the different things are and what your style is, versus, let's say you're in PoE 1, you go to a vendor, and all you're faced with is a row of different shaped stone, and you don't really know what to do with it. So I think that's really going to just open up like just your creativity on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. A whole new level of speed running as well.
Oh yeah.
They don't have to go back to town.
Yeah, well, Rise of Me doing the race tomorrow, and that'll be kind of like sealing off the PoE 1 era of racing somewhat. I'm super interested to see what happens with PoE 2, like competitive play in racing. Like there's so much more that people can interact with there as well. I imagine weapon swapping setups being set up on the fly and cut gems being cut in the field.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think the skill ceilings just opened up quite a lot.
Going right up.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a big limit for a lot of classes in the past for racing. For instance, Duelist, right? It needs that access to all those different weapons, and wasn't the case, but it will be now.
Yeah, so much more dynamic and distinctive gameplay there, but we also saw a bunch of new classes. Like more classes. What? There's already so many classes in this game. And then like with their ascendancies as well, like splitting that into so many more classes. So now, we got a mercenary, a warrior,
Huntress,
Druid,
sorceress, and druid. Yeah.
Druid, yeah, there we go.
I'm shocked they didn't show the druid. Maybe
and that's it. And they didn't get rid of any. I thought they were getting rid of some. Like I thought Templar was gone. I thought Templar was being replaced by monk.
Oh, really?
But they're all still there. It's like adding another class for each of the hybrids.
But they haven't talked about ascendancies, right?
Well, they did in the previous ExileCon.
Very briefly.
Touch on it.
Right, but they didn't give us the info on it. No.
Yeah, not yet. I'm guessing in one of the later panels we'll start to touch on some of breaking those down a little bit. But yeah, it seems like their intent is to give much more distinctive starting points now. So like you actually, if you play a monk, it's going to have a much bigger impact on even your early game, not just the ascendancy choices you'll have access to, but also like the sort of skills that you have available and the play style. Much more than just an aesthetic.
And even the party play looked a lot more interesting. It seemed like they were really positioning themselves around each other, and worked really well, I thought, with some of the more high mobility monk gameplay, and then the sorcerers being more in the back, more bigger cast times and bigger cooldowns. But then those big nukes, really, when I was watching the boss fights, it was kind of, I was going to cheer Neon on, like, do some damage. He wasn't doing anything, and Octavian was just blasting over and over. So having an opportunity to just go for those big hits and make it work is such a cool concept.
I'm really glad they showed the co-op gameplay because, like you said, it looked really good in that boss fight, that second boss fight, where one player was like really distracting and stuff like that. It looked much more like engaging than current multiplayer Path of Exile, and hard to put my finger exactly why, but I think one of the things was the new crowd control system they showed off, which is brilliant. It builds up crowd control over time. So like you hit them with things that freeze, it builds the freeze up until you get an actual substantial freeze or stun on a boss. We saw big stuns on those bosses. So instead of just like you build a stun character and you get like lots of little stuns, maybe you get make a crazy character and you can stun lock or something. But most of the time the bosses are immune to this stuff, or it just doesn't work.
They've hidden freezes, so it's like you've technically frozen them, but you haven't, and it's there for the sake of numbers, really.
Yeah, but now you're actually like building up to something, and when it happens, it's significant. That's when you're like, you and your party members can start blasting.
Yeah, you could see that they were interrupting some of the mechanics. You could also see that when it came to the gameplay, it wasn't as chaotic as usual PoE 1 gameplay. They were like stacking up for bigger mechanics and really synergizing well together.
Yeah, we saw, and like with the skills that, for example, the Glacial Cascade, the final hit dealing extra damage on the freeze, like you got your monk getting the freezes off, or the spellcaster getting the freezes off, and then synergizing skills across classes as well. There, where someone triggers that big freeze and someone else gets a big damage play off it.
And then you have all the new boss fights as well for every single zone, built in mind with the fact that we have the ailment system. So you're probably supposed to engage with them differently now as well. It's not just hit them a lot and like move once.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest concerns at the last ExileCon for me, that how do you really build this from the ground up to make it feel like it's not just a continuation of Path of Exile 1 and just another expansion, because GG's just so good at releasing these expansions over and over. You kind of grow accustomed to it, and I know that some other games have been doing that, where they release basically an additional campaign, and it hasn't quite hit the mark. So I think the final decision on, well, possibly, I'm assuming, the final decision on PoE2 being a separate game is going to be really cool.
I think we saw much more different boss design than what we've seen in the past as well. It was like, there wasn't just like a bunch of auto attack spam like you get with current bosses. There were much more big abilities per boss battle that we saw there. And they felt tighter, like they were happening end to end. Like there was much less place for the exiles to maneuver. So those crowd control mechanics have a chance to play a real large role there, but also the dodge roll. I feel like that shapes the combat in some way.
I mean, most of the mechanics looked pretty lethal. Like, you really do have to get out of the way. When we saw Neon die that first time, you could really notice, and just the actual fear that he had for every attack on that second time after that. He'd, like, there's just one pretty generic sweep, and you know you could be a little bit away from it. I saw him run right to the end of the back just to make sure he's not getting hit. And almost every single attack that did hit him, if it combos a little bit, he's going to die, and it made for some tense moments.
They really did him dirty. No unwavering stance. He kept getting stunned over and over. I'm like, whoa, they have no mercy for this guy.
They rehearsed that segment like a few dozen times as well, and
still died.
You can tell the death wasn't planned. I'm glad we got to see the death.
They actually mentioned that they did about 20 of those runs, and he died on maybe the last of those runs, and then went, oh no, is that is it going to happen again? So then turns out twice in a row, basically. So could not have gone worse, but that's what you want to see.
Yeah, started to get in his own head, I think, and was getting a little bit caught out by some of those abilities there. But yeah, that looked pretty brutal, but also quite satisfying. Like what we said, you know, probably you'll be a little faster in terms of actual gameplay with the players once your skills are better supported and things like that. But it's going to be like still fast and lethal gameplay. And I know that's something people will be concerned about. A lot of people see this like skill combos.
Throw your
and
character
all
into
of
the
these
meat
things.
grinder.
Like, I don't know if that's the Path of Exile
need to do the fight.
Some people do like the really fast-paced Path of Exile, but it still seems like it's very fast-paced gameplay there.
But they do have the option now to go back to PoE. If they really just love everything that PoE 1 had to offer, it's still there. Nobody can go and say, hey, but it used to be this in the old days. Well, it's right there. You could just go and play it. And a lot of people want that as well. I mean, you see World of Warcraft expanding and expanding over years, but then there's a core style of play that they would really love, and that's why we have, you know, all the the classic games now coming out as well. And that's essentially what, I mean, I think that's pretty clever of GGG that they're coming out and just giving us the classic experience straight away.
Yeah, we don't have to demand in 10 years' time, like, we want classic. They're like,
we're
you
spoiled.
think so, but you don't.
That's it, we're bringing desync back.
I'm glad we're not going back to that classic.
A little too classic for everyone's taste.
It's like classic, but continuing to evolve. My mind's still blown about that whole announcement. But you know what, a lot of people also, like, I heard people like in the crowd being like, tell us, why haven't you told us this? That was gold. Did anyone?
Gold, the gold was crazy.
Yeah, so they didn't actually touch on it, did they?
No.
There you go.
Spirit, they did talk.
It was like literally the first thing that comes up because they kill the first monkey and it drops some gold or something.
That was my reaction.
They're like, what? What?
Well, that might be a spoiler for people at home, but on the cards that we got at ExileCon, the currency orbs, they look different.
Very different.
Oh, really?
Very different.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen currency orbs?
Oh, hell yeah. I have like 2 transmutes.
Are they not just, they're not just more detailed? They actually look...
No. They're like...
They look very, very different.
The transmute looks like an Exalted Orb almost.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, story-wise, I can kind of justify this idea because we had PoE 1 was very much like you were in a barter economy because everyone was just in survival mode on Rayclass, right? They're all exiles. They're all just like bartering useful items with each other. That's why the economy was built around that concept. So story-wise, like now, it seems like they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to make us, like, this character seems to be, that we saw some hints of, seems to be making some sort of society or something like that. So that maybe an actual currency system and actual merchants and things like that.
They gave us so little with that. It was really just like a 20-second snippet, and they just switched away.
Yeah, so...
Well, they did soft test the gold thing with the Ruthless League little event,
right.
And I guess it was received well enough because I think that was probably one of my least complaints of that thing. Like with gold, yep, that was actually a pretty cool system.
Yeah.
Where you can go back into town and purchase just a few basic items. So it wasn't like replacing currency altogether, but it was just an addition that gave you some options for vendors and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, obviously when Path of Exile 1 was first kind of showcased, they came out saying that, we think gold's not a very good system. Here's how we want to do it better. So it'll be interesting to hear soon, maybe when they talk about it, hopefully, why they want to move to this system and how it's going to play in Path of Exile and how they're going to, like, address some of those things maybe people don't like about gold. Keeping gold useful, that sort of thing.
I think that's for sure happening. It's so bizarre that they didn't talk about that. Maybe it's one of those things where Chris is like, he missed a slide. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there was a lot to talk about, so you could easily skip a few things.
There was a few moments where we were like enjoying the gameplay and we're just like, come on, tell us the things. Give me some off-the-cuff commentary. Come on. We got a few little moments of that. And speaking of that, there was the new mana reservation system. Instead of reserving our mana now, you have a completely separate resource. Spirit, was it?
Yeah.
You build up through getting items, quest rewards, build it up, and it sounds like it'll be improvable through itemization and the passive tree and things like that. I'm very excited about that.
Plus 10 maximum spirit from a boss kill.
More reservation right there.
Happen, yeah.
But like, as a big fan of the Archmage and mana and all that, are you pretty excited about like being able to use your mana while at the same time being able to have the power of the auras and shit?
Yeah, they revealed some very interesting things. A lot of surprises.
Doesn't matter. You can now still have determination on the side.
True. That's getting nerfed too.
That's well.
Determination's not gonna last.
If Crip has his way with the developers, then determination's gone.
Because I'm a genius.
He is not a fan.
Maybe we'll find out in like 10 minutes or so when he interviews Jonathan. The way that they said it on stage is like, people are always out of mana. I'm like, because that's one of my. Thing definitely, like, the feeling of being out of mana and not being able to cast your skills is
it's not just being out of mana. It's like we're ignoring it as a resource system, essentially.
We're not using it at all.
Yeah, so like solving it is one thing, and that's part of the game, right? You have a bunch of problems, you try and solve them, and it feels good to finally solve them. Whereas with mana, largely we're ignoring it. We're just like, you reserve as much and then just make sure it's not a thing for you. With this, perhaps it'll, open up a lot more possibilities.
That's parts of what we saw with the Sorcerer's gameplay, that mana seemed like a more significant thing. And it also seems like they're taking, well, they explained it, but they were taking essentially what were archetypes, and they seem to really like putting them on support gems and whatnot. Like, for instance, when we had Forbidden Rite, which takes a portion of your HP and then does a lot of damage. That was really popular for a little bit with totems until it got nerfed. And they seem to have added that on a support gem. So I think that's the right way to go, honestly. It opens up a lot of opportunity, and whenever it does need a buff or a nerf, they can address it as a whole, and that might make it so that the patch notes are even more spicy than they have been up to now.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we definitely saw like more skills that were like really expensive mana costs, like the meteors, cheaper mana costs, and then free, like the ones granted by items.
A lot of folks said that as well.
That definitely shows, I think there's going to be a lot more interaction with mana as a resource, and I think if they get that right, it's going to feel really good. Mana's hard though. Like a lot of games, I think struggle to get it right.
I'm 6'2".
They've had a lot of experience now, and I'm very excited to see what they try with the new system. Really we saw so many things today. Any other standout things?
I mean, for me, it was mostly classes. Like, we knew that there'd be some ascendancies and some character models and stuff. And I'm sure almost no one would have thought new classes, because when we first saw Path of Exile 2, it's a very locked-in, distinct platform of our usual classes, and then one of them drops down and you get to play it. And you're like, okay, that's what it is. Yeah. And they can't possibly expand on that. But then somehow they do, and all of a sudden...
I'll have to give that a gander later.
Also just the shape-shifting thing, right? You thought we were going to get a shapeshift. Nope, entire droid. So that just fulfills the shapeshift fantasy for anyone that wants to go down that route. But yeah, and also the new skills. It said like 100 new skills or something. So like a lot of them are going to be kind of revamps, but I expected a few. I don't like, how can you keep making new skills when it feels like you're already reaching a limit of creativity? But there's just more.
It's so brutal to other games when we saw that, like, the rattling off of the stats, like 700 item types, 1,000 skills, 82 classes. I'm like, oh, how do other games... like, you just can't, right? Because they're taking everything from Path of Exile 1 and moving it forwards. And that's been my big complaint with some other games that have gone from version 1 to version 2. It's like everything else forgotten about, gone, completely erased.
It's kind of also interesting how they said that, I believe the Huntress is the, what was it, polearms or some pokey type of weapon? Yeah,
so. Javelins and stuff.
Yeah, like spears specifically.
Like
so it's
Jav,
kinda,
Amazon kind of vibes.
yeah, I wonder if it's you're gonna be able to have that class be some sort of caster, or if they're really kind of tying it down, because that's very unusual for PoE. I know that they're doing stuff with the attributes, right, where they're splitting up different classes to have different attribute preferences, but to tie a class down to a weapon, pretty unusual in a game that usually had like all the freedom in the world.
I think it gives, if you think about Monk as well, it's all about movement and hitting and getting up close and dodging it out. If you think about like what can a spear do, I mean, if you just think about all the different ways, you could also pivot around it. You could swing around it. You can.
That's true.
Like attach it into something and pull yourself through it.
Well, the thing is too that with PoE, the gameplay's always been like, if it's melee, it's super melee. But if it's melee, but
I mean,
the game, well, the way that you would make melee work in the past is you just gave it a bunch of AoE. So maybe with
crossblade or something. PoE 2, you see the more pokey weapons. You're like, it's low life. I dodge. I hit. You know,
I'm just hoping that it's going to be a more mid-range class, essentially.
Sure,
we don't really have that. It's either big AoE or, well, bad.
It definitely looks a lot more dynamic now with like...
Yeah.
With the dashing, and they're attaching like a certain movement to every skill so that you're never like feeling as if you're kind of missing because you've attacked from too far away. So that seemed to be actually a pretty big system as well to make melee refreshing.
I really can't believe the dashing. It's so crazy. Because forever they were like, no, mobility bad, nerf, nerf, nerf. And it was like...
I thought there'd be a cooldown to it.
They were doing that forever, and I remember one of the most despised patches was when they put even more cooldown on mobility skills. So for them to just completely 180 on that...
and give you...
Looking forward to it, and it's also very impressive from just a game point of view, because that's a big jump.
Yeah, it's changing the gameplay around it too, like in a very exciting way, I think. We also had the Path of Exile 1 League announced. I thought that looked so cool, right?
Yeah.
So you predicted the Survivors, and that's like a trending genre right now, but auto battle is also kind of a trending genre. So I was like, oh, Methel, you were close, mate.
That was a good call.
I think I was off by maybe a year or so.
Yeah, 1 year. Next year, maybe we get
maybe. Or maybe I just gave them the idea, and you know.
Someone's furiously coding right now.
But yeah, no, that one actually looked. It's a pretty big scope of that one. It seemed kind of similar to me of Sanctum, where it's like this separate thing where you interact with slowly and build your own sort of board and gameplay, and then have a big battle.
Yeah, it's like tournament structure.
Yeah, and then start up another one later. But it seemed very kind of like Sanctum in the way you're going to engage with it, but then just a completely different mechanic altogether. And it was kind of more like grounding us, right? So as opposed to going all the way out into space and killing some other bigger things, it's like it's still from our roots, our ancestral roots, and like the history of the games.
I'm glad you brought Navali back. I liked her as an NPC.
Do you guys have any?
And even what the silver coins.
So I don't know. So they showed some leaderboard stuff.
Yeah.
Will that be against everyone else? Like, will there just be one? I think there's just going to be one
was
method.
For your own
your own character,
so that you're like getting higher up through the system and getting further along to higher combat.
I would like to PvP some other people though. A little bit of like
it would be a good PvP system.
Yeah.
All right, folks, we've been given the wrap-up, though. We're going to be moving over in just a moment to Kriparian interviewing Jonathan, talking about Path of Exile 2, I believe. And I look forward to hearing what we're going to be able to hear about them. Thanks, guys, for joining me for the Stallcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope it kept you occupied while you were waiting through these difficult times for the more interesting content. Happy to be of service. Thanks for watching.
Oh, God, this thing. Map device? I want one of those. Keep it. Oh yeah, shit, the ultimatum didn't make it back, did it? I just realised. Look at all that juicy merch. There's an albino rower plushie, man. Fuck! It's not fair. Can't get a kiwi. And I can't get an albino rower. Rigged. Ah, look at it, it's right there! Give me! Fuck! You know what, don't want it. Alright, I got my own kiwi. Go fuck yourselves. It's all mine. Screw yous. Keep your stupid rower. I'm gonna buy no kiwi, mate. Exactly, Steve. Right there. I'll just sit. And there were no Bramblejack mentions, so there you go. No Seth-related cameo. Perfect. So, do we know how long we're going to be waiting until they start the interview? Hinekora. I was glad I got that guess correct while I still had time. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be videos that are going to dissect all of this. I am looking forward to that. I feel sorry for Ziz's video editor, Scryer. That poor bastard, man. He's going to be worked ragged for the next few weeks. Yeah, it's a scam link. Be careful. That seems Karo-esque, more or less. Oh, and looks like the Stallcast panel is empty now. Ooh, majestic. Damn, they went all out. Lighting and all. It's the wonders of the internet, Crowley. You're able to just distract your mind. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'll stay on. I basically saw what I wanted to, which was, you know, news regarding the next league, news regarding PoE 2, on top of any news regarding PoE Mobile and the potential beta release date. So I kind of got what I wanted, really. I think now it's going to be more of a Q&A. Out of curiosity, who is on right now? Stream at the moment. Yeah, I don't know who is going to be on for how long and when. Yeah, I think quite a few folks have had a day that's not been exemplary. Remember, this is not too shabby. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Can
you hear me just fine? Could you move your mic a little?
Hang on. There we go. Do that. Yeah. Okay, we're back. She's like, you had a good day. So this is going to be so this is news specifically for PoE 2. I'm quite giddy because I got the exact thing I wanted for the next patch, which was an ascendancy that cares about the link skill. Oh, for the for Guardian. Guardian and Chieftain seems to be the main two that they've redoubled their efforts on. Yeah, that I'm genuinely surprised. The fact that the way I thought things were gonna go is that PoE 2 would be a second campaign, but fundamentally, they'd still be using the same systems, so to speak. Oh, there we go. But yeah, they're basically fracturing the two. That I didn't see coming. I guess they must have made that choice at some point, thinking it'd be easier to go down.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We have some dev Q&A. There's going to be a few of these, and we are starting with none other than Jonathan. So, Jonathan, it's been a pretty exciting start to the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it was much more exciting for me up on stage there, man. It's it's quite a thing.
It is quite a thing. I think people seem very happy with what they've heard about PoE 2.
I really hope so. Yeah, like there was a huge amount of work that went into getting all that stuff sorted out, and yeah, I'm definitely glad it went okay. Apart from the minor death incident, but should be all right.
That's part of Path of Exile.
Absolutely, I should hope so. Anyway.
Well, soon enough, people here at ExileCon will get to play it a little bit. We'll have some gameplay showcases even right after this, actually, with Zizaran. That should be pretty fun. But first, I personally had a few questions about PoE 2, and hopefully those will answer some questions that many of you have. And if not, again, there will be more dev interviews throughout the event. All right, why don't we kick it off here? So we saw that PoE 2 in the demo, it was a little bit slower gameplay paced than what people experience if they play Path of Exile 1 right now.
Right.
But from what I've seen in the gameplay showcases, you guys generally try to slow it down for the purpose of the showcase.
That's true. That's true.
So what is the goal, I guess, is the question.
So
do we want to change Path of Exile 2 pacing versus Path of Exile 1?
So to be honest, it will be a little bit slower, but kind of not at the 50. Sorry to get technical, but not at the 50th percentile. Like I think that part of the issue is in PoE 1 is that there's so many multiplicative mechanics that go on that like at the sort of 95th percentile, at the top end of player, you get this like absolute ridiculousness with like 600 projectiles per second and that sort of shit. And it's like, well, it's like 600 projectiles per second, it's like you just can't see fucking anything, and so you don't have any ability to respond to boss mechanics. Like I don't think it's as fun as when you actually have, like 60 projectiles per second or something like that, you know what I mean? Like we still want it to be ridiculous, it's just that we don't want it to be, like at the very top end, you don't want it to be quite as ridiculous as it is. And it's honestly just so that you actually get some interesting counterplay with the bosses, you get some more like stuff going on there. And so that's kind of a thing that we'd like to do. But then we also do always tend to keep it a little bit slower in the showcases just because, as you're saying, you want to see what's going on, you want to show people what's happening. So yeah, like basically, we were using like a lot it's in the demos as well. Here, there's a lot of like two-handed weapons which are a bit slower. Just once again to sort of get the idea of the.
That's what I use.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's like basically we try to show off the game because it looks nicer for like when you're especially when you're trying to appeal to a new audience. You want to show it off as best as you can. The bit slower just makes it look a bit nicer. But I mean, at the same time, we're seeing that we've still got like all the triggering mechanics and like triple casting and all that sort of stuff. Like all that stuff really will allow you to do the kind of ridiculousness that you expect from PoE still for sure. Like I certainly wouldn't want you to like. I still want a player to feel like, oh, I totally broke the game with this bullshit that I'm doing here. Like it needs to feel like you still broke it, just not actually break it. Like I don't want the servers to actually be on fire, like they sometimes.
Well, if it's just for a little while, it's worth the moment.
Right.
A big one is I heard the audience kind of wooing when they saw gold dropping off of the monsters.
That's a funny one.
In PoE 2.
Yeah, we never even mentioned it at the keynote, and it's funny because it's like it's not exactly like some big headline feature of oh, there's gold in this game. Who's ever heard of that, right? It's obviously it is what it is. Of all the things that we did in PoE 2, I would say that's like the only like every other decision we make, we're like, does this feel like PoE or does it feel like not PoE? And like the gold thing is probably the only thing where we're like, this isn't really a PoE thing, and we acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think it is actually important to make the drop system better. It's like fundamentally you have this constraint. If you're going to kill a monster and it drops nothing, it feels like shit. And then at the same time, if you have to drop something, you can't obviously drop a rare on every frickin' monster you kill, so therefore you have to be able to drop something. And honestly, gold does actually work. Like there's a reason games have it. But the important thing that we don't want to do with gold is have an economy based around it. Like it is supposed to not be something that like people. I don't expect players to be trading with gold to each other. They're going to be trading with other currency items as you would hope they would in
the PoE game.
Like that's our thing.
Well, I guess the follow-up question would be, what do you want someone to use gold for?
So the main thing they should be using gold for is fixing, like especially during campaign, fixing deficiencies in their build. Like if you need this thing to be able, if you need like the right resistance, if you need something like that. We've overhauled the shop very significantly to make it so that there's much more likely to be things inside the shop that will be able to deal with problems that you have. Like if you're fighting a boss, you don't have the resistances, you should be able to deal with that very quickly. There's also rares that you can find in there sometimes for certain things, and we also make it so that it doesn't change every level. Like you get new stuff getting added to the shop that sticks around for a while. so that you get a chance to actually save up and buy it if you see something that you want.
I think that text
and
already
there's also gambling. So like by gambling I mean like buying a base type where you don't know what rare it will be.
That's kind of what I
you will be able to get
expected,
uniques that way.
That's similar to Ruthless with Gold.
Absolutely. Well, there's a reason we were testing this, right? We're like, see what's going on here. Like, we want to see if it actually works, like when players are exposed to it. So that was absolutely a test. We were like, let's see, can PoE even work with gold in it? Like, and there's been some changes since we did the Ruthless with Gold test, but yeah, it was just interesting to see.
Didn't try Ruthless with Gold.
Yeah, personally, I actually really liked Ruthless with Gold.
Right.
The one thing I didn't like very much was the currency conversions through the vendors was disabled.
Yes.
So I was sitting on hundreds of jewelers, but I just needed like 3 fusings.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's definitely been tweaks since then,
I know there was
and there's definitely great feedback. Like, it's one of the whole reason we ran Ruthless with Gold was to absolutely see like what sort of shakes out. It's very hard to do those kinds of tests in the office because it's like the amount of player time you'd have to like work out whether the economy is going to work is pretty extensive. So
I'm gonna spin it all the way different outside of mechanics on this one. My first time in New Zealand was coming to ExileCon the first time around, and it was a wonderful experience. And it was really the first time that I realized just how much of New Zealand themes and culture kind of exist, at least in part, in Path of Exile.
For sure, yeah.
And it was such a wonderful thing to see. Like, I would go to a museum, and then I'd see something that was quite similar to what I've been playing for years in Path of Exile. So how forwarded is this theming in Path of Exile 2?
I would say even more so. I mean, the Kurui have an entire act about them. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's obviously, we're inspired by the stuff we see, and honestly, it's really nice to be able to, like take inspiration from what we see around us. Like, we never see this stuff in games. There are islands which like are full of like the sort of New Zealand vegetation that I guess Americans don't tend to see very often. So it's really nice to have all that stuff and make all that stuff, and it's just great to have some of that stuff going on.
That's awesome. Back to a few mechanics, and again, I want to reiterate that our information right now is just what we saw in the gameplay highlight in the presentation. We might see a little bit more from the players around, but we saw that in the presentation there were just, I think, 3 life flasks and 2 mana flasks on each of the characters. Is that just because they're kind of low level, or is there going to be more of a focus on the life and mana flasks?
I mean, I don't know that I'd still call it a focus, but at the same time, we do want to make sure that life and mana flasks aren't useless. Like, they should actually have a purpose. There was some changes to utility flasks because we wanted to make sure that, let me get this exactly right, we tended to remove things that lasted for a duration from utility flasks, so the utility flasks are more responsive to the situation. So for example, if you are currently burning, then if you use a flask to get rid of that, then it will give you, it will remove the burning and make you immune for a while. But if you don't have burning on you right now, it doesn't do that. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing to sort of make it so that there's some like counterplay going on with it, rather than just I just have it on all the time. It's effectively just another effect on my character.
Well, you have that kind of as the affix system in PoE 1 right now.
Yes, sorry, I'm not up to date with PoE 1, so
I think generally that system is pretty well received.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Right. That's exactly the kind of stuff though that so that change, if it's in PoE 1 now, that was definitely a like PoE 2 thing, and I think they took it. Like, so the thing is so just because people probably don't know this, I'm not involved in PoE 1 at all at this point. I'm game director on PoE 2. I'm focusing on that, and then Chris, we talk obviously about designs that we're doing, and he definitely, I suspect that some of those things just filter their way down.
So that's how you're doing flasks.
Exactly.
I'll take that. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So Chris is in charge of PoE 1, and he sort of making the decisions there.
I wanted to kind of double down on the mana situation a bit, because we have the separation of mana for skills and mana for reservation with auras.
Absolutely.
What kind of focus are you going to put on mana? Like, if you just took away auras from being mana-based in PoE 1 right now, everyone just has way too much mana for everything.
Exactly. So we will, costs will absolutely go up. And part of the balance problem that we have is you pretty much just can't really balance skills with mana use particularly easily in PoE 1 because there's just this expectation that everyone's going to reserve as much as they can. And the thing is, because reservation exists, it means that people are going to always push the line as far as they can, and then they start complaining if then skills cost too much.
Of course.
That they don't have any frickin' mana. And it's like, well, yeah, but so you'd think you'd be able to say, oh yeah, well that's your problem. But we've realized a much more sort of, I guess once you learn about our player psychology, you realize that no, you have to actually, if you want that not to happen, like people always spin down to the line, so you have to do something about it. So spirit is the response to that, and it means that now you have an amount of spirit to spend. If you want to make trade-offs on your build, those trade-offs should be made in your passive tree rather than being a sort of like thing that you're doing that. So you still get to make that choice of like, do I want do I want to get more mana on the tree or not? I mean, there's also the scepters give spirit as well, and that's how that escalates through the game. So if you're playing a minion build, it's very likely, you don't have to, but it's very likely you'll want to use scepters to help with that.
Well, as a minion enjoyer, it wasn't said for more than a split second, but I caught that minions are going to reserve spirit.
They do, yes. So you'll be able to have more. So if you want more minions, get more spirit. That's the way. So we're trying mostly to avoid having like hard limits on like number of zombies. You can just cast as many zombies as you have spirit to cast them. So then it's sort of up to you to choose what this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of actually asking if there's a way where you can have enough spirit to summon like all the available minions, kind of like a Lord of the Dead type of situation.
It should be possible if you spec correctly to be able to do that.
Okay.
The other thing with scepters, by the way, as a base type, is that all of the mods of them are all like does this to nearby allies.
I
so
see.
that means that scepters are a great, like they're sort of like a minion supporting thing, but also just like for auras and stuff like that as well, since they give you the spirit. You can choose to be like a Templar, with like a flail in one hand and a scepter in the other. That's like a viable thing, or minions or whatever. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent here, but
back to the other side of spirit. I kind of wanted to know if there was a different design in auras, because in PoE 1 they have they're gonna crushing your mana pool. It's really hard to use more than like 2, 3, maybe 4 if you're heavily invested, because now you obviously expect everyone to use some form of auras.
But you'll notice the cast on the trigger gems also reserve spirit.
Oh.
And so then the choice between triggering versus auras is now also a potential trade-off.
I see.
So there's other stuff going on. Like we really want to make sure that there are different, like entirely different styles of things you can use your spirit for. So then it definitely feels like, I mean, obviously you can try to do more than one of those things by just getting more spirit if that's what you want to do in your build. But it's still like, there's definitely a lot more sort of interesting options there about how to trade one off for the other.
Well, right now in PoE 1, you can get like an enormous amount of damage, or honestly, in some cases, all of your defensive capabilities through your auras.
Right.
Do you foresee having such
that can certainly
high power levels?
That can certainly be a way, right? Like once again, if you get so I mean, I think the numbers right now is like you can get like you start with 100 spirit and aura reserves 100 spirit, but you can get like, and probably I shouldn't even quote me on these numbers. I think you can get like 600 spirit from a scepter. So it's like you can still, if that's the way you want to go, you can go that way.
Okay.
I never want to be the kind of person who's just like, we're restricting everything. We don't want players to do it. No, like we want you to be able to, if you want to spec into something, you should be able to go hard on that thing and get like a lot of it, right? So yeah.
I have a couple questions with the dodge roll. I guess let's tie the first one into the minion build. So right now in PoE 1, it's kind of swerving a little bit away from that, where there's a lot more active minion builds, but there's still passive minion builds. We still have skills like Righteous Fire, dot builds. There's a lot of time in between using skills. So with a spammable dodge roll in PoE 2, do you foresee some builds they're just like non-stop dodging around the boss while doing passive damage?
I mean, it could be it could be something that you do, but I'm hoping that we can provide enough things. Like, so, I mean, ideally the balance produces the most fun outcome, right? Like ideally, like, okay, sure, you could just dodge roll around the boss and kill it eventually, but you're probably going to want to use... Like, it's funny, I've actually had conversations with designers like, oh yeah, this is the only skill I'd ever use. And I'm like, okay, but then if you just did this, then you'd it'd increase your damage. This effect. Oh yeah, you know what, I guess I'll just add that into it. And then you have that, and then they're like, oh yeah, but then if you added this skill, like now you'd be able to do this as well, and that would just, and it's like, oh yeah, well I guess I could use that skill too. It's like, we kind of want to promote the balance so that you always feel very much like, oh yeah, I just want to add this extra thing, and I just want to add this extra thing, and then pretty soon you've got like a whole ruckus of skills on your character that are all, that all have a purpose and all feel like they've got useful in certain situations. And especially with the way the skill system works now, where you can have 9 6 links, it's okay to just have some skills that you just use rarely, right? That are just in the right situation, they're useful.
Well, I wanted to ask about that a little bit later, but since you're touching upon it, what determines the links on a skill gem?
Right. So basically, every gem when you first get it starts with 2 support sockets, and then you find a jeweler's a lesser jeweler's orb to add to go from 2 supports to 3 supports.
Okay.
And then there's a jeweler's to go from 3 to 4, and then a Grandmaster's, I can't remember the name of it, but
Grandmaster's
Jewels or something like that goes from 4 to 5, and then obviously 5 sockets in a gem is the same as a 6-link is in PoE1, so 5 supports one active. So basically you find those, and the one to go up to the 6-link equivalent is quite rare, like that's still the like chase thing, but instead of having like ridiculous numbers of fusings that you're dropping into an item, it's like, you will just find one eventually, and then that's, and because you want to 6-link all your items, they have to be common enough that you can like, but getting the quest for all 6 links on your character is still like a thing that you're going to want to do, and there's some
that sounds like so many more options when you're factoring that way.
I think so, yeah.
Well, they're going to do the gameplay demo, I think, in about 15 minutes. I think the PoE2 gameplay demo is going to be Zizaran that tackles it the first time, so we'll see. Maybe he finds some of these items.
Yes, I think he might be able to, yes.
Okay, well, that should...
You just think for a second there.
Backing into kind of the dodge system, so in Ruthless right now, they just have the dash. It's a very limiting movement skill.
Right. So this is very, very different from the dodge roll.
And in PoE2, we get the dodge roll, which is almost like a spammable version of it.
Sure.
And the skills themselves have a movement component, and it's not just for the melee characters, as you noted with comment on the sorcerer. It kind of pushes you back a little bit if you want it to. This kind of brings up my question of, do we need skills like Flame Dash? Will there be strictly movement-based skills?
I don't personally feel that they're hugely necessary. Like there should be enough mobility in just what you're doing that it feels okay. Like a large number of melee skills have dashes or closes and like various other things. Like depending on the skill, like obviously different archetypes are a bit different, but everyone, no matter what weapon you're using, will have some kind of access to like stuff that allows you to get around the battlefield quickly. It's just that like there's ways to do that where it feels natural without kind of making it so that it gets to this insane degree that things can sometimes get if you let it get out of control. So like, I mean, all the things like the, for example, like the monk's killing palm, you can go really far with that thing, but you have to go to an enemy. So it kind of inherently means that you kind of get the, like it works really well for mobility and combat without kind of making it so that you're just constantly going jing like everywhere, yeah, you kind of, we want to make it still feel right, and like intuitive and fun and mobile without kind of having that just like you're constantly spamming movement skills to the point where you can't even see what the hell you're doing kind of thing.
Well, from the gameplay people will try out at ExileCon, and from the live demos that you will see, hopefully we'll get some opinions and see how people feel around it.
I mean, honestly, the major reason, like one of the huge things about dodge roll to me, like the biggest thing that I'm excited about is the dodge cancel, because what it means is that like just the whole like I'm not losing control of my character feeling is just a hugely really important thing. Once you've got that, it's very hard to go back. Like when you've got just like there's no lock-in, there's none of that, and like it means also that we can make some skills that are slower because it's okay, right? Like in PoE1 you cannot make a slow skill because if you did, it would just lock you in for so long. It would feel terrible.
They put it on a mind gem and fixed it.
Yeah, like the ability to actually be able to use attack speed as a balanced tool again by having things like that, and also the redirect on like the ability to retarget skills as you cast them and stuff like that. It just really improves that kind of stuff. So it means that we can have fast skills, we can have slow skills, we can have anything in between. It just unlocks that ability. And yeah.
I wanted to ask about the weapon swap system. It's more of like a dual weapon
It is
system.
kind of a dual specking thing, yes. It's, yeah.
So you noted how you can get a lot of the power enabled just from having 2 weapons attributed individually to each of the skills, and the power that you unlock from the passive skill tree. But also the weapons just kind of seemed like more powerful in general, like getting a spammable skill on a Sork, getting the Unleash. It just seemed like there was possibly more weapon power. There's more power from your gear centered on your weapon than maybe PoE1. Right? Is that
there is a little bit more balance in that direction. It's not like hugely. It's not like so. We thought that, like, so I think we sort of.
What kind of pizza have you ordered?
So spellcasters, we tried to make the weapon a bit more of a focus. Like it's you. Like spellcasters right now in PoE1, like the weapon, I mean obviously it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. Whereas we want to boot them. Now we still want to have the distinction between attack builds and caster builds.
But it sounds like
the weapon still matters more on attacks than caster builds in PoE1. In PoE2
like
still, but we did want to get that focus up a little bit more. And at the same time, we also wanted, and this is kind of a subtle thing that probably most people won't even notice, but we made it so that the skill gem level on attack skills also matters more on attacks as well, which currently in PoE1 that really doesn't matter very much at all.
Some of them have like a flat damage component.
Yeah,
most
some of them do.
most
We
of them
actually,
not so much.
I actually do have it as a goal to make it so that like most of the time you're going to want to use the higher level versions of things, and that's actually partly to make attribute requirements actually matter a little bit. You know, which is and as just a random side division, just by the way, talking about attribute requirements.
Yeah, my point here is
the way that support gem attribute requirements work now is that the amount of the attributes that a support gem
like abilities have a movement component.
the attribute requirement for support gems is additive to the skill gem.
Oh.
So that means that if you're playing a Dex build and you want to use like 5 int supports, that actually becomes quite tricky now. Based entirely on the attributes. We had to do it that way because we don't have the whole thing where you have to because there's not the off-color socket re-rolling mechanic anymore. There has to be some way to make it so that using off-class stuff is like a little bit harder. So because of the way that works now, the attribute requirements matter a little bit more for like you should be able to easily get the attributes for stuff that's on class, but the stuff that's off class is harder because the attributes sort of make it a bit harder.
Personally, I really like that because right now you have the limitation on number of skill gem links based on the items, which has its disadvantages, but now you're going away with that. You need other kinds of limitations to prevent just unlimited character power. So, I think that's a really clever way of doing it. I'm actually really happy to hear that.
Cool.
Another direction on this one. So we saw Alva show up in the demo.
20 years later.
I'm sure this is still probably something you're discussing internally, so I'm not sure how much you want to share, but are we expecting many familiar faces or league mechanics in PoE 2?
Well, I mean, for a start, as we've already said, certainly league mechanics, many of them will have revamped versions in PoE 2.
Okay.
Obviously, like, so the main problem, honestly, is like you see an old particle effect next to a new one, and it's like, okay, we have to update that. You know, this is pretty much soon you're like, have to update it. Like all these things sort of go on. But absolutely, I mean, we are going to be like canon correct as far as like the ages of people with regard to PoE 1 versus PoE 2. But Alva is a time traveler,
so
we get away with a bit more there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
So one thing that has actually, in my opinion, really defined Path of Exile and kind of pushed the RPG genre is the different game modes in which you can play new content in equally. So you've always had hardcore and softcore, but we also have solo self-found. Now we have Ruthless, which is very exciting for me personally. I'm a Ruthless enjoyer personally. Will these game modes continue on in PoE 2?
So we're certainly going to have hardcore.
Okay.
We're certainly going to have solo self-found. I don't see why we wouldn't. Ruthless probably shouldn't be necessary. I mean, I'm sure there'll come a point, like once the balance of PoE 2 becomes ridiculous over 10 years, where we'll be like, oh crap, we need to have like a thing for old school Path of Exile 2 players to enjoy or something like that. But for now, I don't think that we would need it. But definitely, the thing is, we don't want to split the community too much because you want like people to be able to actually, like have people to play with and all that sort of stuff. I mean, obviously not for solo self-found, which is why it kind of can exist as a thing. But don't want to split it too much. But certainly hardcore and solo self-found are absolutely going to be there.
When I heard the announcement that PoE 2 was going to be a separate game from PoE 1, initially it's exciting, and then it's like, but wait. And then you say the microtransactions that you have, the skins, they kind of follow into PoE 2. And I mean, that's really fantastic. That's a really clever way of doing it and keeping them separate games.
And it's worth mentioning, to me, the more exciting thing is honestly the future, like the fact you can buy stuff that made after PoE 2 comes out and have it in PoE 1 again, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, I want to, and the reason we're doing all that stuff is I really want to make sure that people feel like, it's like we want to make sure that our company doesn't feel incentivized to abandon PoE 1, and by making it so that we have this policy, it means that we're always PoE 1 will always be a thing that's important to us because it's not just some random product in the back corner which no one cares about. Like it's actually a thing that has supporter packs and there's things you can get, and people actually want to it's actually a thing. So I just want to make sure that our company does sort of still not do PoE 1 dirty. It needs to.
Let's see what the comments here
to sort of have a good future as well, in my opinion.
Well, it seems pretty good to me. I'm excited to play next league. But I guess the follow-up to that, the one thing that I was a little bit worried of, if I end up liking PoE 2 way more, and I don't, I'm still going to play PoE 1, but if I end up playing PoE 2 a lot more than I played PoE 1, which I think is
I mean, I would hope so, being the director of PoE 2.
The race rewards. I'd love to be able to at least use their skins in PoE 2. Have you thought of doing anything like that?
Well, so basically anything in the microtransaction stash is something you'll be able to use. So it would depend on whether or not at some point Chris gets around to implementing the thing where you can pull them off and turn them into a skin. If that's the case, then sure, it'll work in PoE 2. Because, yeah, that's anything in the micro stash, that's what comes over.
All right. Well, we are going to jump into the...
take the
gameplay for PoE 2 very soon here with Zizaran. I think if we have just another quick second, I'd maybe ask you, what's your favorite power fantasy in an ARPG, and have you made it yet in PoE 2?
That's a really hard question because you're basically saying
you got 30 seconds.
I've got oh Jesus Christ! I always hate these ones because it's like, you know, we made all these classes and but I think probably like one of the main reasons that we went with the whole like 2 classes per attribute combination thing was because of the druid. It's like we wanted to have a druid and there just wasn't a class that it made sense for, and we're like, okay, we have to find a way to make it so a druid can be a thing. That's what we came up with.
All right, well, I hope you nailed it. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
Yeah,
we'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing what this is going to get up to. Do we know how much downtime there's going to be? Okay, this is the perfect time for me to go for a bio break. Give me a second. I guess I'm staying up longer than I intended because I do want to see my boy Z's. So back in just a sec. Alright, I'm back. Looking forward to seeing folks actually, like when it comes to the online content creators, dissecting everything that's been discussed. Because I'm sure there's a lot, like we only really got to see that stuff the one time. So we've likely missed a few things. So this is going to be pretty content heavy. And it looks like they locked in the 18th of August date, which is more or less what I was expecting. So my current plans are still the same. So how many bets as to Ziz dying on the boss? So it's quite different. Alright. Less than a minute, baby. I'm curious to see what the normal twist shot is. Relatively normal. About as deranged as one would expect. Oh, did I miss any alerts? Because I had to disable them while I was doing that. Oh, Stidge, you little shit! You cheated! I wasn't here! Oh, thank you for the shinies. You onion ring, I turned it off. God damn it, I missed this. Stealthy Oink gave some very generous shinies. You little git. Thank you so much, man. He's a generous little weenie. Yeah, I just tapped out then. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Oh, that's our boy.
Hi, Scissoring here with another live stream. Hi, Scissoring here with another live stream, and we are going to have a first look at PoE 2. And I feel like Act 3 looked really hard. Ooh, Act 4. I think we do Act 3. I really want to try Sword.
Whoa!
I think that's just
what
perfect
the character
for me.
screen looks like.
In line, all ARPG's been a fan favorite of mine. Okay. I am going to try to speedrun a little bit.
Okay.
A quick glance on all the items.
Just randomized?
Just because I have a feeling... Well, I especially want to look at things later, and I think a lot of people want to look at it. Gold can be spent on vendors. I feel like they didn't talk enough about gold. Oh, hello.
Oh boy.
I want to see how much information we can get out of everything. Hopefully that's appreciated. Stash? This account doesn't know stash is available.
Rigged.
All right. Cross the Sandswept March in the search of a cigarette. Okay.
Don't
all right, now, if I die...
Don't forget the dodge roll.
It's because I'm not used to the keyboard and the mouse. That's the main thing, okay? So it's very important to remember.
How should I bet? How should I bet chat is still with Kappas?
It's so weird.
I fucking knew it was going to be Kappas. I knew it! I knew it!
Wow, that is really going to take some getting used to.
I knew chat was going to spam Kappa.
Okay, good. I'm I almost want to open up settings, enable overhead health bars and everything.
Oh, nice.
Cold. Right, I really want to try to get to a vendor. I also want to try to speedrun. Because I think we're... Oh no.
Not with the red.
Try not to die.
No, you're going to die.
Oh, wow.
You got to get boxed in, man. You got to get...
Very different feel.
Yes.
Unleash is pretty fast to activate. I'll try to group things up.
Oh, you almost did!
Okay, we got gear. Okay. I feel like they didn't pick up enough gear, so I want to pick at least one up. Okay, that's good.
Just don't get boxed in.
Is that Frostbomb? Okay, good. Things hit a lot more
I noticed.
than what we're used to. That'll freeze it for sure, right? Wow, it doesn't actually freeze. Cold, chill, and freeze resistant.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you about to be careful of the res.
The Sandswept March. I don't know how much we need to kill of... Oh, never mind. Actual boss already.
Root Dredge. Okay, what's he doing? Okay, so right now the attacks are pretty tame.
Okay.
You better hope that Rare hasn't followed you.
I'll try to spark down the ad first. Freeze things.
Cool.
It's very, very smooth.
That Rare's coming!
Look amazing.
That Rare's approaching!
I also have no access to chat or anything, so this is me speaking as if I had no one watching.
Yep.
It's like the good old days.
But yeah, when you first started streaming, I mean, it's called talking to the wall.
It's the good old days. And it feels surreal being here. Okay. Everyone's so nice. I promise they're treating me well.
This is blink twice if there's a good point at you.
Maybe I just arc him down. Am I good just to stand here? Maybe, no?
Alright, so he does a very easy projectile throw and then summons a bunch of ads. Did ads go boom? Yeah, the ads go boom.
I don't know if I actually need to kill him, but I kind of want to. Surely he'll drop something. Surely. Right?
Sure. Copium.
Very easy DPS. I mean, I might just be better arcing him and then using Unleash. Wait, I'm supposed to have level 9 fireball. Where do I... control Q. So my control Q is my free fireball to build up mana.
Oh, build up... Oh yeah, because it doesn't cost anything. Right.
Okay, I mean, this thing needs to go.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's got his ES back. Oh no, you tore through it though.
Okay, note to self, when making builds, build more mana regen. Fireball does very little damage.
It's hardly doing anything.
I'll also try to hover over some skills. I saw I had some support gems. I wonder if we can stun. Like, I saw the monk stun someone, but maybe that's physical damage only.
Oink.
Oh no. I mean, he's going down.
Yeah, I think he's sussed it for now.
Here, surely we just arc him down.
So, did he explode after he rams
We'll do the Mana Storm thing.
What's he doing? Oh, here we go. Right, so here comes the...
It's very odd.
Wait, he did stun.
Wow, you get stunned a lot more. It's very odd to have the ability to move you backwards. It doesn't always move you backwards either. Okay.
Yep, just keeps... Oink.
Got a lot of armor. Wait, do I have it? Oh, I do have overlay. Oh my god. I wasn't sure. They didn't show an overlay at all. I know they usually don't, but this have
please be worth it.
I had concerns that there was no overlay.
Drop a unique.
I was worried that would just be a trend. But we have it. We do actually have an overlay. Alright. Ooh, hello. Okay, actual gear.
Okay, we got some stuff. In fact, the ads are gonna kill him.
Okay. Let's do some Tetris. Ooh, feeding frenzy. I don't need that. Alright, shoes. We have no crafting currency.
I love how even the wisdom and portal scrolls got a new texture.
Oh, this is so interesting. Frozen Nexus. Supports chill ground when they freeze an enemy. That's on Frostbomb. Mana Tempest. What was it that did again? I'll hover over everything in case somebody wants to see that. Just so you can clip it. This is beautiful.
Arctic armor.
Alright. Chance to shock. Alright, we'll move on. I actually don't think I had to kill that. So what's this? Cross. Oh, that's a checkpoint?
Could be. It looks like a mini waypoint.
Okay, let's unleash on Spark. That's a lot of clear. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, that looks bad. That looks bad. That looks bad.
Oh, I am...
He might die here. There's another rare.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's...
Okay, I'm pulling too much. Okay, you definitely can't play it the way you play PoE 1. You have to be a little bit more careful of pulling, I think. To be fair, I also don't know like how specialized these characters are, and they mentioned that it was pretty overtuned. So surely it'll be easy, right? We're actually playing.
Totally.
It'll be easy, right?
Alright.
Alright.
I think he's gonna die in the next 30 seconds.
And you guys know how it is when it's like not your mouse and keyboard. And it's nice to have something to blame.
I'm getting
not
worried,
yourself.
man.
You never want to blame yourself. That's rule number 1 of gaming.
Yeah, it's never your fault. It's always the video game's fault. I always blame my viewers. Nice.
Alright. Wonder if they still have utility flasks.
We have not seen any.
Cigarette encampment, marsh crossing. Let's search for cigarette. That's the encampment. Surely I need to go southwest. Very large areas. It's like doesn't feel super linear to go through. I'm not 100% sure where to go. Let's try Arc with Unleash. Arc's not great with Unleash so far. Both the Ice Nova and the Comet look pretty alright with it. Ooh. I should use Frostbomb more. To be fair. That's so nice.
Yeah, that's really
that really feels really impactful and good on the Comet. When I first saw it, I was wondering if they had some sort of similar system that we've seen in other games with like that you can choose the element of a skill. So you would have like that it was just Firestorm but cold, but it is actually its own skill. Oh. I mean, things are like slightly different here. This looks like some form of progress.
This looks promising. A little bit. Although those ads. Blood Thief Wasp. That's a name.
I remember the last time I did this, I kept the overlay up the entire time, and people were very annoyed. They were like, "Why do you have the overlay up?" I feel like most people that actually play games do. But I will try to keep it down for more for this one.
Chat was reading
very sweet requests from a lot of people. Now, if I actually get time to, if I actually get time to try the demo when I'm not doing something on stage, I'll get 45 minutes to try. So I am going to try to complete one of the acts.
Extra crit.
They said it was going to be almost impossible.
Dude,
we do have Tai here too. And that's kind of why I'm like trying to run through some things. Wait, please don't say I went backwards.
No, you got the cigarette.
Please say I was going the right way. Surely. Okay, well.
Are you able to move your character next to this so we can see the flask and the knife?
That's the #1 priority for me. Oswald, the hooded one. Kane? Identify items. 4 items identified. Hello? Wait, what?
Just play better.
Oh.
Come on, just don't die for him.
Okay. Well, can I vendor things? That's very surprising to me. That's so cool. Okay, we'll sell items first. Do they sell things for gold, or transmutes, or wisdom scrolls? Oh wow, they're selling for gold.
They're trying to pay.
All of them are selling for gold. Did I buy orbs? How does this work? Wait, does this sell for gold? It sells for 1 gold.
Okay.
Wisdom scrolls. There's no wisdom scrolls?
So yeah, it's all about
okay,
gold.
And I buy things for gold, and I don't buy orbs, and I haven't found any orbs, but I think we saw an orb. Right, do I have an instant life flask? Charge recovery.
Wait, is that a giant blunt
and actually get
that the NPC has in his image?
You don't want to die.
Over here?
Let's see, do I have a weapon swap? I do. Is that set up? They showed that really cool thing where it was, okay. I wonder if that's set up, that they're like using.
Interesting.
I'll just be my usual idiotic self.
Yeah, it is set up. Okay, awesome. Ask the hooded one about lowering the water level.
The players? Yeah.
From memory.
Okay, and if anyone was hoping to get lore stuff, I'm not the playthrough from that. I'm going to be trying to rush through things.
Yeah, we're going to need noodle for that.
He's not going to go and control W. It's got 3 charges of Frostwall.
Also, he's got a point here for something.
Done anything crazy to make it better than before.
Oh, my webcam's over
It deals damage.
What is this?
Deals damage in PoE 1, right? Surely. Enter the jungle depths. That's pretty low. Maybe it'll be better in PoE 2. Okay, here we go.
By a click?
What do you have? Are you a vendor? You are. Purchase items. More items. There's so many item types. I'm going to very quickly hover all.
Page 2.
Because I know people will appreciate that.
Oh, belt.
Reduce fast charges. Life recovery from belt. Nothing like +1 gems or anything. Okay. We'll move on.
Alright.
Jungle depths. Here we go.
Praise.
It's a cool loading screen. It's very like Aztec-y.
That's what I was thinking the same thing.
Right. I hope I get something else to reserve.
Oh, tentacle
instead of
miscreant
just Arctic armor. So see, I don't stand still too much. Let's see. Do we go top right? Nope. Maybe it'll be bottom left. Oh no.
Constrictor sham.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Careful, man. I'm not sure. Can you roll through enemies?
Especially because the first enemy you hit takes a lot more.
Dude, fucking Sonic the Hedgehog.
Middle mouse button. It's pretty good for clearing, and I jump through things pretty fast. Portal scroll, wisdom scroll.
When he gets surrounded like this,
I'm trying to phrase things.
Yeah.
Okay, unleash and thingy. Comment.
Nice.
I think it's just like mouse button 1 is arc, which is a bit odd. Let's try Frostwall.
Hey!
It doesn't do any damage, right? I don't think so.
I much prefer that one as opposed to the ice shards that
it's like
jut out.
taunting a little bit. Wait, also it looks insane.
Yeah, it looks so much better, like an actual proper
Belt leggings. Now, I am not sure how I feel about gold yet. I wonder how that's going to be used in the end game and stuff. That's the thing I'm the most skeptical about so far. I don't know about everybody watching at home.
Monsters, what does that do to specters?
That was an
That's a good question.
one.
That's a very good question.
But I mean, it could be interesting. It could be good.
We don't know how many of the gems will be altered or changed in terms of their function and balanced.
A lot of my predictions were wrong. I'm gonna have to go and redo like rewatch my prediction video and see. But I was expecting it this Christmas, so I was way off in timing.
I would rather than kick that to next year. I'm very happy with it. As long as PoE content.
There's so many people here.
PoE,
really nice
PoE1
people.
continues to be fun. They can take all the time.
It's nice because everyone already has like so much in common, right? We're all PoE players.
I imagine some stuff would get a visual overhaul of some kind.
I think I can animation cancel that. I think I can. Right, so it's not in the top. Maybe we'll go bottom left then for the next area. A driller. It's just a random mob.
I love what they roll
across. Charging you. Reminds me a little bit of like when the blackguards would charge you back in the day and the Roas.
Ooh, okay.
So a lot of very like
dude, that's
aggressive
he's
gameplay.
Dead.
Oh god.
I think he's good. Wait, is he dead? If they all attack at the same time. Okay, it's fine.
There we go.
There's like
Maybe
4 of them.
Keep trying to go top left. So far the lightning seal's still a little stronger.
The feral primates.
Oh. Okay, no. Don't die trying to pick stuff up. I'll just spark things down and then we're gonna try Spell Echo. Oh, I wonder, can I use Unleash and Spell Echo?
First play the
That'd be good. Okay, Unleash. They're very tanky, the like yellow
armadillos. Or at least have
I don't know what they are. Antlions. Honestly, this is really good for clearing. Here, let's look at Spell Echo. Can I just throw that in Comet? Wait, okay, how does this work? Am I going at 6 or 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Okay, that's pretty good. Alright. Are we gonna see Pog Champs?
I pull up.
Login dude!
Okay. Spell Echo is sick.
I was gonna say that.
Deep Freeze, Spell Echo. Wow. Okay, that's good. That was a good random drop. That was not scripted. No, it wasn't actually. They didn't even give me any rules or anything. It's great. They were just like, play, have fun, explore beyond the jungle depths. I mean, jungle outskirts sounds beyond the depths, right? Surely.
Follow the
canals. I feel like it's been years that I've like done this without a chat or anything. All right, it's just, that really felt good. So like, just destroy that location in particular. Great.
Like this
Honestly,
that was slightly delayed.
I hope I find more of those. Just more Spell Echo in particular. It really does something weird with Unleash that I like. Follow the canals.
Oh god, we got oinks, guys, we got oinks.
The thing I'm worried about is getting stunned a lot.
What are they called? Diatusk Bull. Oh no.
Yeah, I think I'm getting locked out of the actual animation.
You're almost dead,
Steve. I really don't want to die. And I think they did mention that too with
they put stage in the game of literal oinks.
If I do a lightning skill followed by an ice skill, there's going to be a delay, and I think that's what I'm feeling a little bit too. Maybe I have to hold it down?
You have no life left and you're bleeding. I think he's dead, guys.
I'm not convinced that is the play.
Unless he gets flasks.
I need flask chargers.
Yeah. Oh god.
Oh yeah, look at that delay with the switching. Wonder if they'll have anything that makes it like we could look at the skill tree. They didn't really do that.
Dude, you might want to get some flasks back.
Cast it.
Yeah, he's getting interrupted.
Okay, I have to. I'm like running low on potions and getting like whittled down.
Oh no.
I could portal out. They do have a well in town. I guess that's what that's for.
Get the rare. You almost got the rare. Just a bit more.
Oh,
nice.
Okay, I got a lot of potions from that. Okay, wait.
That was close.
They've disabled the skill. No, wait. Really? Surely. Skill panel. Character screen. Oh no, I can't see it. Please. I want the skill tree.
Rip.
I want the skill tree.
I know, no Bramble Jacks.
Really good. Okay, I know Comet's really good, but I'm thinking, wow, that's so smooth to switch. Hello? Oh, it only works on some things. Wait, spell support. I'm surprised it doesn't work on Arc. What if I put it in my inventory first?
Why
does it have too many? No, it just won't let me. Right, Ice Nova could be good.
Why doesn't it go in Arc?
Don't want it on Frost Bomb. Huh.
I was hoping for him to die. I've been cheering him on.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I could put it on Ice Nova. It's just hard to get the Comet off.
Bye-bye. And there you go.
Okay. Resurrected checkpoint. Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard.
Pretty hard, you say?
So I guess, because they said they were in Act 3, right? So I guess that's like pretty deep into Act 3 that they were showing off. So I guess it'll take a while to get there. I really wish I could do Spell Echo on Arc.
I have an Oink PM, but I'm not sure if you want me to read that on.
Spark, I had no blue gems. I really tried to show the skill tree, but obviously... Oh, wait. Okay, there.
Yeah, it takes a long time to
That is very nice for taking out everything. I really feel like I want more cast speed. Honestly, maybe we try putting it on Ice Nova and use that on my main clearer. Because it does actually do pretty large damage, and it is freezing everything.
But you have to kind of do like this for it to go off.
See, I didn't even get a skill point for leveling. Honestly, I think this might be the play, because everything's pretty hostile. Like, it's like way more aggressive than normal. I really would want it on Arc, though. I really would. It's pretty hard to get off the actual comet. It's the main thing. That's the main concern for me right now. For like how I'm choosing my seal spurs. This is just freezing everything. I see here when I'm like, sometimes it makes me move away, but not always. Got an orb of augmentation. Does that do the same thing as before? It's something we should check. See what's changed.
If you have a piece of blue, thanks.
Got my 10-minute warning. Okay, so we can still identify on the fly. We don't have enough strength for that.
Oh, yeah, it does look different.
Augments a magic item with a new random property. That's got 2 already. Let's see, do we have any with 1? I don't think we do.
Nope.
We haven't found a transmute or anything. And I couldn't buy any currency from the vendors.
Frozen midair, love it.
Wow.
Cowabunga.
That is like quite nice that it like does freeze so often. You basically perma-freeze all the small stuff.
Uh-oh.
Canals.
Uh-oh.
I don't see a canal. Oh no.
That's quite the menagerie you got facing you.
Arc does so much more damage. Arc Witch back. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again.
God, so many.
It's like a little bit of a delay on the skills as well. I died twice.
That's
and it's not even a hard boss. Like I haven't even we haven't even gotten to a hard boss. Oh, that was unideal. Sandswept Marsh, Sunken Cigarette, Jungle Depths. Oh no. I have to run back. Okay, unideal. But we checked Survey, right? Yeah.
It's gonna reset the zone, isn't it?
Right, we'll just run through. There's no movement.
Okay, it's no reset.
Other than the roll, obviously. Right, let's see. Where was that? We'll just go all the way left. See, it wasn't actually that far if you ran straight through it. So we'll have people like Tai will be running that. I will be doing practice runs. And then we'll try to see if we can finish an entire act. That would be sick. Alright, we're almost back. I was a little worried they were going to add something like stamina. What was this? Oh, that's the actual skills. Wait. One skill gem ready to level up. Do I need to click on that? No.
Oh, that one, yeah.
I do. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. I really hope they'll like... That's what I want. That's what I want. I want to be able to automate it. I didn't see. I maybe should have clicked like right click or something. Wait, did this zone reset?
This zone did, yeah.
Entirely?
At least on look at it, which is weird, because... Yeah.
Freezing is the way to go, though. Like, it's so much safer, because they have crazy damage. Oh no. I'm getting stun locked. Oh my god. They said I would die a lot, but I was like, sure.
That is rough.
But I am. To be fair,
literally
I'm trying to go very fast
gored
too.
by the oinks.
Maybe I should just like do each pack and actually stay on it until they're gone.
Wait,
it's like hard to try to run like you're used to in speedrunning. I actually have to kill a lot more. Let's see, what level is the area? The monster area is the same level as me, so I am where I'm supposed to be.
There you go, perfect.
I think it was before too, right? It didn't like scale with me or anything.
So good.
I don't think so, at least.
Always never fails to make me laugh.
I don't know. I do like the... Oh, wow. I'm getting stun locked again. I do like the comment.
If you die to that, I'm definitely tossing annoying cube. It's fine, it's there, yeah.
But it's so hard to actually, like... Let's see. What if I just click W? So I'm just getting stunned out of it is what's happening. I'm going to put it back in and try to be a little bit more careful with it. Ice Nova. There. We'll put it back in with it. I just gotta, like, freeze things, run away. To be fair, even if I don't use Unleash, yeah, look, I'm getting stunned.
He's getting interrupted all the time.
Oh wow, oh wow.
Dodge roll.
Oh no.
Hold. Yeah, it's because it's a rare.
That's hard. It's like, I want a higher stun threshold.
Lightning. Extra.
It's not,
it's the oinks.
I don't really understand how the like run back move thing works. It's part of the comment.
It's totally the oinks, man.
And I am animation canceling way more than I like. You know, sometimes in PoE 1 you do that too. It's very different.
Oh god, it's getting worse.
Wow.
It's getting
I
worse.
actually can't get a spell off.
Nope. It's GG.
Oh wow, oh wow. Oh,
it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Not in a good spot here.
Unless there's a way out.
Surely. Oh. Okay, die.
Okay, you can make a bit of a
I'm
ball.
just gonna spam freeze. See, actually, the spell echo on the Ice Nova, I think, is the play. Especially if you want to run a lot.
Lightning and shock resistant as well.
When you, like, need to.
I think Ziz is having the Quinn.
I kind of want to just ditch that.
The Quinn experience.
Or just use ice spells for it. Okay, let's see. Oh. Come on, get one off. Oh. I wonder if there's like a certain part into it that as long as you've gotten like that far into the animation, it can't be stunned. Because I feel like, oh, I don't get stunned in the last half. I'm gonna light my 2-minute warning.
Come on, it's gotta be
4 minutes. All right. See if we can get to the next zone. Big zone.
Yeah, I don't even see a way out of here. Follow the canals in search of the waterways.
I hope everyone watching at home is enjoying. I hope people have been enjoying watching ExileCon online. It's great fun being here. I'm trying to post a lot of stuff, obviously.
Yeah, he's got a limited time window that you can play it.
And yeah, for those that are watching while at ExileCon, try to die less than I do.
This is around about the time.
No. Don't die after having said that.
Please do, because it'd be perfect for comedic effect.
There we go. 20 minutes. Let's see if I can get to the next zone.
I think it's going the wrong way.
There's no way. Too fair, this is my first time going through it. I have not seen this before. And I have no charges left. Arc is insane.
Got good range.
Arc is actually so insane. Uses a lot of mana though. I wasn't using mana flask in the start. Alright, I have to go up there and to the right. It's so different from PoE 1 layouts. It's so much harder to find. But also, after 25,000 hours of PoE 1, you kind of get a very good feel for it, I guess. I think the fact that we have Identify All is going to be very well received. It's going to be very crazy seeing people's reactions after.
Come on, Ziz.
So I don't get to see anything yet. I don't see what you guys are saying or
it's dead end. Fuck! Come on, where's the next area?
Warning. Let's just run. Let's just run to the next zone.
Yeah.
Surely it's on the right here. This looks like progress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Keep going.
Surely. Oh no. I'm so stuck. I'm so stuck.
Guys, he's got nothing left.
I'm gonna bleed out.
He's up late. Hold.
Jump.
Hold.
Please don't get stuck on that. Please be here. Oh no.
There's more of them, guys. He's got ES back though.
Oh no.
DBS.
Okay, we didn't make it to the next zone. That is, I have 1 minute left. I hope everyone enjoyed watching ExileCon. I hope you have a good time watching everything. So much cool stuff.
That was brutal.
It's going to be insane for me as a content creator doing both PoE 1 and PoE 2. But having an absolute blast here at ExileCon. I'm looking forward to covering all the content. My name is Isrin. Hope you guys are enjoying ExileCon. And try to die less than I do.
Wow, that was intense. Yeah, there's been bots or little thingamaboobles here and there. Coming up next is... Okay, so I think this is where I'll wrap up, because that was the main thing I wanted to see, the unveil and the actual first hands-on experience. So I got to figure out where to eat you guys, because I'm pretty tired. But that was fun. Let's see, what do? I need to do... Where's the thing? Wait, why can I not see the thing? I have to take it out of thingy mode. Well, actually, regardless, I think I can turn off these. Oh, that's why I did escape. I can take myself. I guess I'm in theatre mode. I don't know who's gonna be. I think I'll eat you guys to Bandix, because he seems to be watching the content at the moment. So
get me in.
Yeah, so I'll leave you guys over to him. So in case you guys need to reach me, be it before or after the stream, there's a link to our Discord. Also, very, very quick thank you to everyone who's kind enough to chip in. Stitch, thank you so much again. Very generous of you, man. Thank you. Half for the 7413 sub, Wormy for the 41 months with the Prime. Maxo, good to see you again. Appreciate the 73 months with your Prime. Chendrak, bless you for the 53 months free sub at tier 2. Some very generous shinies, both from Darkness and Colonel Strauchen. Chumbania, thank you so much for your 6-month resub in your Prime. Papa Wolf for the tier 3 resub, man, holy shit, for 51 months. Derek's for the biddies, as well as the Lawnmower Donor. We got Juggernauts for the 18-month resub with Zep Prime. Crazy Boy for the 15 months resub. Dutchman with the biddies, and lastly Crack the Sky with the donor, which managed to momentarily have us hit the generous goal of 420.69, because obviously you guys are children. But yeah, I'm going to touch on Bantix, who I don't know how much of the ExileCon event he's going to watch, but I hope you will hop on over to his stream and say hello. As for me, I'm going to get some food and probably rewatch the VOD, at least of the content which interested me. But I'll be on the same time tomorrow with some more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. But until then, I hope you guys will enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I'll see you all again very soon. Take it easy, all.